I click that click. Are we live now? We're live? Okay. Then I'll take the class. Thank you. Okay. Guys, so you're watching it online. The problem is now solved. We can go live. We'll start in 5 minutes because people from the offline class here have gone on a break. 10:35 will be 10:40 will start. We can start by 10:40. I hope that's fine with you all. Just stay on hold. We'll start by 10:40. Ready. Settle down, guys. Start ಮಾಡೋಣ. Already ತುಂಬಾ time miss ಆಯ್ತು. Not your mistake, but time lost is time lost ಅಲ್ವಾ? Wake up to reality. Okay, nothing ever goes as planned. In the cursed world, the longer you live, more you will understand that the only thing that truly exists is pain. Madara Uchiha. As the time passes, the pain doesn't come down. You just get used to it. Yeah, please close this door. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to CA Foundation Marathon Revision. We were discussing the topic of bills of exchange yesterday. We stopped it in the middle. We only did one small part after that, accommodation of bill, which I'll share it to people as a separate video. We've just recorded a 30 minutes video on accommodation, one example question. And sorry for all the inconvenience and waiting that you had to go through. It was not planned. It is very unfortunate that it happened. Sorry once again, and let's now start with chapter 7, final accounts of sole proprietor. Can you please close the door? Please close. Just close it so that the voice doesn't go out. The neighbors don't get affected. Yeah, they'll open. ಅಷ್ಟು ಸಾಕು. ಯಾಕ್ರಿ ಬೇಗ ಬರೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ವಾ? Fine. Let's start with final accounts of sole proprietor. Shall we? Very good. Why do we prepare final accounts? The objective of preparation of final accounts is three. Number one, to evaluate financial performance, that to know the profitability. Number two, to evaluate financial position, that is to know what is the state of the balance sheet on that date. Number three, to enable decision making. If you have to take a decision whether to invest in the company or to take the investment out of the company or to make further investment in the company or to just hold without making further investment. This is the kind of decisions that one person takes. In order to take such decision, you need to look at the profitability of the organization, that is financial performance. You need to know the net worth of the organization, that is financial position, and ultimately take the decision. You understood this? Now, what does the word final accounts include? Final accounts includes manufacturing, trading, profit and loss appropriation account, balance sheet and cash flow statements. In general, for a sole proprietor. But in this chapter, there is no question on P&L appropriation. There is no question on cash flow statement. We will be only preparing manufacturing, trading, P&L and balance sheet. In the first unit to chapter 7, you would basically do trading P&L balance sheet. In the second unit, you will learn to do manufacturing accounting. But what will we do? We'll see it in the order. We'll see manufacturing, trading, P&L and balance sheet in the same order. Is that okay with you all? So basically, I will do unit 2 first and then do unit 1. Now, I have first one question to all of you people. Is it manufacturing account and trading account? Is it manufacturing account or trading account? Is it and or? If I do manufacturing, should I also do trading? Yes. Okay. If I do manufacturing, is there no need to do trading? This depends. Whether am I a manufacturer or a trader? Now, if I am a manufacturer, I buy raw material, I sell finished goods. If I am a trader, I buy finished goods, I sell finished goods. I repeat, if I am a manufacturer, I will buy raw material, but I will sell finished goods. If I am a trader, I will buy finished goods, I will sell finished goods. Did you understand the difference? If I am manufacturing, then I'll prepare manufacturing account. If I am not manufacturing, I will not prepare manufacturing account. But I will always prepare trading account. Whether you are a manufacturer or not a manufacturer, you will definitely be a trader. You can be manufacturer come trader, or you can be only trader. If you are only trader, you prepare trading account. If you are manufacturer come trader, you prepare manufacturing account and trading account. The inference of manufacturing into trading business is, if in case you are a trader, in your trading account you write opening stock, purchase, sales, closing stock, profit. In that you write purchase of finished goods, because you buy finished goods and you sell finished goods. If you are a manufacturer, that purchase of finished goods will not come. Why? You will not buy finished goods, you will buy raw material. Raw material purchases will not be written in trading account, it will be written in manufacturing account. In the manufacturing account, you write purchase of raw material, expense incurred for converting raw material to finished goods, and once the finished goods are manufactured, it will be shifted from manufacturing to trading. So in the place of purchases in trading account, you would write to manufacturing account, because previously when you were a trader, you used to buy finished goods. Now when you became a manufacturer, you will no longer buy finished goods. What do? You manufacture them in house. So in the place of purchases, there will be manufacturing account. Did you understand the difference? Very good. So what is the question that I asked? The question that I asked is it manufacturing account or trading, or is it manufacturing and trading? The answer is, a seller can be manufacturer or he can be only trader. If you are a manufacturer and a trader, you will prepare manufacturing account and trading account. If you are only trader, you will not prepare manufacturing account, you will only prepare trading account. Manufacturing account is like an account maintained in factory. It's like an account that's maintained in factory. Let's say, imagine that you're going to a factory. You open the door of the factory. What do you see? Work in progress. When you open the door of the factory and see, what do you see? Semi-finished goods. You won't see raw material. Am I right? So same is the case. When you open your manufacturing account, what should you write? Opening WIP. You will not write opening raw material. What will you write? Opening WIP on the debit side, closing WIP on the credit side. That is work in progress. How will work in progress come? You will put raw material and then on that you put the magic ingredients. No, you incur expenditure to convert it to finished goods. Alva. With regard to raw materials, you will not write here opening raw material here, purchase of raw material here, closing raw material here. You won't write that. You will straight away write only one item called as consumption of raw material. What do you write? See, you can actually write opening raw material on the debit side, purchase of raw material on the debit side, closing raw material on the credit side. You can do, but you are not worried about it. You will only want to know how much of raw material is consumed. How do you find how much is consumed? Simple thing, you know it all. That math is inside you. Let's say in the morning you had 10 chocolates in your pocket. In the morning, how many chocolates did you have in the pocket? 10. You purchased 20 chocolates on the way to class. How many did you buy? 20. How many chocolates was there in the pocket in the morning? 10. How many did you buy on the way? 20. Right now there are only 5 chocolates in your pocket. So how many did you have? What do you have? Diabetes. Sorry, you have 25 chocolates. So how did you get that? You had 10 chocolates in the morning in the pocket. You bought 20 chocolates. Together they should have been 30. Out of 30, if there are only 5 chocolates in the pocket, that means 25 chocolates are not in the pocket. Swalpa ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇದೆ. You understood? Same is the case here also. Opening stock of raw material plus purchase of raw material should have been closing stock of raw material. If opening stock of raw material plus purchase of raw material is not equal to closing stock, that difference is consumption. So how do we find consumption of raw material? Opening plus purchase minus closing. Opening plus purchase minus closing. Opening plus purchase minus closing, you get consumption of raw material. If you keep that raw material if in front of you and then say chin tapak dum dum, will it become finished goods? No, you would have to incur expense. You would have to pay wages, you would have to hire labor, there is electricity charges, there is machine depreciation, there is rent of the factory, there is heating, lighting, all of that expenditure is incurred. Only then the raw material will become finished goods. Do you agree with me? So all that manufacturing expenses will be debited. All that manufacturing expense will be, what and all can be manufacturing expenses? Lighting, heating, and then electricity expenses, factory rent, depreciation on plant and machinery also will come here, not in P&L account. If it is manufacturing entity, the machinery what is used in the factory. On that, if there is depreciation, where do you write that? Very good. In the manufacturing. Hey, we got so many messages before the class started. Once the class started, respond, no, that you are understanding class, you are hearing class, you are following. ಈಗ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಜಾಪನೀಸು ಬರಲ್ಲ ಚೈನೀಸು ಬರಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ ಜಾಪನೀಸ್ ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೊಂಬಂದು ಬೈತೀನಿ ಜಾಪನೀಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಟೀಚ್ ನೋ 1-2 words hey ಹಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಬೈಬಾರ್ದು okay please respond no okay so you write manufacturing expenses after you write all of this listen some items might become scrap meaning it's not ready to be sold as finished goods that sale of scrap will be written here basically sale of scrap is reducing the cost of production what is sale of scrap doing reducing the cost of production when you write this balancing figure in manufacturing account is finished goods manufactured and transferred to trading what is the balancing figure here finished goods which is manufactured and it is transferred to trading account for sale this is cost of production of finished goods what is it very good now what is the objective of preparation of manufacturing account why do we prepare manufacturing account to determine the cost of production what is the objective of manufacturing account to determine the cost of production what is the objective of trading account to determine gross profit what is the objective of P&L account to determine net profit did you get this so what do we determine in manufacturing account cost of production how do we find cost of production look at this is manufacturing account debit side you will write opening WIP correct no credit side you write closing WIP and here you write consumption of raw material how do you find consumption of raw material opening plus purchases minus closing of what raw material then on the credit side if there is sale of scrap you will write sale of scrap ultimately you will find one item as balancing figure on the credit side what is that balancing figure here cost of production of finished goods which is transferred from trading to from manufacturing to trading from manufacturing to once again okay imagine one manufacturing account to start with you will write opening WIP to end you will write closing WIP then you will write consumption of raw material how do we get consumption of raw material opening plus purchase minus closing raw material then immediately on the credit side you write sale of scrap if there is any then you will find the balancing figure as cost of production of finished goods which is transferred from manufacturing account credit side to trading account debit side from manufacturing account credit side to trading account debit side in trading otherwise you write purchases in the place of purchase now you will write manufacturing account did you all get this Pakka fantastic just for you to know the overview process of conversion will include manufacturing wages electricity charges water charges heating lighting carriage of raw material repairs to machinery depreciation on machinery factory rent everything okay any doubts you have a doubt you're telling him something pap what is now maybe if you have to make some object you might have to heat it no if you're making some what is it let's say you're making water bottles your factory is about making water bottles you buy metal sheets and then you heat them and then bend them into cylinder and then heat them to give the shape of the bottleneck and then you put the cap their heating is there no lighting and the factory electricity expenditure or maybe you want to do engravement of your name on this ಅದಕ್ಕೆ laser light will come ಏನೇನೋ ಕೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೇಳಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕೇಳಿ water charges ಕೇಳಿ ask no to cool it down you need to dip it in the water ಏನೇನೋ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ after that then we will go to the next topic trading account shall we go to trading account I will finish the concept of entire final accounts and then we'll do question from September 24 RTP there's a question with rectification of errors in the September 24 RTP nice question we'll do that okay I told you some time ago what is the objective of trading account it is to determine gross profit how do we determine gross profit remember there are three variants of inventory we've discussed this in chapter 4 valuation of inventory what are the three variants of inventory raw material work in progress and finished goods. Raw material, work in progress and finished goods. In your manufacturing account, we write work in progress opening closing. Raw material consumption. Finished goods is transferred from manufacturing to trading. In trading account, you will write only and only and only finished goods. You will not write raw material, you will not write WIP. What will be considered in trading account? Only finished goods. No raw material, no work in progress. No kitch kitch. Sorry, no chip chip, no chick chick. Correct. No chip chip, no chick chick. You will not write raw material, you will not write work in progress. You will only write finished goods. Tell me. Tell. Adalva maten. Correct, no? Okay. Now listen. If the entity is a manufacturing based entity, is it too loud? If the entity is a manufacturing based entity, in your trading account, you will write two manufacturing account. If it is not a manufacturing entity, in trading account, you will write two purchases. Trading account is your favorite. We have done this in inventory. We did one question in fact yesterday. See, it works like this in trading account. Opening stock of finished goods, purchase of finished goods, direct expenses, sales, closing stock, GP as balance and figure. Paka, tell something. That's it. We are done with trading account also. So recall to remember COGS concept from valuation of inventory that will be applied here also. Have you read this concept of adjusted purchases in trial balance? Okay, I tell what is it. Closing stock is an event. I told yesterday, closing stock does not have journal entry. Noted? Closing stock should not appear in trial balance. Closing stock is an event. Closing stock is is a result of transaction. Closing stock does not have journal entry. Closing stock should not appear in trial balance. Where should closing stock be given? It should be given in the outside trial balance as an adjustment. Okay now? I can't see blank face. Give me a moment. Trial balance. Yeah. See, in the trial balance, closing stock should not be there. Read point number 1. Closing stock to not appear in trial balance as it is event and as there is no journal entry. Closing stock, if you want to include it in trial balance, then what to do? If you write it in trial balance will not tally. How do you write closing stock and still let the trial balance tally? You should write both debit and credit. Because any item which doesn't go through double entry system, if it appears in trial balance won't tally. So if you have to write closing stock in trial balance, it should appear both on the debit side as well as the credit side. Same item written on both debit and credit side looks cheap, gabbu. So what do? You will take opening stock which is debit, purchases which is debit, and closing stock which is credit. All three of them together will become one new item. See, opening stock plus purchase minus closing stock no? COGS. So what will we do is we'll remove opening stock, purchase and credit of closing stock, and in the trial balance I'll write COGS. Even if I don't write COGS, it is COGS. Another name for COGS is adjusted purchases. Another name for COGS is what? So adjusted purchases andre COGS, COGS andre adjusted purchase. What do you mean by adjusted purchase? Very good. What do you mean by COGS? Pakka. Very good. Observe this. See, do you see trial balance here? Where is closing stock? Outside the trial balance. Where is closing stock? Can I include closing stock in a trial balance? No, I should not. Actually, I should not. If I want to include, see, if trial balance wishes to be include closing stock, then what to do? I'll write closing stock as debit as well as credit. Observe here. What is the item at what is the value at which trial balance is tallying? 5,50,000. If I include closing stock into trial balance, it becomes 5,65,000, 5,65,000. 550 plus 15. I wrote this. Now observe all the red. Opening stock debit 1 lakh, purchases debit 2,50,000 and closing stock credit of 15,000. That will become COGS. Am I right? How much is 1 lakh plus 2,50,000 minus 15? 1 lakh plus 2,50,000 minus 15 ಎಷ್ಟಾಗುತ್ತೆ? 3 lakh. Yeah, I'll write that as adjusted purchases 3,35,000. Understood? Now closing stock I'll only write the debit aspect here. You understood? So whenever Trial balance includes closing stock. Trial balance includes, and that trial balance closing stock is only debit. What does it mean? Credit aspect of closing stock had also come to trial balance. That credit aspect of closing stock is already adjusted with purchases, so that purchases is not purchases. Purchases is adjusted purchases. Correct or not? Yes or no? Yeah. So ಅದು ನಮ್ಮಪ್ಪ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನೀನು ಮಗ ಅಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಲೈಕ್ ದಟ್ ಟ್ರಯಲ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಲೋಸಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟಾಕ್ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ನಾವು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ನೀನು ಪರ್ಚೇಸಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ನೀನು ಅಡ್ಜಸ್ಟೆಡ್ ಪರ್ಚೇಸಸ್ ಅಂತ. ಯು ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟುಡ್? But the moment you see closing stock debit in trial balance, that purchases in the trial balance is not purchases. What is it? ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ? Adjusted purchase. Did you understand? This adjusted purchases has to be written in trading account debit side. Trading account, in trading account I won't write opening stock purchases, I won't write closing stock. I'll write only adjusted purchases and sales. Sales and adjusted sales and COGS difference is GP. Trading account debit side COGS, credit side sales GP. And this debit of closing stock will go to balance sheet asset side. Did you understand this? Important. I want you to read this point number 1, 2, 3, 4. If you understand 1, 2, 3, 4, I'll go to the next topic. Read this. First one. Closing stock to not appear in. Okay. We are able to see you, we are able to hear you, and we are able to understand what you say. Very good. Nice. I am able to read your message. I am able to see that you are understanding. And I am also happy that you are understanding. Read the next point. Point number 2. Closing stock, if included in trial balance, it should appear on both sides, debit side and very good. Point number 3. What does it say? Credit of closing stock, debit of opening stock, and purchases can be adjusted to can be adjusted to form. It's not from. Understood now? To form cost of goods sold. What is other name for cost of goods sold? Understood alva? Very good. Then read the last point. When adjusted purchases or COGS appears in closing stock to have only debit balance, which is supposed to be posted to balance sheet asset side. We should not post it to trading account credit. Why? Already trading account credit side baribekagiro closing stock is deducted from purchases to find adjusted purchases. No. So we should do this. Did you understand this concept? This is there in trial balance, chapter 2 accounting process. This will come again in the topic of final accounts. And this you cannot skip because this will again come in CA intermediate when you start doing cash flow statement and consolidation. Same topic will come there also. Required. Okay. I will ask you there. ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಯಾ ಬಂದಾಗಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈಗಲೇ ಇನ್ ಸಮ್ ಟೈಮ್, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 1.5 month. Yeah, done. You understood this concept of trading account also. How is trading account prepared? Why is trading account prepared? Then we'll go to P&L. In trading account, whatever GP we find, that GP will be posted to P&L account. In P&L account, we start with the gross profit brought down from trading account. We write any other indirect income. We write the indirect expenses, if any, to ultimately find the net profit. This net profit is the objective for preparation of P&L. This net profit will be posted from P&L account to balance sheet. Come on, let's go there. Before that, I wanted you to know this concept. When we write expenses here, when we write incomes here, we write them on accrual basis. What basis here? Read this. Indirect expenses to appear in P&L account on accrual basis. Remember to adjust prepaid expenses and outstanding expenses, if any. Prepaid expense is asset. It should not come in P&L account. It should go to balance sheet asset. Outstanding expenses is liability. It should not come in P&L account. It should go to balance sheet as liability. What should come in our P&L account is current year expense, whether paid or not. Current year expense, whether paid or. If I pay more than the current year expense, you should write only current year expense in P&L. Excess paid is asset in balance sheet. If you pay lesser than current year expense, we should still write that entire expense in P&L account. To the extent it is not paid, it will appear as liability in balance sheet. Did you understand? For example, 12,000 rupees is the salary. 1,000 rupees per month. 1,000 rupees per month. For 12 months, how much is salary? 12,000. My employee asked, so I paid 14,000. How much should I write in P&L? 12. My employee asked, but I did not pay 12. I paid only 9. How much should I write in my P&L? 12. So whether I paid 14 or whether I pay 9, I should still write 12,000 in my P&L. If I pay 14, my expense is 12, but I paid 14, I paid 2,000 extra. It is prepaid, something like salary advance. It is an asset to me. I paid the salary even before my employee works. That will go to balance sheet as current asset. What if 12,000 is a salary payable, but I paid only 9? 3,000 salary is outstanding salary. I've taken the benefit, I've taken the employment services, but I have not paid the salary. Such 3,000 will be written in balance sheet as liability, as current liability. Did you understand? Paka. See, expenses. Prepaid means what? Money paid, benefit not taken. What is outstanding expense? Money not paid, but benefit is taken. Prepaid is asset, outstanding is liability. Prepaid and outstanding should appear in balance sheet. Opposite to that will adjust with income. What is income? How much ever is my current year income? I should write so much income in my P&L. Whether received or not received. Whether received or not received. If I receive more than my income, it will become pre-received income, liability. If I receive more than my income, it becomes pre-received income, liability. If I receive lesser than my income, it becomes accrued income, asset. We will not call it as outstanding, we should call it accrued. Outstanding is only for expenses. What should we call? Accrued income, and accrued income will become asset. Understood? See this. Pre-received income andre eno? Money received but not yet earned. What do you mean by accrued income? Money is not received but earned. So this will become asset, this will become liability. Pre-received and accrued income should be eliminated from income. This should appear in our balance sheet as asset and liability. Income in the P&L account should be recorded on what basis? Accrual basis. What basis? Very good. What I want you all to note after this is, don't use plus minus logic. Always open ledger account and then post it. If there is outstanding expense, prepaid expense, open one cute ledger. Prepaid andre asset alva. Outstanding means liability. Asset opening balance which side? Debit side. Asset closing balance which side? Credit side. Liability opening balance. Liability closing balance. You just do this ledger, it will solve your problem. Same to same is what we will do in the topic of NPO also. We will do an NPO based question also after this. So there is a question on subscription account in the recent RTP. I'll teach you how to do that. So subscription account, if you are scared, don't do plus minus, because starting figure will decide whether an item is plus or minus. If we start with balance as per receipts and payment, certain items what are plus, same item will become minus if you start with income and expenditure balance. So in some questions, some items are plus, in other questions, same item with same name is actually minus. So you'll have too much of confusion to play with. So let's simply do it. No, and moreover, this is not mathematics. This is QA class, accounts class. ನೋಡಿ ನಾನು ಸುಭದ್ರ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ತರ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಸೊ ನಾನು ರಾಜವರ್ಧನ್ ಸರ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? ಮ್ಯಾಥ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಲ್ಲಿ ಡೆಬಿಟ್ ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಅಕೌಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಡೆಬಿಟ್ ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು. You get it? So in accounts class, what should you do? Debit credit only. So simple terms. Open one ledger account, write debit, write credit, life will become easy. The reason again is, you will not have all the items affected at one place. One item will be in the beginning of the question, one will be in the middle, one will be at the end. If you're doing plus minus, you want every plus item, every minus item at one place. In the opening balance sheet, there will be one number. In the closing balance sheet, there is one number. In receipts and payment, there is one number. In adjustments, there is one number. 4 different places, 4 different numbers have to be taken in one equation. You get it? So that's not possible to do plus minus. Accounts is not meant to be mathematics. So what do you do in that case? Very simple. Open ledger. Whenever you see that item, you post. Ledger will be open, waiting to be closed. Close the ledger only at the end when you finish reading the entire question. Open the ledger. Write the number that you know. Rest, keep the ledger open. No, keep on reading the question. Whenever you hear one more number which goes to same ledger, then you write it. So without even you realizing it actively, we will finish doing the adjustment. I'll show. We'll do it later. So did you understand the concept of PL? After this, finally you prepare balance sheet. Before that, managerial remuneration, do you understand how it is to be done? I'll explain the managerial remuneration part when we come to partners. Partnership ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. We'll skip this for now because I would want to solve a question. Yeah? There's managerial before charging, after charging. Fair enough? Okay, we'll discuss that part along with partnership. Then finally we will do ultimately what thing? We'll only prepare one balance sheet. Balance sheet can be prepared in two formats. How many formats? Two formats. One is horizontal, other one is vertical. Vertical is done for companies. For sole proprietors, there is no format given under any act. So we can do anyhow we want. So we will do horizontal. What will we do? By generally accepted accounting principles recommend us to do horizontal. So we'll do it under horizontal approach. Okay now. And should we write any specific, should we follow any specific order of writing the items in balance sheet? Can I start asset side with cash and then write debtors, then furniture? Answer is no. You would have to write them in one order. So that order is there specifically as per schedule for companies. For sole proprietors, there is no order given under any act. But by GAAP, generally accepted accounting principle, there is one order which is accepted. This order is called as order of permanence. What is the name? Order of permanence. So this arrangement of items in the balance sheet is called as marshalling. What is it called as? Marshalling. That order of arrangement of items in the balance sheet is called as what? Marshalling. M-A-R-S-H-A-L-L-I-N-G. There are two orders which are universally accepted. One is order of permanence. Second one is order of liquidity. First one is order of permanence. Second one is order of liquidity. Order of permanence andre we'll write the permanent items on the top, liquid items at the bottom. For example, we'll write land, building, furniture on the top, fixed assets. Then we'll write current assets, debtors, so trade payable, trade receivable, so cash, so bank, all of that at the bottom. This is order of permanence. If it is order of liquidity, we should do ulta. We should write cash, bank, debtors first and then write fixed assets. Sir, what do we follow? We should follow order of permanence. Order of liquidity is only followed by financing enterprises. We won't do accounting for financing enterprises in sole proprietors as of now. So we should always follow which order? Order of permanence. To the extent possible, you won't lose marks, but it is highly recommended that you follow order of permanence. Write the fixed assets first and then write current assets. Liability side also. Don't start with creditors, bills payable and then write capital. First you will write capital, give little space and then write current liabilities. Am I right? That is order of permanence. What is the name for the writing items in this order in the balance sheet called as? Marshalling. M-A-R-S-H-A-L-L-I-N-G. Did you understand this? Say something. Yes, and that's it. After this, we are good to go to next topic. But what I'll do is I'll make you quickly do one question on this topic. Shall we quickly do one question? Yeah. And if in case you have any doubts with regard to Sunday debtors and family, we'll discuss that Sunday debtors and family also. We have that problem, no? Provision for doubtful debts, bad debts given in adjustment, bad debts given in trial balance, provision given in trial balance, provision given in adjustments. That's one small part what people usually find difficult. So on that, if you would want, I'll do some questions or I'll just give you the overview and then go forward. But for now, what are we going to do? We'll do question from RTP September 2024. Okay now? Tumma bore aita final accounts agli bidi. ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಬೋರ್ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ನೇ ಬೋರ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ತುಂಬಾ ಎಕ್ಸೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ಕಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ. ಯಾ ಇಫ್ ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸೈಟಿಂಗ್. ಸರ್ ಬೈತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಮತ್ತಿನ್ನೇನು? ನಮ್ಗೇನು ಸನ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ? 11th ಕ್ವಶನ್. Great things in life are always not that interesting. 11th one alla. Yeah, this is the one. When you watch a match, you only see that exciting part where the wicket falls or where he hits the six and makes the century. But behind that century, there is lot of dot balls. There are lot of singles. ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನ ಬರೀ ಹೈಲೈಟ್ಸ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಮಗೆ. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಲಾಕ್ಡೌನ್ ಕಿಡ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಅಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಟ್ರೈಂಗ್ ಟು ಟೆಲ್ ಯು ಪೀಪಲ್ ದಟ್ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ಸ್ ಬಿಹೈಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ಸೆಂಚುರಿ. Century is not just that one fan shot at the end and then raising the bat and then jumping. You get it? So world sees that, but remember that there is lot of effort that should be put in to make it happen. And leave rest of them. You should not lose your focus when you're playing those singles. If you lose focus when you're playing those singles, you will not be there to celebrate that success on the ground. You will be there in the pavilion and clapping when someone else is celebrating. Sad? Yeah. ಇವಾಗ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ನೋಡಕ್ ಹೋಗೋದಾ? ಹೋಗೋಣ. ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಚಾಂಪಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಟ್ರೋಫಿ, ಶ್ರೀಲಂಕಾ ಹೋಗೋಣ. Yeah, we'll see Virat Kohli playing with his kids and scoring century. Yes, come on. Are you ready? Come on, guys. Let's now solve question number 9 from our September 2024 RTP of CA Foundation Accounting. This question is on final accounts of sole proprietor. The beautiful part is this question also has rectification adjustment alongside. Can we start? Start reading. Following is the trial balance of Mr. Shekhar on 31st of March 2024. Okay, let's skip the trial balance and quickly go to the end of the question to see what do they want us to do. Come to the end of the question. End andre end. Give necessary journal entries in respect of adjustments 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, for the first 4 adjustments, we need to pass adjustment entry, basically rectification entry. The trial balance is there. No, after preparing the trial balance, they've identified some errors, and those errors have been shared to us with adjustment 1, 2, 3, 4. We are about to do final accounts. Before we do final accounts, they called us and told, okay, sir, adu adjustment 1, 2, 3, 4 on ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ rectify ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು final accounts ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ? Then we are like, okay, fine. We will do rectification also. And after that, what should we do? We should do the normal. Prepare final accounts. Final accounts andre trading P&L balance sheet. If this is a manufacturing entity, we might have to prepare manufacturing account also, which we right now don't know. This has to be done for the year ended 31st of March 2024. Before I read the trial balance, I'll glance through the adjustments. And for 1, 2, 3, 4, I'll pass journal entry. And then I will start with trial balance. And when I read this 1, 2, 3, 4, if the item that is appearing in this 1, 2, 3, 4 adjustment for which will pass rectification entry, if it affects any item in trial balance, I'll make a marking next to that in the trial balance. Why? That balance is before adjustment. After I pass the rectification entry, that balance has to change. Who should change? We should change, because change comes from us. Change is not bought in the market. You get this? You've never heard? ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಬಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಹೇಳಲ್ವಾ ಕಂಡಕ್ಟ್ರು, change you should be the change, you should get the change that you want to see. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಚೇಂಜ್ ತರಲಿ? Oh, okay, that is the reason we put his picture in change. People are asking, pointing out at Gandhiji's quote which says, be the change that you wish to see in the world. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ ಇರೋ ನೋಟ್ ಕೊಡೋದು. Okay, done. Yeah, start. Rupees 20,000 drawn from bank. Drawn from bank means withdrawn from bank was debited to drawings. But out of this amount withdrawn, 12,000 was used in business for day-to-day expenses. We went to bank and we withdrew 20,000. In that, 12,000 is for business, 8,000 is personal drawings. What did we do? We wrote full 20,000 to drawings only. So we have written the entry drawings account debit to bank. We should have written drawings to bank, but we should have written that for 12,000. But we have written this entry for 20,000. So additionally 8,000 is debited to drawings, which should have been not debited to drawings. Drawings is been wrongly debited by 8. So I will credit drawings by 8. Sorry, 12,000 is used in business, 8,000 is the correct amount of drawings. But I've wrongly written 20. I've additionally written 12, which is incorrect. 12,000 is wrongly debited to drawings, so I will credit drawings by 12. What is this 12,000? Yes, expenses. I will write expenses account debit 12,000. Did you understand this? I have withdrawn money from the bank for expense. I should have written the entry expense account debit to bank. I have wrongly written drawings account debit to bank to the extent of 12. Drawings which was wrongly debited will be now credited. Expense which was supposed to be debited and was not debited is now debited. Entry is expense account debit to drawings account. Okay. What is after expense account debit to drawings? Read the next adjustment. Purchase of goods worth rupees 16,000 was not recorded in books. Wow, your most favorite rectification. What is it? Error of omission. Omission. Not even half, full, complete omelette. Complete omission. Purchase of goods worth 60,000 was not recorded in books. Pass the entry. What is the entry? Purchase account debit Okay, purchase account was supposed to be debited by 16, was not debited, so we will now debit. We are not assuming that it is paid in cash. We are assuming that it is credit purchase. I'll write to creditors account 16,000. When the goods purchased has been not omitted, we should add it to closing stock also if they are not included. But you don't worry. Physical inventory count they've done correctly. See there? But the goods were included in stock. So when they counted the inventory at the end of the year to find the closing stock, they have rightly counted. There is no problem in counting. There is only problem in accounting. There is no problem in counting the inventory at the end of the year. There is only problem during accounting in the middle of the year, which we have rectified now. Did you understand this? Very good. After that, purchase returns of rupees 1000 was recorded in sales return journal. ಯಾರೋ subsidiary books chapter ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ skip ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ class once. So what have they done? When the subsidiary books chapter was being done, this accountant skipped the class. So what did the accountant do? Purchase return he wrote wrongly in sales return. What is a journal entry for purchase return? Purchase goods will come in. Purchase return, the goods will go out. We should credit purchase return. We have not credited purchase return. Have we credited purchase return? No. So shall I now credit purchase return? I will now credit purchase return by 1000. What have we done? We have wrongly recorded in sales return book. Sales goods will go out. Sales return goods will come in. Sales goods will go out. Sales return goods will come in. They've wrongly recorded the goods to have come in. But as the goods come inside, no. They've wrongly debited sales return. They've wrongly debited sales return. They should not have debited. What should I do now? Credit. So I will credit our sales return account by same 1000. And when they would have done this error, no, they would have used that account which is, sorry, have they done error in the account also? Was correctly posted in party account. There is no problem in the party account. So this will become suspense. Did you understand this? If they would have not told this, I would have written that party account, because I was supposed to write party account debit to purchase return. I would have wrongly written sales return account debit to party. No, I would have credited that party wrongly. I should have not credited, so I debited. I should have debited them. I have not debited, so I'll debit once again. I would have debited that concerned party with double the amount. But they're telling it is correctly written in party account. The problem is only in purchase return, sales return book. Urgent al baribekadre, instead of writing in purchase return book, they wrote in sales return book. You got it? Sometimes you also don't know. In the urgent, if the message that you had to send it to this guy, you will wrongly send it to that guy. For example, let's say I'm sending message to Kushat saying, okay, Manojun karibeda. Ivat Ratri party ge. I'm supposed to send this message to Kushat. By mistake, I open Manoj chat and then send me to Manoj. Manoj and Karibeda party ke ivat night to Daban and Mala. I sent it to Manoj only. What happened? Mistake. Now I should rectify the mistake. You get it? Manoj will kill. What? Oh, really? Okay. Now did you understand this error? There is no mistake in party account here. Error is only in purchase return, sales return book. So I am writing it as suspense. Okay. What is after that? Last one. Expenses include 6,000 in respect of the period after 31st of March 2024. So 6,000 rupees is prepaid expense. Correct or not? So the accountant is saying, in expense alla, prepaid expense. So expense, if you don't transfer to prepaid, from there it will go to P&L. You should not let it go to P&L. What do? You transfer from expense to prepaid expense. Prepaid expense is an asset. Prepaid expense is an, so prepaid expense should be debited. Expense should be credited, because that expense only 6,000 is actually not expense. Alva. So I'll debit prepaid expense and credit expense to the extent of 6,000. If you would have not done this, it would have become P&L to expense and 6,000 would have gone to P&L. This is the 4 rectification entries that they've asked us to do before doing final accounts. Did everyone get it? Very, very important thing what you should note right now is this trial balance as items. No, this is before rectification. What is the first journal entry? Expense to drawing. So expense will change, drawings will change. Do you agree with me? Come on, make a quick note here. Expense. One star. Do you see drawings? Drawings. Yeah, illi. Drawings. Okay. So drawings and expenses, I put 1 star. Star means there is an adjustment. Okay. After that, purchase account debit to creditors. So purchase also there is adjustment. Purchase, adjustment. This purchase of 16 lakh is there? No, that is not correct. That is incorrect. And then you have creditors. Creditors is also incorrect. Creditors is also incorrect. Creditors value 2 lakh 20 is tappu. You should correct it. Amel correction madadu. Then suspense to sales return to purchase return. So suspense account. In suspense is there? No, 2000. This is not suspense anymore. Suspense is now revealed. So this should not come in balance sheet. We'll eliminate that. So suspense, there is some adjustment. Then purchase return, sales return. Purchase return, you put one star. And you also put one star next to sales return. Did you understand this? Yes, please. Yes, sir. After that, lastly, prepaid expense and expense. Is there anything called prepaid expense anywhere here? I don't think there is prepaid expense. Only expense. Okay. We'll put one star next to expense. Sorry, ಎರಡೆರಡು star. Yeah. Sometimes there will be 3 stars, 4 stars also. What will you do if there are 2 stars? We'll do 2 adjustments. 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars. Do nothing. Eat 5 star and do. Hey, you should do 5 adjustments. 5 adjustments is the ಏನು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದಂತೆ. So, understood? Now we are ready. Can I start with final accounts? Final accounts andre I'll do trading and P&L ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. After that I'll do balance sheet. Is that okay? Let's start from the beginning of the trial balance. Start from the beginning of the trial balance. To begin our trial balance, I have capital. How much capital? Very good. Sorry. This capital of 6 lakh, I will write it in my balance sheet on the liability side. I will answer your doubt, Shrikanta. Give me one moment. I'll explain it slightly later. I would write here capital. How much? 6 lakh. Inner column. Why? This has to be adjusted for drawings. This has to be adjusted for net profit. Only then it will go to outer column. After that, I have drawings. How much is my drawings? 70,000. Usually drawings will be deducted from capital. But there is adjustment to drawings. Meaning drawings is not 70,000. Maybe it's something more than 70 or it might be something less than. We don't know. We don't want to know. We don't know. We don't want to know. So what do? I'll write less drawings. How much is it? 70. Remember 70 and don't write anything. Or if you want, I'll write here. Inner column. Inner column. Only 70,000. After we write the entire trial balance, then I'll make adjustments is there. No, I'll give impact of that and then finally write it. Till then, can you wait?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. After drawings, then we have fixed assets. Where do I write this fixed assets? Opening balance of fixed assets is given. I'll write in balance sheet. To this, I would have to add this additions. Then I would have to adjust the depreciation. Then it will go to outer column. So for now, can I write in the inner column? In my balance sheet, I would write fixed assets. How much fixed assets? Opening balance 1 lakh 40. How much is the additions? 2 lakh. Remember, additions has happened on 1st of October 2023. So how does it impact? When we are charging depreciation, I won't give depreciation for entire year. I'll give depreciation from 1st of October to end of the year. That is 6 months. Year ending is 31st March. Yeah. I'll give depreciation entry only for 6 months. Did you understand this? If they give depreciation as percentage. Okay. After that, I have opening stock. Opening stock will appear in trading account debit side 60,000. Shall I post this 60,000 to trading account debit side? Never prepare trading account first and then prepare P&L account. Always prepare the ledger account simultaneously. Trading, P&L, balance sheet, everything should be open. You go on posting the items and you solve it in the order of the question, not in the order of the answer. You go on reading the question in the order, in the same order you go on solving the answer. By the time you finish reading the question, your answer will be ready. Shall I write 60,000 to trading account debit side? Trading account debit side, I'll write opening stock 60,000. After this, I have purchases. How much is our purchases? 16 lakh. But there is adjustment. There is some rectification that we should do. So I would write purchases in my trading account, but in inner column. Once I adjust that rectification and purchase return, then only it will go to outer column. Okay. After purchases of 16 lakh, I have purchase returns. How much is purchase returns? 69,000. This also has adjustment. So I would write here less purchase return. But this is not right. As of now, how much is it? But this is not the correct amount. So let it be there. Later we'll adjust it and then write the correct amount to the outer column. When will we do it? When we read the rectification entries. What is after that? Sales. Sales is how much? 22 lakh. Wow, there is no adjustment for sales. Can I write sales in the outer column? No, there is sales return. Sales I'll write 22 lakh to only adjust one item, which is sales return. Adjustment is there for sales return. What is after this sales return? How much is sales return? 99,000. But sales return has adjustment. So I would write here less sales return. How much? 99,000 for now. Later when I come there, I'll do the adjustment. Order is important. Huh? Don't jump. Then debtors. How much is debtors? 2,50,000. Where do I write this debtors of 2,50,000? I'll write it in balance sheet on the asset side. Balance sheet on the asset side, I'll write debtors. I don't think there is any adjustment for debtors. So I posted 2,50,000 straight away to outer column only. Is that okay? Then I have creditors. Creditors has some adjustment. How much is creditors? 2,20,000. 2,20,000 of creditors. I'll write it on the liability side. I would write creditors, but write 2,20,000 in inner column because I have to adjust that rectification to this. After creditors of 2,20,000, what do I have after that? I have expenses of 50. Oh, this has two adjustments. I would write this expense in P&L account debit side and wait for it to be adjusted for both the adjustments. Come to our P&L account. In my P&L account, I would write here two expenses. How much? 50,000. Got it? After 50, fixed deposit with bank. What is fixed deposit with bank? Asset. Where do I write this fixed deposit with bank? Balance sheet, asset side, 2 lakh. I would write in my balance sheet as fixed deposit with bank, 2 lakh rupees. Got it? After fixed deposit of 2 lakh, what is the next item? Interest on fixed deposit. Interest on fixed deposit is income. Income of 20,000 should go to P&L account credit side. So I'll take this to my profit and loss account. And on the credit side, I'll give little place for GP first. First is GP. I will write interest on fixed deposit 20,000. There is no adjustment, so straight away outer column. What is it after interest on fixed deposit 20? Cash. Where do I write cash of 8,000? Balance sheet asset. So in my balance sheet on the asset side, I would write cash. How much is cash? Is there any adjustments for cash? There is no adjustments for cash. No. 1 second. Cash bank balance is given separately. Cash is minus 8,000. Oh, cash actually can't be 8 minus. But they've given it as credit. So I'll assume it to be cash at bank. Cash is an asset. Asset should have debit balance. They've given on the credit side. What does it mean? Cash is negative. Can the cash be negative? No, it is assumed to be cash at bank. It has to be cash at bank. Why? Can you say you have minus 8,000 in your pocket? Cash and stock are two items which can't be negative. Cash and stock are two items which cannot be negative. But they've given on the credit. Very sad. So I wrote it on the liability side. Is that okay? It is assumed to be bank overdraft. It is assumed to be cash at bank, not cash in hand. Okay. What's after that? Suspense. This suspense I won't write. Why? It should get eliminated. No, 2,000. It should not appear. There is a star. If you want, I can write it on the liability side here and then eliminate it. But I would want to skip that. Then I have depreciation of 14,000. So the good part is they've told depreciation. They have not given any depreciation percentage. So you don't have to compute depreciation. Straight away from fixed asset addition. Shall I deduct depreciation? Very good. Okay, let me write here less depreciation. How much? How much is it? 14,000. Something is fishy. The reason is if you write this depreciation as deduction from here, then will you write it in the P&L account debit side? No, you should not. If you write it in P&L account debit side, then you should not do it. Because if they give in adjustment, we'll do this. Am I right? Here they've given in trial balance. They've given depreciation where? In trial balance. Depreciation if they've given in trial balance, what does it mean? It means it's already adjusted against the asset. It's already adjusted against the, we don't have to adjust it separately now. Sir, what are you saying? What is the journal entry for depreciation? Depreciation account debit to asset. They give depreciation in adjustment, meaning it is not deducted from asset, it is not charged to PL. So we do deduction from asset and we also charge it to PL. Now it is already appearing in trial balance. You know what does that mean? They've already written the entry depreciation to asset. They have already written the entry depreciation to asset. So the balance given here is after deduction from the asset, they have given depreciation amount to be 14. So this 14,000 depreciation will appear where? In P&L account because it is debit. Artha agtidya? I would write depreciation. How much? Yeah? 14,000. There is something tricky here. I would keep it in inner column and then see. If there is no adjustment, I will post it to outer column. Okay, now everyone, make some noise. Any difficulty? Okay. What is after the depreciation? Rent. See, rent they've told that it is paid for 17 months. How many months did you pay? But in 1 year, how many months are there? Sir, ಅದು ಅಧಿಕ ಮಾಸ ಬಂದಾಗ ಈ ಅಧಿಕ ಪ್ರಸಂಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹೊಡಿತೀನಿ. In a year, there are only 12 months. If they paid for 17 months, they paid for 5 months extra. When is our year ending? 31st of March. They paid till 31st of August. April, May, June, July, August. April, May, June, July, August. 5 months rent is paid extra. That 5 months rent will become prepaid rent. 5 months rent will become. So I'll write 17,000 in the inner column. I'll write 17,000 in the inner column. Out of this, how much will go to outer column? Only current year rent should go to outer column. To the extent it is paid for next year, it should be posted to balance sheet. I repeat, to the extent rent belongs to next year, it should be posted to balance sheet. Did you all get it? Very good. Please help me with this. Please do 17,000 divided by 17 months. Rent is paid for 17 months. No, divided by 17 months. 1,000 is the rent per month. How much belongs to next year? 5 months. 1,000 into 5. So that 5,000 is basically prepaid rent. How much is current year rent? 12,000. So 12,000 is current year expense, will go to P&L. 5,000 is next year expense, will post it to balance sheet. In balance sheet, what is it? Asset. Shall I read it as asset, prepaid rent in our balance sheet? Are you finding it easy or very difficult? Easy? And show some energy. Then, yes, what is that? Investments, 12%. How much is investments? 2,50,000. Can I write this as asset? I will write this as my asset in the balance sheet, 2,50,000. On this, interest is 12%. And you purchased it on 1st of August. We should have received interest. We have not received, so it will become income and asset. How much interest will be received? 2,50,000 into 12%. Into how many months? August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March. How many months is that? 8 months. Please do 2,50,000 into 12% into 8 by 12. Nane. I did it. 2,50,000 into 12% into 8 by 12 is how much? 20,000 rupees of interest is earned. It might not be received, but it's still earned. We should record the income even if it is not received, just because it is earned. So it is income, P&L account credit side. It is not received, accrued interest is asset in balance sheet. Journal entry is accrued interest account debit to interest income. Shall I write it? Here I would write accrued interest on investment. Yes, to 20,000. And I would write this as income in my P&L. I would write interest on investments. 2,50,000 into 12% into 8 by 12. How much? 20,000. Did everyone get this? What is after interest on investment? Last item, there is bank balance of 1,69,000. This is positive balance. I would write it in the balance sheet as asset. Actually, they should have given this bank balance as minus and that, bank, this 8,000 should have been bank balance, 1,69,000 should have been cash balance. They have done some error. However, let's not creep on the mistake. Let's just adjust and then go forward. Okay, now, institute. Correct or not? We're done with trial balance. All that I need to do is this 1, 2, 3, 4, I should give impact. Before that 1, 2, 3, 4, I have one small table. Shall I read this? Stock on 31st of March is valued at 1 lakh. Closing stock. It should be written at 2 places. One, trading account credit side. Second one, balance sheet asset. In the balance sheet, I would write asset. Stock. How much? 1 lakh. And I also write this stock in our trading account on the credit side as closing stock 1 lakh. Done. Very good. Depreciation is to be provided at 10% per annum on fixed assets purchased during the year. How much depreciation should be provided? 10% on the fixed assets purchased during the year. They've given per annum. Okay, come here. What is the value of the asset purchased? 2 lakh. When did you buy it? October. From October to March you compute. October, November, December, January, February, March. How many months? 6 months. 2 lakh into 10% is 20,000. Into 6 by 12. 10,000 depreciation we have to provide on this machinery. Sorry, fixed asset. This I have done. This 10,000 depreciation I should also write here. This 14,000 is already deducted from the opening balance. This 1 lakh 40 ಮೇಲೆ 14,000 already deduct ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. On this 2 lakh now I deduct 10,000, so it will become additional depreciation which I'll add, making my total depreciation as 24. Got it? Why am I not deducting this 14 from the value of fixed assets here? Because it is appearing in trial balance, it is already deducted. Got it? So tell me 140 plus 2 lakh 340 minus 10 is how much? 3 lakh 30,000. Did everyone understand 3 lakh 30? Very nice. After we write this 3 lakh 30, we're done with this first table. 1, 2, 3, 4 is already adjusted. We've written journal entry. Give impact of those journal entries and close your trading, P&L and balance sheet. Final accounts is khatam. Shall we close? First come to the journal entry. First journal entry. What has happened? Expense account debit to drawings. Expense is debited. Expense is increasing. Drawings is credited. Drawings is decreasing. I will increase expense by 12. Decrease drawings by 12. Shall I add 12,000 to expenses? Rectification entry number 1. Expenses. Add 12,000. Rectification number 1. Drawings minus 12. 70,000 I will deduct 12,000. Alva. From 70 if I deduct 12, what do I get? 58,000 is my drawings to be adjusted against capital. Understood? First adjustment. Let's go to second adjustment. What is the second rectification entry? Purchases to creditors. If I debit purchase, purchase will increase. If I credit creditors, creditors will also increase. Purchases is not recorded, creditors is not increased. I will add 16,000 to purchase. I will add 16,000 to creditors. Shall I? Come on here. Purchases. I will add rectification number 2, 16,000. Sir, outer column, hey, purchase return adjustment is there. Wait. 16,000 done. Where else will I adjust it now? Creditors. Come to our balance sheet. Creditors is there no 220. Add rectification number 2, 16,000, making it 2,36,000. Everyone got it? After this, second adjustment is over. Now we'll go to third adjustment. What is third adjustment? Suspense account debit 2,000. In trial balance, suspense account is credit 2,000. Observe. Credit of 2,000 is there, suspense. Now I will debit it. Suspense will become 0. It will not appear anywhere. If it was still there, if it was debit balance, I would have written as asset in balance sheet. If it was credit balance, I would have written it as liability in balance sheet. Understood? What's after that? Sales return. Sales is credit. Sales return should be debit. But we are crediting sales return. And this sales return I would have to decrease. Am I right? It was wrongly recorded in sales return, no 1,000. So come on here. My sales return is 99. From that I'll eliminate 1,000, which is rectification. Sales return will become 98,000. 22 lakh minus 98. 21 lakh 2,000. Got it? Next, purchase return is also there, credit 1,000. Purchases should be debited. Purchase return should be usually credited. There is 1,000 of purchase return which is not recorded. I would have to increase my purchase return by 1,000. Got it? Observe, purchase return was 69. I will add 1,000 to it to make it 70,000. It was 1,000 rupees of purchase return wrongly entered in sales return. Sales return is increased by 1. I decrease sales return by 1. Purchase return is decreased by 1. So I'll increase it by 1. Understood this adjustment? One last adjustment is pending. Prepaid expense to expense. 6,000 of expense is actually not expense. It is prepaid expense. Come to P&L account. From expenses, I'll eliminate rectification number 4, 6,000 because it is prepaid expense. How much will expense become? 50 minus 12, sorry, 50 plus 12, 62. 62 minus 6, 56. And this 6,000 is prepaid expense. It will appear in the balance sheet as asset. Prepaid expense 6,000. By this, we are done with all the 4 adjustments. We are ready to close our trading P&L and balance sheet. Come to trading, determine our GP. Before that, purchase 16 lakh minus 70, 15 lakh 30 plus 16, 15 lakh 46. 21 lakh 2 plus 1, 22 lakh 2,000. 22 lakh 2,000 minus 16 lakh 6,000. ಎಷ್ಟಾಗುತ್ತೆ GP? Balancing figure. 5 lakh. 5,96,000 is GP. That will be brought down to P&L. In P&L, I will find net profit. 596 plus 20 plus 20. 40 if you add 6,36,000. From 6,36,000, we will deduct 6,24,000, 6,12,000. From 6,12,000, if you deduct 6 lakh. 6 lakh minus 56, 5,44,000. 5,44,000 will become our net profit. This net profit will be, yeah, will be taken to capital. Add it to capital. Shall I add it to capital? 5,44,000. I'll add it to my capital here. Now tell me how much is the closing capital. 6 lakh minus 58. 5,42,000. 5,42,000 plus 5,44,000. 10,86,000. 10,86,000 plus 8. 10,94,000. 10,94,000 plus 2,36,000 is 12,60,000. Sorry, 13,30,000. Take the total on the asset side. 330 plus 250 plus 2 lakh plus 5 plus 250 plus 20 plus 169 plus 1 lakh plus 6. Do you get 13,30,000? Ta-da! 13,30,000. This is the solution to question on final accounts with rectification of errors. Understood? Very good. Now we'll go to sole proprietor's incomplete records. Shall we? Final accounts of sole proprietor done. Incomplete records. Are you ready to do incomplete records? I'll give you a quick overview of incomplete records. Will not take too much time. And maybe after incomplete records, if you want, we can take a break. Yeah, Srikanth had asked one doubt. Srikanth's doubt for second one. Hey, second one is the most easiest entry, Srikanth. There is a purchase of 16,000 which is completely omitted. So the entry is purchase account debit to creditors. Okay. Can I go to next one? Start Henry, incomplete records. Very good. Come on. Let's start with the topic of incomplete records. Are you ready? Yenaito? We'll finish incomplete records and then take a break. When you feel like giving up is the exact point of time when you should not give up. Even I feel like stopping. Lot of times it will happen like, not just now, here at least you have people around you. When you're studying at home also, when there is a 20-30 days left, right now you feel like, hey, I should do CA foundation, all that motivation and all. When you sit to study and then you start studying, no, you feel like, hey, you feel like doing everything other than studying. Just staring at the wall looks exciting, playing on the phone, some random thing. That TV serial what mom will watch also will become exciting. Otherwise, you actually don't watch. You feel like anything else is exciting other than studying. You feel like doing. That is the exact point of time where you should discipline yourself to sit and study. That is the deciding moment. Now you have 30 days left. You can feel like getting up and doing something else. Okay, 22 days left. Aitappa, 20 days left. It is not about that precision. Listen, if in case you choose to get up and not study for 1 hour, 1.5 hours and taking a break, no. ಆಮೇಲೆ 3 ತಿಂಗಳು ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಓದಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಇವಾಗ 1 ಅವರ್ ಕುತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಬೇಜಾರಾದ್ರೆ 3 ತಿಂಗಳು ಕುತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಜಾರಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ಸೊ sit there and then study. Let's see what will happen. ಸಾಯ್ತೀರಾ? ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ತೀನಿ. I've never seen till date that some student was sitting and studying and then suddenly died. No. I've seen someone was riding the vehicle and died. I've seen someone was, jumping from the top of the hill, died. Someone was riding the car, died. I've seen people someone was eating and then they got choked and then died. I've seen different things, but I've never seen someone who was a comment box will comment I've never seen someone who was studying and died. I've not seen. So the easiest way to stay alive is study. Sit and study. Let's see maximum ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಓದಿದ್ರೆ ಪಾಸ್ ಆಗ್ತೀನಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸರ್ ನಾನು ಪಾಸ್ ಆಗ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. You get what I'm trying to tell? Sir, pass ಆದರೆ marks ಏನು sir difference ಅಂದ್ರೆ hey, I'll tell you straight benefits. If in case you fail by 1 attempt, no, 3 months if you delay, 3 months right now you're feeling it's not a big deal. Becoming a chartered accountant 3 months early is very important. On an average right now people earn 1 lakh a month. On an average chartered accountant, 3 months salary is 3 lakh rupees. You understand money better than me. Becoming chartered accountant 3 months early is 3 lakh rupees. If you choose to say, get up and then go around and then laze around for half an hour, no, or 1 hour, the cost of that might be 3 lakh rupees. Sir, PD sir, adi avagina 4 ವರ್ಷ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ. Okay, let's talk immediate benefits. If in case you clear CA foundation with 350 plus marks out of 400 or 300 plus marks, if I think, okay, straight away you will get 10% off on CA intermediate fees at the academy. 15%, huh? 50% if you score how much? 350 plus. So immediate benefits, yeah, I'm telling you, 20 days ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ. Fees how much? Inter fees I don't know exactly. 69,000. Do 69,000 into 50%? 34,500 rupees can be saved with 22 days of effort. Divided by 22. Divided by 22. How much? How much per day? 1,560 rupees. In order to earn 1,560 rupees, no, auto driver dinapurti auto odasbeku. 1,560 rupees if you have to earn, you would have to ride an auto for an entire day. You get it? Lot of people, they don't earn 1,560 rupees per day. They are earning. Just imagine your parents' salary. Compare. Do your parents earn 1,500 rupees a day? No. But you have a golden opportunity to earn 1,500 rupees every day. Yeah, see, I am not talking about anything in thin air. No, I'm talking about something very true. So if you can dedicate these 20 days, not for my sake, not for your parents' sake, not for your sake. Firstly, money. Secondly, when you walk into that CA intermediate class, no. If you walk with 201, 202, 205 out of 400, you have passed foundation. But you know, yellow by mistake pass out. There was a very good chance of failing the exam and then sitting for the exam once again. So you believe that everyone in the room is smarter than you. And you don't deserve to sit there. Though you pay the fees and sit there, though you have every right to sit, though institute has called you a successful CA foundation candidate and made you sit there, you will still feel like you don't deserve to sit there. You're sitting there by luck. Someone has put some grace on you. Ello ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ ಪುಣ್ಯದಿಂದ ಪಾಸ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. You never feel like you deserve it. And you always feel that ನಂಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡು, ಇದು ಕಷ್ಟ ಇದೆ, ಯಾಕೆ I didn't deservedly cleared foundation. No, you don't feel like wholehearted inter-student. When you walk into that room with 350, 360, no, you feel like I have every right to sit there. Every idiot in the class is not smarter than me. I am the most smartest ass in this class. You would feel that. You sit on the desk, no, you feel like you are the representative of the class. That should be there. That ego is required. You bring that. I'll break it there, but you bring it. You bring it. Yeah. So you should walk in with that. So you are at no one's mercy. Get it? No one is doing a favor to you by making you pass the exam. You deserve it, you earn it, you take it both hands and then commit. You get what I'm trying to tell? So we are not aiming for 200, 201, 202, 203. People who are earning 5,000, 6,000 rupees salary, no. They're not highly motivated to work. They do it because they would have to work. Just imagine someone who's earning crores of money, lakhs of money. They do it with lot of passion. Why? They know that they're making that difference. You get it? So you have to believe that you're doing something big. When you're playing 98, 99, you play with that full aggression on each run. When you're playing one run, second run, third run, when you are scoring 8 runs, you play, every run is not celebrated. You get it? So imagine you're running that last few runs to make your century happen. Your preparation for your CA foundation September exam is not starting today. It didn't start yesterday. It started months ago. It started months ago. Sitting in the class for 5 hours for all those months is actually effort. You put in lot of effort. You know lot of content. If you're downloading one file onto your laptop, no, 99% download agide. Already 99% download. Last 20 days stretch is there. In this stretch, no, don't play with internet cable. Stay connected. Don't open multiple tabs. Let's say you open one tab, 99% on file download agide. Will you open multiple tabs, close and then play? No, like, hey, don't touch the system. Internet connection full. Bere ಏನು touch ಮಾಡಿ. Why? 100% ಆಗೋಗಿ. So that last 1% is pending. That is this 20 days. Don't try to do anything new. And don't lose hope and then confidence. Stay there. Don't become lazy now, newly. Give all that you can. It's okay if it takes one bottle of blood. Give it. Get what I'm trying to tell? So let's see. Let's sit. No, if you're getting bored, get bored. No. Get bored. It's not going to be very, very interesting. Any highly paying job is not very exciting and interesting. It has to go through a very boring phase only. You get it? I understand it is boring. What should you do? Should not get bored. Get it? Now people are not sparing Virat Kohli, people are not sparing Narendra Modi also. They comment about them. They can get disappointed, but they continue to do their work gracefully. Why? They choose not to get disappointed. Can they get disappointed reading negative comments? Yeah, they can. But do they? No, they don't. Why? Their purpose is more important than what people are thinking. They know what they're doing is right. So I'm telling you, you should know that what you're doing is right. And what you're doing is something very big and something very great. So don't let these small things, disappointment to laziness, so ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೊತ್ತು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ, let's go meet friend, let us watch 3-2, let us play a game. All of this should not distract you now. Don't lose focus in the last stretch. Run fast, run hungry, run crazily, and you will win the race. You get that? So don't lose focus. Shall we do incomplete records? Very good. Come on. Incomplete records. What do you mean by incomplete records? See, usually we should maintain accounts under double entry system. So what have they done? They have not maintained under double entry system. They have maintained incomplete records. Meaning they have not written debtors account, creditors account, cash account illa bardila. If I am doing business, what do? I'll write all the cash received, cash paid, I'll write in one book. How much ever money you are supposed to pay, I write in one book. Assets I purchase, I write in one book. Ashte. I don't maintain complete records. At the end of there, I want to know my profit. I am tea uncle, tea angdi uncle. What do? Whenever I give cash, whenever I receive cash, I write in one small book. Cash received plus, paid minus. Let's say Manu comes to my shop and then drinks tea and then he doesn't pay money, I'll write Manu 10 rupees. Manoj comes, Manoj 10 rupees. So money that is supposed to be received, I'll write. If I buy one tea patre, all of that, I'll write whatever I want. I don't pass journal entries. If I know journal entries, ledger and everything, most are some look. Why would I write, why would I open tea shop and earn lakhs of rupees? So I'm an illiterate. So what I'm doing? I'm doing tea shop. You get what I'm trying to tell? So you have become a chartered accountant. I will come to you and then say, I want to know my profitability at the end of the year. I want to know my profitability at the end of the year. When I say, please tell me how much profit have I made, I want to know. Then you will say, sir, you have not maintained proper books of accounts. You should do double entry system. You should pass journal entry. We should do ledger. Then we should do trial balance. Then we should do balance sheet. I'll ask how much time. You will say, sir, I would take roughly about, see, every day there are hundreds of transactions. In a month, there are thousands of transactions. In a year, there is 10,000 plus transaction. So many journal entries you should pass. So many ledger accounts you should prepare. So such a big trial balance and then final accounts. Tell me how many days will you take to do it? You take week, no, minimum week or 2 weeks, even if you use software. So 1 week as a chartered accountant, if you're going to spend on doing that accounting, how much fees will you charge? 1.5 lakh ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ. Correct? I will say, oh, 1.5 lakh is my 1 month profit. Why will I give so much? I won't be ready to pay so much money. To tell me how much profit I made, you are charging 1.5 lakh. I'm a tea angry fellow. Will I give 1.5 lakh for maintaining accounts? I will say no. Then you should give me one cheaper solution. What will you say? Okay, see, I want only profit. I want to know how much profit I made. I don't want to know complete journal entry, trading go, GP, alla beda. I want to know only how much profit did I make. So I will say there is one cheap solution. What is that solution called? Statement of affairs method. What will you write? Statement of affairs method. How does this statement of affairs method work? You understand how capital flows. In your balance sheet, on the liability side, you write capital adjustments. Do you do that? How do you do that capital adjustment? Opening capital plus additional capital minus drawings plus profit is equal to closing capital. I'll repeat. Opening capital plus additional capital minus drawings plus profit is equal to closing capital. Correct? How do we find opening capital? Last year balance sheet. How do we find closing capital? By doing all of this. What you have as an idea is, you can think of a beautiful idea. What you'll say is, I know what assets I have. I have steel patre, I have cooker, I have stove, I have gas cylinder, I have glasses, I have tea pudi, coffee pudi, sakre dabba, angdi badge, advance kotro. All of this is there, no? All of this together will become my assets. We'll write all my assets in something which looks like balance sheet. We'll write all my assets in something which looks like balance sheet. If I have any liability, half packet I'm buying from one guy every day, I'm paying the money on at the end of the month. There is some liability. There is some electricity bill pending or something pending. You write all the assets, deduct all the liabilities, you'll find capital as balance in figure. Sir, isn't this balance sheet? No, we can't call it balance sheet. Actually, balance sheet should balance. Balance sheet will balance in figure. Here, what are we doing? We're writing all the assets, we're writing all the liabilities, on an estimated basis to find capital as balance same figure. To find capital as, if I do this at the beginning of the year, I will get opening capital. If I do this at the end of the year, I'll get closing capital. I repeat, on the opening date, you will take all my assets, write them, and then deduct the liabilities, you will get opening capital. On the closing date, you will write all my assets and then deduct the liabilities, you will get closing capital. When you write opening capital minus opening assets minus opening liabilities, you got opening capital. When you did closing assets minus closing liabilities, you got closing capital. Now, what is that format? Opening capital plus additional capital minus drawings plus profit is equal to closing capital. Opening capital gottu, closing capital gottu. You ask me how much additional capital did I would say bring in during that. I will tell. You ask me how much drawings did I make during there. I will tell. So we know everything. We'll find profit as balancing figure. You get this? This opening plus additional capital minus drawings plus profit is equal to closing. No. So this 4 items is on LHS. This is RHS. What is RHS? Closing capital. LHS is opening plus additional capital minus drawings plus profit. So I'll send these 3 items here. What are those 3 items? Closing capital minus opening minus additional plus drawings will be profit. This statement is called statement of profit or loss. No expense, no income. Statement of profit or loss is closing capital minus opening capital minus additional capital plus drawings. And that something which looks like balance sheet is called as statement of affairs method. And this system of determining the profit is called as statement of affairs method. Second one is preparing detailed double entry system based accounting. You get this? That is where we do trading, P&L and balance sheet. Here we do only statement of affairs. You understand? This conversion of single entry to double entry will be very similar to our final accounts of sole proprietor. Statement of affairs method is what I am going to explain something newly now. You got the overview of single entry system. Straight away, Fatafat will do one question from our September 2024 RTP. Is that okay? And entire incomplete records of chapter is there on YouTube for free viewing. If in case you already seen it, good. If in case you find it difficult, please ask me and share the link. Entire chapter, solution to all the questions with the concept. This is not what to say marathon revision. Regular class. This was put for the last time. You get it? So I can share the link of that entire incomplete records chapter to you. You can watch it if you want to. If you already know it and very comfortable, then very good. Got it? Because you have time as very less, be cautious with the time. Okay, now can I start with question from our material? Before that, please see this. How do we determine statement of profit? Closing minus additional plus opening, minus opening plus drawings. Got it? Pakka. If in case you don't remember this, opening plus additional minus drawings plus profit is equal to closing. Closing inge irutte. E mooru idella, e mooru, these 3 will be shifted from year to year. Opening is plus here, it will become minus. Additional is plus here, it will become minus. Closing drawings is minus, it will become plus. Logic artha aita? Very good. Come on, let's quickly see that question. So question is question number 12 answer. No, not 12. Which question is it? Incomplete records. There is no question in incomplete records. 11th one, 9th one or 11th one? One of them. What we solved was 8th. No, what we solved is 9. So the question is actually 11. Hey. What we solved was 9th. That was from final accounts. Incomplete records question is question number 11. Question number 11 is not final accounts of sole proprietor, it is incomplete records. Shall we solve the 11th one? Yeah, maybe after solving the 11th one, if you want, I'll give a break. Even I'm feeling very hungry. Yeah, bekadre. Illa sir, now kutkoltivi sir, we are agitated. Anu parvagilla. I'll stay hungry. If that will give you 4 marks more, upvasa madak ready na. You know? Hey, energy go upvasakku sambandha illa. Hungry, stomach growling ashte. If in case I don't eat, the fat in the body starts burning. ಸರ್ ಹಾಗೇನೆ ಸರ್ ಸ್ಲಿಮ್ ಆಗೋದು ಹಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅಸಿಡಿಟಿ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ, ಹುಷಾರು. Ready? Come on guys, let's now solve question number 11 from our September 2024 RTP of CA Foundation Accounting. This question is on incomplete records. Are you ready? Start ready. Shivam Enterprises maintains their books of accounts under single entry. Ayyo papa, single ante. What will we do? If we have too much of money and time, we don't mind converting that single entry to double entry. If they say immediate agbeku, then we'll do affairs. I mean, sorry, statement of affairs method. You get that? So let's see, what do they want us to do? They've given balance sheet, previous years. Okay, come to the end of the question. What do they want? Naven madbeku. Our single adre. You are required to prepare trading and P&L account and balance sheet. Oh, we are converting that single entry to double entry. Congratulations, brother. We will convert single entry to double entry system. Shall we do it? Okay. Begin with the first item and go on posting it. Same like final accounts of sole proprietor. Keep trading P&L and balance sheet open. If there is an item with adjustment, please open ledger account. Otherwise, post it straight to the respective place. To begin with, I have capital of 6,75,000. This would go to our closing balance sheet, but I would write it in inner column. Why? To this, I am supposed to add my current year profit, add additional capital, deduct drawings if there is any. So I would write in my trading account, sorry, in my balance sheet, capital. Baritini. My God, if I would have not corrected my statement in that span and would have been quiet for 10 more seconds, I would have been in hospital. Reason for the injury, by mistake opening capital ಗೆ opening stock ಅಂದೆ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಲಾಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಯಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಸರ್, ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಓಕೆ, ಸಾಯಿಸ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೊಡೆದಿದ್ದು. ಯಾ ಹೊಡಿಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ನು ಸಾಯಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ರು, ನಂದ ತಪ್ಪು. Trade creditors 7,57,500. Where do we write this trade creditors? We'll write it again in the balance sheet as liability. Hey, but this is opening trade creditors. During the year, there would be some purchases, there would be some payment. So we'll open one ledger for trade creditors. And there I would write purchase, payment, and then identify the closing balance. So for now, I'll open one trade creditors ledger. Trade creditors is liability, opening balance on the credit side. So opening ledger is the easiest and simplest thing that you can ever do. These do ledgers in NPO, final accounts, partnership, and incomplete records. Don't skip. Doing ledgers will save time. I mean it. Yeah, 3 months. Balance brought down 7,57,500. After this, we have outstanding expenses of 67,500. This is outstanding expense at the beginning of the year, not at the end of the year. Outstanding expense is liability. I'll open one expense ledger. Shall I open one expense ledger? I don't believe in writing expense paid plus outstanding minus opening outstanding, add, not that thing. Outstanding expense is liability. Opening liability balance in my expense ledger, I'll write on the credit side as balance brought down. Can I do that? Come on, let's go to expense ledger. On the credit side in expense ledger, I will write by balance brought down. How much is opening? 67,500. Did you all get it? After I write this 67,500, now I'll go to asset side. Furniture and fixtures is 1,50,000. Now, is there any purchase and sale of all of this? I don't think there is any. So I will write this in the asset side of the balance sheet, but I will choose to write in inner column. Why? There might be at least depreciation, alva. So in the balance sheet, I will write furniture and fixtures. Inner column 1,50,000. Did everyone get it? What is after this? There is stock. This is opening balance sheet. So this stock is opening stock. Sir, where will closing stock be given? After the balance sheet. Okay. So this opening stock of 9,50,000, this will go to trading account. I'll take this all the way to my trading account and write to opening stock 9,15,000. Did everyone understand this? Very good. Opening stock of 9,50,000. Then I have trade debtors of 3,12,000. Trade debtors of 3,12,000 is opening debtors. During the year, there will be sales, there will be discount, there can be bad debts, there can be collection from debtors. We have to do all of these adjustments, then write the closing balance of trade debtors to my balance sheet. So for now, what would I do? I'll open one ledger, and in that ledger, I'll write my debtors as an asset On the debit side, 3 lakh 12. I'll open trade debtors ledger. On the debit side, I'll write balance brought down 3 lakh 12,000. Did everyone understand? After 3 lakh 12,000 trade debtors, we have prepaid insurance of 3,000. Oh, careful. They've given insurance separately and they've not included it in expenses. So payment also they should write other expenses separately, insurance premium separately. If they give expenses together, we should split it into how much is insurance premium, how much is others. Got that? You should write it separate. What would I do? Prepaid insurance is asset. Prepaid insurance is asset. I will open one separate ledger called insurance account. And there I'll write it on the debit side as opening balance 3,000. I don't believe in plus minus adjustment. So I'd write here 2 balance brought down 3,000. Did you all get it? Very nice. Then last item, cash in hand at bank 1 lakh 20. I would open one cash account and write 1 lakh 20. But I will not do. You know why? They have given cash account. Yay! If they would have not given this, I was supposed to open the ledger. They've already given cash. See, this 1 lakh 20 is already written here. So I won't prepare cash book. Why am I not preparing cash book? They've already given cash book. Don't forget to say thank you. Thank you or say sayonara. No, not sayonara. Konnichiwa. Arigato. Arigato Shivam Enterprises. You just tell them. Then let's go to the next item. We have cash sales. How much is cash sales? 1 crore 10 lakh 70. Ashtu cost bandide. Sales agide alva. In our trading account, I will write credit side by Sales. Shall I write it? But Sales can be two types. One look cash Sales, inondu credit Sales. Now we know cash Sales. How much? 1 crore 10 lakh 70. Sir, can I assume credit Sales is 0? Hey, then why have they given debtors? Debtors is there, no. Ashtu Sundarvagi debtors is there. So that Sundari debtors is there means that there is credit sales. So don't write it as 0. We will identify it later. Just because you don't know doesn't mean that it's not there. What you don't know might still be there. Yeah. Receipts from trade debtors. How much is receipts from trade debtors? 27 lakh 75,000. When you receive so much money from debtors, in cash book it is receipt. In debtors account it is credit. Why? Debtors will reduce, am I right? So in my debtors account, I will write on the credit side. What will I write in my debtors account? By cash and bank. How much? Very good. 27 lakh 75,000. Sir, another place, cash account debit side, already written. So you don't have to write separately. Okay, now, after this 27 lakh 75, come to payments. Payment to trade creditors. How much did you pay to trade creditors? 1 crore 24 lakh 83,000. This is payment. In cash account, payment. In your creditors account, we should write debit side. This is like in cash account, I have written by trade creditors. In trade creditors account, I should write to cash. This is because the liability is decreasing. Okay. I'll write here 2 cash and bank. 1 crore 24 lakh 83,000. Artha aita? After this, Sundari expenses paid. Sundari, Sundari. See, they have not separately given insurance. Slightly be careful. Have they given separately insurance premium paid? What does that mean? This 9,31,050 will include insurance premium paid. 9,31,050 will include insurance premium. But we have opened 2 separate ledgers. One for expense, one for insurance. So we should split that. So I will not write 9,31,050 in the outer column. I will write it in inner column. 9,31,050 paid is not P&L account expense straight. Why? There is outstanding expense adjustment in that. And we have opened one separate ledger called expense ledger. In cash account, I have written by sundry expense. In sundry expense, I will write to cash and bank. I will write that 9,31,50, but in inner column. Why am I writing 9,31,50 in inner column? Because this includes insurance expense. Sir, now you told, how will I get to know? If you have done practice, you will get to know. Why? Here they have given 2 separate expense, one the outstanding expense, one the prepaid insurance. I did not tell that here. I told it here only that this adjustment will be there later. This comes by practice. You get it? If a bowler has bowled 3 bouncers, you will be always on the heels. No, you should know that there is a yorker down the lane. ಮೂರು ಬಾಲ್ ಅನ್ನು ನಾಲ್ಕನೇ ಬಾಲ್ ಯಾಕಾರ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ? ವೈ? ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಆನ್ ದ ಹೀಲ್ಸ್, ನೋ, ಟ್ರೈಂಗ್ ಟು ಪುಲ್ ದ ಬಾಲ್, hook the ball, hit it in the air. So your legs are in the air, your bat doesn't come down. ಒಂದು ಯಾಕಾರ ಹಾಕರೆ clean bird. Should be careful. ಯಾ ಮೂರು ಬೌನ್ಸರ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಯಾಕರ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಹುಷಾರಾಗಿರಿ. Sundry expenses 931.50 will not just include normal sundry expense, it will also include insurance premium. I have opened two separate ledgers, one for expense, one for insurance. I should eliminate that insurance premium from this 9,31,50 and write it in the insurance premium account. So I have written it in the inner column. Everyone understood now? You will ask me now if you don't understand something. Drawings is 3,60,000. Drawings of 3,60,000 is money withdrawn for personal purpose. It is reduced in cash. It should be reduced from capital. So I don't know my capital closing balance yet. That has to be found after deducting this only. From my capital, I'll do less drawings. How much is the drawings? 3,60,000. Sir, can I write outside what is the closing balance? No, wait. But I have to still adjust for profit. Okay, there might be no additional capital, but there will be definitely profit or loss. Not necessarily profit or loss. Okay, now. Then cash in hand. This is closing cash balance. Where would I write this closing cash balance of 1,90,950? Very good. I'll write this in the balance sheet. Where would I write it? Balance sheet, cash and bank, 1,90,950. Understood? Very good. Now we're done with balance sheet as well as cash and bank account. We have little bit of the question pending. You read this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you will be done with the answer. Always remember, solve the question in the order. Read the first line of the question, right? Read the second line of the question and write. Don't read full question and then mess up. Agodilla. Line to line reading, line to line posting. Line to line reading, line to line posting. I have not read the complete question, so my answer is incomplete. The moment I read this last adjustment sales full stop, my answer will be ready. I only would have to find balance and figures. Are you getting it? This is how the answer should flow. If not, you will not know what you have solved and what you have not solved. Come on, first adjustment. Discount allowed to trade debtors and received from trade creditors amounted to 54,000 and 42,500 with Maryadi. Andre 54,000 is discount allowed, discount received is 42,500. First focus on 54,000. How much is the discount? 54,000. 54,000 what we allowed as a discount. What is the journal entry? Discount allowed is expense. Discount allowed account debit to debtors. What is the entry? Discount allowed account debit to trade debtors account. Discount allowed account debit to debtors account. So what would I do in my debtors account? In my debtors account, debtors will decrease. I'll write by discount allowed 54,000. And this 54,000 of discount allowed is expense. It should come in P&L account as expense. I'll take you all to my P&L account. In my P&L account, I'll write not in trading, okay, P&L. I'll write expense, discount allowed. How much? 54,000. In the same adjustment, they've given one more. Discount received is 42,500. Discount allowed is expense. Discount received is income. Sir, same line? No. Illi GP baratte. You get this? I'll write one line below. Discount received. How much? 42,500. Did you understand? Discount received is income. What is the journal entry for discount received? Discount received is credited. Debit will be creditors. Journal entry is creditors account debit to discount received. Okay, discount received is posted to P&L. Now I should write in my creditors account. Creditors. Illi creditors. I am supposed to pay my creditors 7,57,500. I paid 1,24,83,000. Because I paid so much, they give me discount. How much? 42,500. Understood this? Sir, you know question pay madadi. There is purchase. We will find it later. And we should also find closing balance. There are two items still waiting. Okay, na? Amele. Come to the next adjustment. Annual fire insurance premium is 5,000. Every year, how much is the fire insurance premium? 9,000. Was paid every year on 1st of August. Annual means you are paying for 12 months. But you are not paying on 1st of April. You are paying on 1st of August. If you pay on 1st of August, you will pay till 31st of July. If you pay on 1st of August, you will pay till 31st of July. Year ends in March. April, May, June, July. 4 months is prepaid. 4 months is understood. 9,000 is for how many months? 12 months. In that, how many months prepaid? 4. Do 9,000 into 4 by 12. 3,000. 3,000 you understood. That is the reason in the balance sheet prepaid insurance is 3,000. Last year also we paid in August. Last year also we paid in August. Last year till March, okay. This year's April, May, June, July was paid last year. So last year it was prepaid insurance. For the current year it was opening prepaid. This year in August again I paid for 12 months. So means I paid for next 4 months. So opening prepaid insurance is 3,000. Closing prepaid insurance is also 3,000. Payment is 9,000. Expense is 9,000. Did you understand this? Okay. That 9,000 whatever is paid, no, that is already included in this 9,31,050. 9,31,050 sundry expense paid includes insurance premium paid. 9,31,050 sundry expense paid will actually include insurance premium paid. So yen madodu illi expenses I have written to cash and bank 93150. I would deduct insurance premium of 9 and write here 9,22,050. This 9,000 I would write it as to cash and bank in insurance account. This is opening prepaid. I'll write to cash and bank 9,000. What is the entry when insurance premium is paid? Insurance premium account debit to cash. We had written expense account debit to cash. So from expense I changed it to insurance premium. Okay. This is paid from what date to what date? 1st of August this year to 31st of July next year. So there is prepaid insurance within this. How much is prepaid insurance in this? April to July. Alva. April, May, June, July. 4 months. 9,000 into 4 by 12. 3,000. Everyone understood this? We'd have to find the balancing figure and that will be expense that should be posted to P&L, but I will not do that. I will only do how much is told in the question. This is extra. This will do closing later. Once we finish everything that's given in the question, then I'll do my extra. Now extra madbaaru. Now ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. You get what I'm trying to tell? Yes or no? You will like, sir, I know how to close it, but don't close. Don't close. Order is important. ಇಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಇಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ ಬರಿಬೇಕು. Remaining later. You get what I'm trying to tell? Yes. Because these two adjustments are also there. What if there is one more adjustment relating to insurance? If you close this ledger here, then you don't have space to adjust that. But if you wait, you can adjust it. Artha aita? Yeah, it's like this engagement ಆಗೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು. Wait, order is important. Time. You get what I'm trying to do? Sorry, trying to tell? ಅಷ್ಟೇ. Order is very important. Don't skip things. ಯಾರು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಾಮಕರಣ ಮಾಡಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮದುವೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು careful. Order is very, very important. Yeah. So wait, play the game of patience. It will always give you good results. Life will be happy. Read yeah. Furniture and fixtures were subject to depreciation at 15% per annum WDV. We are doing it for 1 year. WDV adrenu SLM adrenu. If you are doing it for 2-3 years, then it will matter. Whatever value is given, we'll assume that to be original cost. How much depreciation? 15%. Come to the question. Come to balance sheet. In fact, how much is furniture? 1,50,000. This is original cost. This is WDV for us. On this, compute 15% depreciation and deduct it. 1,50,000 into 15%. 22,500. We'll get 1,27,500 as closing balance. This 22,500 asset reduced. Fixed asset account credit over. Debit depreciation. I should write in P&L account. So let me take you to P&L account. In P&L account, I'll make you write depreciation account 22,500. How much here? 22,500. Did you understand why I wrote 22,500 here? Is everyone clear? After this depreciation 22,500, come to the next item. Following are the balances. What balances are there? Stock 9,75,000. What stock is this? Closing stock. Where do you rate this stock? In trading account credit side and in balance sheet asset side. Let me write in my trading account on the credit side. Closing stock 9,75,000. Understood? I would write this closing stock again in my balance sheet. Shall I write in balance sheet? In balance sheet, I would write stock. How much? 9,75,000. Understood this? Pakka? After stock, trade debtors 3,43,000 closing balance. Come to trade debtors account. I will write balance carried down 3,43,000. Sir, sales balance and figure. Not now, later. 3,43,000 you wrote here. Write in balance sheet also. We forgot one item. We forgot to write insurance prepaid. We should have written 343. We wrote no trade debtors. Prepaid insurance. We wrote no closing. 3,000. I forgot to write in balance sheet asset side. I'll write that also. Prepaid insurance 3,000. ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. Don't worry. But I should have written. Sorry. Okay, now 3,000. Yes. After that, then we have outstanding expenses. 55,200. 55,200 is outstanding expense at the end of the year. In my balance sheet, I'll write on the liability side, outstanding expenses 55,200. Balance sheet liability. I would write this also in my expense account. Come to expense account. Expense. Opening liability, credit side. Closing liability, which side? Very good. In my expense account on the debit side, I'll write 2 balance carried on 55,200. 2 balance carried down 55,200. Did it make sense? After that, what do we have? Gross profit is to be maintained at 10% on total sales. Total sales mele GPS to 10%. Come to our trading account. In our trading account, we have sales, no? On that, I should put 10% to apply, arrive at my GP. How much? 10%. But I don't know sales. Credit sales gottilla. So total sales gottilla. So GP gottilla. Sir, GP is balance and figure. Not in all the cases. In this question, you might find GP using sales and purchase might be found as balance and figure. Sir, how do you say that? Logic. Yochne madi. In debtors account, they have given closing balance. Sales can be found as balance and figure. In creditors account, I told you then only 2 items are missing. Purchase is missing. Closing balance is also missing. One item miss adre balance and figure you can find. 2 items miss adre you can't find. If one item is missing, you can find balance and figure. In trade creditors account, purchase is also not given. Closing balance is also not given. So don't worry. You don't have to think so much. Orderly, if you go on doing, you will get the answer. So I've written so much. Now the question is over. Shall I start with the answer? Very good. Now closing balance and figures. So in our trading account, we can't close and identify GP. Why? We have purchases missing. We have purchases missing, GP missing, credit sales missing. So I can't close trading account. So I can't close P&L account. If I can't close P&L account, I can't close balance sheet. Here I should add net profit, which I don't know. So keep trading P&L balance sheet pending. Come to ledger accounts one at a time. Trade creditors. There are 2 items missing. One is purchase, second one is closing. 2 items missing, I can't find balance and figure. Skip, go to next item. If there was only 1 item missing, I could have found. But there are 2 items missing. So go to next item. Expense. Opening balance is there. Expense for the year is there. Sorry, expense paid is there. Closing balance is there. I can find P&L account. Balance of expense to be transferred to P&L account is how much? 9,77,500 minus 67,250. 9,09,750. This is the expense for the year after adjusting prepaid and outstanding. If you would have not done this ledger, no, you know what you should have done? 9,31,050 minus 9,000 plus 55,200 minus 67,500. It is irritating. And all the 4 items or 5 items what we saw, it's not there at one place. It's there at 5 different places. Then how do you do? It will become, chances of you doing wrong is more. No, I can do. Because I would have done this question before. I would have done this question several times before. So I know in this question, insurance premium adjustment is the when I do it. So I can do. What I do, you should not do. Why? In the exam question paper question, even I don't know what will come. You are seeing it for the first time. And that should be the last time also. So don't take chance, do ledger account. You understand why am I telling ledger? Even if there is surprise, there is room for surprise to be accommodated in ledger. If you do plus minus, if there is a surprise adjustment, you don't know what to do there. You might have closed the adjustment and then you get to know that there is one more item to be adjusted. Then you should reopen that. Instead, keep the ledger open till the end and then adjust. Okay. So let me write this 9,09,750 in my P&L account debit side. Shall I? Come to P&L account. On the debit side, I'll write to expenses. 9,09,750. Is that okay? Come back. Expense ledger is closed. Come to trade debtors. Opening is there, cash received is there, discount is there, closing is there. Only item missing is, very good. Can I find sales as balance and figure? This is not cash sales, huh? This is credit sales. Tell me how much is the total here? 3172 minus 3,12,000 comes to 28,60,000. In debtors account, I have written 2 sales. Shall I write this in my trading account? Come on, let's go to trading account. In trading account, I'll write sales 28 lakh 60. Total 1 crore 39 lakh 30,000. Sir, GP, don't find order. Go back there. Amel Barbekilige. You are in the order, no? Don't go to GP. If you go to GP, you don't know which ledger did you leave at. So go back to debtors account. Trade debtors. Come back to trade debtors. Trade debtors is over. Now come to insurance. Insurance. Opening is there, paid is there, closing is there. Identify the current year expense to be transferred to P&L, which is 9,000. In your insurance, you wrote by P&L. Come to P&L and write to insurance 9,000. All the ledgers in the order is over. Now again start from the top. You go like this and again you come right. Full you go to the end. Now again come back to the top. This time we'll finish everything. Trading account only, everything is there except two purchases and gross profit. Am I right? GP you can find 10% of sales. 10% of 1 crore 39 lakh 30, which is 13 lakh 93,000. Am I right? Can I find purchases balance and figure because rest of the things are there? Find purchases balance and figure. Here total is 1 crore 49 lakh 5. From that deduct 13 lakh 93 and 9 lakh 15. 1 crore 25 lakh 97,000. This is both cash purchase and credit purchase. I don't know how much is cash purchase, but I'll take cash purchase as 0. Sir, why? Very simple. If cash purchase is there, in cash account they would have given payment side. In cash account, in the payment side, is there payment for cash purchase? No. So cash purchase is 0. Sir, what if they've purchased but not paid immediately? Adinne credit purchase annadu. Correct halva. So cash purchase is 0. Okay, sir. Now tell me how much is credit purchase in that case. Same. 1 crore 25 lakh 97,000. This is balance figure. Am I right? Correct. In trading account, I wrote credit purchase as 1 crore 2597. Where do you have to write this now? Creditors account. Come to trade creditors. I'll write here purchases as 1 crore 25 lakh 97,000. Did you understand this? Now, shall I find this balance carried down? Do it. Last lecture. Very close again. 125.97 plus 757 500. Write this. Identify my trade creditors. 8 lakh. This is closing trade creditors. Write this in the balance sheet as trade creditors 8 lakh 29,000. Only item missing is net profit. GP is also closed. Write GP of 1393 here and add it with this to find my net profit as balancing figure, which would come to 440,250. Add that 440,250 to capital to find the closing capital. 7 lakh 55,250. Take the total on the liability side. 755,250 plus 55,200 plus 8 lakh 29,000. How much do we get? 16 lakh 39,450. Also check the total on the asset side. 16 lakh 39,450 and yes, our balance sheet tally. Did you understand how to complete the incomplete records? Very good. Ate friends, any doubts in incomplete records? Anything that's in specific that you would want me to talk about? Oh, maja madi. Trading up yella. Eradu torusti. I'll make it little zoomed out and then you can see the entire thing at once. Okay, people who are watching it online, did you understand journal entry for adding purchase to closing stock? Hey, we don't add purchases to closing stock, yeah? We don't add purchases to closing stock. We add purchases to opening stock to find closing stock. Which, okay, if that purchases missed out, then just add it to closing stock. Inventory chapter madidvalla. Hage. Break tagollena, otte hasita ide. Can we take break? Shall we take break? Okay, it's about 12:40. Let's take a break. See you all in the class by 1:15. 1:15. Half an hour. Here. Okay. 1 o'clock 15 minutes. When we come back, let's do NPO. After NPO, let's do partnership. After NPO and partnership, let's take another break. Too late. Let's see. After NPO and partnership, let's take a break and post that, let's start company accounts. ಇನ್ನೇನಾದರೂ ಉಳಿದಿರುತ್ತಾ? ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ವ, NPO ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಕಂಪನಿ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಂತೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. Okay, that's okay. Let's take a break, guys. See you all. I'll share this entire PDF to you people later, but if you want to take any part of this copy, you do it. Yeah, see you. People who are watching it live on YouTube, I will stop the streaming and I'll start it again by 1:50. Can I do it in 5 hours? So I'll give you an overview, Pakka, and if in case you have any specific doubt, you please do ask. I'll do it. Okay, now. Are you disappointed with marathon revision? Are you like your expectations were much higher? It is not met types? No? Happy? Able to give an overview? Okay. ಕಡ್ಲೆಕಾಯಿ ತಿಂತ ಅವ್ರು ನೋಡಿ ಕಡ್ಲೆಕಾಯಿ ತಂದು ಕೊಟ್ರು, ತಿಂತಾ ಇರಿ ಸರ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಯಾ ಪ್ರೊಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆನ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. So next break is after finishing partnership and NPO. First NPO, then partnership. Hopefully around 4:35 we should take one break. When we come back, we'll do company accounts and we'll wind it up for the day. Anaita. Only for foundation. Yes. Yes, there you go. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to CA Foundation Marathon Revision. We were discussing the topic of incomplete records before break. There we go. Now we're continuing with not-for-profit organization, NPO. Similar lines with that of final accounts of sole proprietor and incomplete records. The concept will remain the same. I'll tell you the amount of difference. When you usually do sole proprietorship or incomplete records, you start the business with an intention of making profit. However, when you talk about not-for-profit organization, the name all by itself is stating it is created not for profit. The objective is not to make profit. Objective is to serve a purpose. Objective is to maybe work for an form of art, work for upliftment of a culture, work for upliftment of fight against some social events like illiteracy by creating one library, or to fight against to promote one specific form of sport like IPL. It is a BCCI is a not-for-profit organization. They are not doing it for the sake of profit. They are doing it to promote the culture of sport. They are doing it to promote cricket in India. When you pay ticket, it's not profit to them. Yeah, I am not kidding. I mean it when I say it. Okay, so to promote a specific form of art or sport, to fight against a social enemy, or to help a community, they create not-for-profit organization, hospital, or library, educational institution, college. All of these are not-for-profit organizations. This is slightly different from regular accounting. In regular accounting, we call cash book, we call cash account. Here the same thing is called as receipts and payment book or receipts and payment account. Here we prepare something called R&P. In receipts and payment account, what we do is we don't write particulars debit amount, particulars amount credit. No, we'll write receipt side, payment side, and it's not called as cash book. It's called as receipts and payment account. And in regular normal course, we prepare P&L account. We write particulars debit, particulars credit, and we write amount and we call it P&L account. We don't call it P&L account. We'll call it income and expenditure account. Credit side usually represents income, debit side represents expenditure. We write all the incomes on the credit, all the expenses on the debit. We call it income and expenditure account. We usually call profit. No, here we can't call profit. Why? It is not for profit. So we call it as excess of income over expense. What is it called as? Yes, one word for it is surplus. What is one word answer for it? Surplus. The other way of saying it is called as, I would say, surplus. The one way of saying it is surplus, other way of saying it is excess of income over expense. I'm just opening it. Excess of income over expense is the other way of saying the same thing. Sunday debtors and family, please drop a message. I'll share another separate video later. Is that okay? About 20-30 minutes video, because now we've moved into another chapter. If at the end, if time permits, I don't mind doing it. I forgot then. Sorry. I told I'll teach you the debtors, provision, bad debts part. We moved on to the next topic, so I told sorry. If at then time permits, I'll pakka. Not intentionally skipped. Okay, sorry. Yeah. So good student. Someone remembers that I skipped it. Sorry, you skipped. Yeah. Then cash book will be replaced with receipts and payment account, and P&L account will be replaced with income and expenditure account. What will you replace your P&L account with? Income and expenditure. Other name for profit is excess of income over expense, or it's also called as surplus. Other name for loss, or the name that is used here, is excess of expense over income, or it's also called as deficit. And balance sheet will be balance sheet. Capital will be determined, or capital will be called as capital fund. This is the only point of difference. Rest everything is same. You need to use the same accrual concept of accounting for doing accounting here also. Prepaid and outstanding items should not appear in income and expenditure. They should appear in balance sheet. Only the current year income or current year expense should come in your income and expenditure. The next very small point to remember is with regard to certain incomes what is received, or certain contributions what is received. Instead of treating it as revenue, it can be capitalized. They will tell donations should be capitalized, entry fees should be capitalized. Meaning, if they say capitalize, it means don't treat it as revenue income, take it to your balance sheet as capital fund. And here we do something called as fund based approach. What do we follow? Fund based approach. Usually when you start business, you contribute capital and they do business and they give profit. Fund based approach means I will give fund. Let's say you're running one library. I want you to open one commerce section where all the commerce books are kept. So to your library, I'll contribute 10 lakh rupees to buy books for commerce, to make chairs, to build it completely. So whatever money I give, it's not for business. It is not capital. It is donation fund. So it's called as commerce development fund. So I give money. In your library society's books, you will write cash account or bank account debit to library society fund account. 10 lakh rupees will come to you. In the balance sheet, on the liability side, you will write a commerce development fund 10 lakh. That fund will be there. Using that cash, you will buy furniture, or you will buy books. Maybe you might install a couple of computers for people to use. That will be there. Those assets might vanish away. Over a period of time, they are depreciated, books are lost, computers stop working, desks are gone. But that fund will still be there forever. Are you getting it? That is like capital. And I won't expect anything in return. You use that fund, now you gave what to say, books on rent to some people and everything. Whatever the profit you are, surplus you are, in that give me 10%. I can't ask. Why? It is not for profit. So I contribute to fund without expecting anything in return. That is called contribution. If I expect something in return, it is called capital, it is called investment. It is not investment, it is donation. If you expect something in return, it is investment. If in case you give money to your friend, it's donation. You are not expecting it return from them. You understand difference, no? Lending money and donation. Nim friend yavaga ಒಂದು 10,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ಕೊಡು ಮಗ ಬರೋ ವಾರ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ that is donation given to your friend. You get it? Yeah. So that's the concept. And whenever you give money, don't expect it back. Only then you give. Otherwise, don't give. Okay. Did you understand the overview? Shall we quickly do question from RTP September 2024? Okay. Rest everything is usually learned by solving the problems. Bunny friends, let's solve RTP September 2024. Question on NPO. There are two questions on NPO if I'm not wrong, or only one. Only one, but they've tested two things. They've asked you, they've tested your knowledge on sports material, as well as they've tested your knowledge on that subscription account if I'm not wrong. Yeah, subscription. I won't teach you the way it's there in the material, but we'll get the same answer. We will not do it like how it's given in the material. In the material, they have not prepared ledger accounts. What have they done? They've done plus minus, but I will do it using ledger account. Is that fine? Yeah, Sanyam Club, question number 10. In fact, every other question you can try this way. I will share one playlist to you people which is called master question. On every chapter, one question which I find the most tricky one. Whatever I have solved, I'll share you a video solution to it. So if in case you find difficulty in any chapter, you are planning to skip that chapter. Before skipping that, just to do that question and go. Are you getting it? If you're planning to skip, I think some of you have it already. If not, you drop a message. I'll share. Whatever I told, I'll share. If I don't share, it's your responsibility. You drop a message and ask me, and I'll share it. Question? ಅದರದ್ದು ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕಿತ್ತಾ? Which part? Bills of exchange ಅಲ್ಲಿ? ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಿತ್ತು, ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಶೇರ್ ಇಟ್ ಟುಡೇ. ಒಂದು ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಹಾಕಬೇಕಿತ್ತು ನೆನೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ 2 ಗಂಟೆವರೆಗೆ ಎದ್ದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿಸ್. ಇಫ್ ವುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ಡ್ ಎ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಐ ವುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ ದೇರ್ ನೋಡ್ಲಿ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ಲಿ. ಅದು ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ಶಾಟ್ ತೆಗೆದುಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಓಕೆ. ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ವಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ 10? 10 ಅಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಸಬ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. 2 ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ದೇ ವಾಸ್ಟ್. Come on guys, let's now solve question number 10 from our September 2024 RTP of CA Foundation Accounting. This question is on financial statements for not-for-profit organizations, or in short, whatever you call as NPO. Okay, start. The following information of Messrs. Sanyam Club are related for the year ended 31st of March 2024. They have given something which looks like balance sheet, but it's not balance sheet. It's not balance sheet. It looks like balance sheet. It's an extract of balance sheet. Some data is available with regard to sports material, amount due for sports material, that is creditors, and subscription due and subscription received in advance. What is subscription? To your club, Sanyam Club. If someone has to come and utilize the club facilities, they should be your club member. How do they become your club member? They need to pay subscription fee, or what we can also call as membership fee. You need to collect it for each year. Some people are rich. They will pay next to 3 years subscription now only. Whatever it belongs to this year, you will write this year income and expenditure. Whatever belongs to next 2 years, you will write in balance sheet liability side. Next year, 1 more year is over, then you will transfer that year's subscription income to P&L. Again, that 1 more year's additional what you received will again stay in balance sheet, because it is pre-received income. Some people, they will say, sir, I will pay next year. So that will become accrued subscription or outstanding subscription like they mentioned here, which is your asset and income. We'll adjust that. But firstly, we'll come to the end of the question to see what do they want. Yeah, nimgen beku. They've told that they want us to calculate the amount of subscription and amount of sports material that will appear in income and expenditure account. Subscription amount that will appear in income and expenditure account is the extent to which subscription is earned during the year, irrespective whether it is received or not. What is the amount of subscription that will appear in income and expenditure account? Subscription income that is earned during the year, irrespective whether it is received or not. Sometimes we might have received more than that subscription income. Sometimes we might have not received our subscription income. We need to figure it out. To do this, I'll prepare subscription account. Then we have sports material. Sports material is asset. Sports material is, it should appear in balance sheet. Why is sports material appearing in income and expenditure account? Because some part of the sports material is consumed, some part of the sports material is utilized. It is like depreciation, but it's not a fixed asset to be charging depreciation. So what we do is, let's say if there is furniture, we'll charge depreciation. Sports material, what we do is, let's say in our Sanyam Club, we have badminton, table tennis, billiards, all of these are there. So we buy all the sports material. For badminton to play, we'll get that shuttle, we'll get the racket, we'll get the net and everything. Beginning of the year, there are 4 nets, about 10 rackets, and 2 boxes of shuttles are there. At the end of the year, 2 boxes of shuttles have become only 1 box of shuttle. 10 rackets have become 4 rackets. And then 4 nets are there. Only 1 net is proper. Then what happened? Someone in the remaining 3 nets, tumba holes ide anta ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು number of holes ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಹೋಲ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. In a net, if you make a hole, number of holes will reduce. Alva. So they did that. So it's only 1 row and 1 row, in between 1 big hole. So that's not fine now. So what will you do? Opening balance of sports material, closing balance of sports material. Difference is there? No. That is consumption of sports material, which is an expense in P&L, like depreciation. That is what they want us to find. We will do it. We'll open one simple ledger called sports material ledger. Right? Opening, closing, purchase, balancing figure is consumption. Then they also want us to show how will these items appear in balance sheet. Closing balances will appear in balance sheet. Subscription, if it is pre-received, liability. If it is not received, accrued. Sports material will be obviously asset. They want us to show it, how will it appear in the balance sheet. So come on, let's start opening ledger accounts and then post each item one at a time. Starting with stock of sports material. 75,000 is opening balance. 1,12,500 is closing balance. So I'll open one ledger called sports material account. In this ledger, I'll write debit side, to balance brought down. How much? 75,000. By balance carried down, 1,12,500. This 1,12,500 will appear in balance sheet. Am I right? Let's quickly go to balance sheet extract. This is not complete balance sheet, but extract. I'll write sports material 1,12,500. This is the closing balance of sports material. I didn't compute it, okay? They have themselves given that it is 1,12,500. Did everyone understand? After this, they have given amount to due for sports material. This is creditors. The person from whom we are buying sports material, no, to them in the beginning of the year you are supposed to pay 67,500. You are supposed to pay 97,500 at the end of the year. This is liability. Closing liability I'll write in the balance sheet here. Creditors for sports material 97,500. I'll open one separate ledger called creditors for sports material. This is creditors account. Why are we doing this? This is where we'll find purchase of sports material. Why do we want to find purchase of sports material? If you don't find purchase, how will you find consumption? To opening, you will add purchase, and to deduct closing, you will get consumption. Basically, in this ledger, I'll write purchase here, consumption will be balance and figure here. That consumption of sports material will go to income and expenditure. Understood? So I'll open creditors for sports material. It's a liability. Opening balance of liability on the credit side 67,500. Closing balance of liability on the debit side 97,500. Did you understand? Opening balance on the credit 67,500. Closing balance on the debit 97,500. Say something. Fantastic. After that we have subscription. Subscription due means what? We have earned this subscription, but the customer or that member has not yet paid. It is our asset. Asset opening balance debit side, closing balance credit side. No plus minus business. 11,250 in my subscription account. I'll write on the debit side to balance brought down 11,250. Opening subscription due. It is receivable asset. And in the same ledger, I'll write on the credit side by balance carried down. Closing subscription due 16,500. Did everyone understand this? And this 16,500 closing subscription due is asset. I would write it in my balance sheet. Subscription due 16,500. Got it? Then what do I have after that? I have subscription received in advance. How much subscription is received in advance? 9,000 and 5,250. 9,000 is opening, 5,250 is closing. You have received it in advance. Before even the year begins, you collected subscription money. This is liability. This is pre-received income. Next year subscription money received this year. Liability alva. Am I right? If he doesn't want to be the member in the next year, if he resigns this year, then you have to give the money back to him. So I would write in my subscription account, credit side, by balance brought down. Opening pre-received subscription 9,000. To balance carried on. Closing pre-received subscription 5,250. If they give subscription received, I'll find subscription income. If they give subscription income, I'll find subscription received. I don't have to remember which one to add, which one to less. If the subscription received is given, entry is cash to subscription. In subscription account, I'll write by receipts and payment or by cash. Here I'll write by receipts and payment. Income will automatically become balance and figure. If they give income, I'll write here that will become balance and figure. Amount received. If not, you'd have to remember this side. Sometimes this has to be added, this has to be deducted. Sometimes this has to be deducted, this has to be added. It depends what you start with. Questions can be receipts and payment given, income and expenditure to be prepared. Sometimes questions can be income and expenditure given, receipts and payment to be prepared. So let's not get into type 1 question, type 2 question, type 3. No, namgella onde type. Question kottiro type, answer ilzero type. Okay. Irrespective of what it is, we use debit credit logic. For us, there is no variety of questions in NPO. Everything is only one variety. Everyone is the same. Okay. Let's see the last part. Subscription received during the year 3,75,000. What is the entry for subscription received? Receipts and payment account debit to subscription income. In subscription income, I'll write by receipts and payment received during the year 3,75,000. Okay, if I find the balancing figure here, I'll get the subscription income for the year over. It will become easier than plus minus. Are you feeling it? Then I won't do it. I'll finish the rest of the question. Payment for sports material during the year 2,25,000. Payment for sports material means creditors account debit to receipts and payment. Am I right? In creditors account, I'll write by receipts and payment. Sorry, to receipts and payment. How much is paid? 2,25,000. In receipts and payment side, no, that's like credit side. In creditors account debit side, 2,25,000 is paid. Got it? Here I will find the balancing figure that will become purchase. I will put that purchase in sports material account. I will find the income and expenditure as balancing figure, which is consumption of sports material. Are you getting it? Then, is there anything else left in the question? No, question is over. Come on, let's complete our answer. Sports material account cannot be closed. Why? There are two items missing. One, purchase of sports material. When you purchase, you are not paying cash. It is credit purchase. So it will become sports material account debit to creditors for sports material account for purchase of sports material. I don't know this. Whatever is the difference is consumption of sports material, which is income and expenditure account. This also I don't know. I would have to find it. So two balancing figures in one ledger is not possible. So I'll go to creditors for sports material. Here, whatever I get as the balancing figure is purchase. See, I was supposed to pay them 67,500. I paid them 2,25,000. Still, I'm supposed to pay 97,500. Why? Because I purchased sports material from them. How much? 225 plus 97,500. 1,22,500. Sorry, 3,22,500 minus 67,500. What do we get? 2,55,000 worth of sports material is purchased during the year. 2,55,000 worth of sports material is purchased during the year. In creditors for sports material, I have written buy sports material. In sports material account, I'll write two creditors for sports material, 2,55,000. Take the total 255 plus 75. What do we get? 3,30,000 minus 1,12,500 is the value of sports material consumed. If you remember the logic, it is opening plus purchase minus closing. Opening plus purchase minus closing will give you 2,17,500 as the sports material consumed. This is expense. Am I right? So this expense in sports material account I have written by income and expenditure. In income and expenditure, I should write two sports material. That is the expense. How much? Consumption 2,17,500. Did you understand? Sports material consumed. Then come back. Sports material account closed. Consumption, sorry, creditors of sports material account closed. Come to subscription. You have everything. Find balance and figure. 375 plus 9 plus 16,500. 4,500,000 minus 11,250 and 5,250. 3,84,000 is income and expenditure. In our subscription account, I have written two income and expenditure 3,84,000. In our income and expenditure, I'll write by subscription account 3,84,000. And once I write this, you identify the balancing figure. That will be your surplus or deficit if all the items were there. This is not the only two items. There are several other items in our income and expenditure, but we don't know. We know only this much. So this is called income and expenditure extract, not complete income and expenditure account. So don't close, don't find surplus or deficit. And this is not complete balance sheet. This is balance sheet extract. So don't find balancing figure or don't say that, oh, you saw balance sheet is not telling. Don't tell that. We don't know a lot of items. We know only two items. We've written only those two items. And this is the solution to question on NPO from your RTP. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Very nice. Is there any part of this topic that you find difficult? Okay, here someone is asking, do one more question on NPO. Innond madbeka? Okay, any specific question that you have thought of which you would want me to do? If you have no specific question, then we'll pick some random one. 12th one from material. Okay, ಬನ್ನಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರಲ್ಲ. ಇವಾಗ 8th ಮತ್ತೆ 12th ಹೇಳಿದವ್ರು ಇಬ್ಬರನ್ನು ಫೈಟಿಗೆ ಬಿಡೋಣ. ಇಬ್ಬರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಗೆಲ್ತಾರೋ ಅವ್ರು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಬೇಡ. 8th 12th ಎರಡರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೇ. We can't do two. Two will become too much. 8th one is again like this only, half. Similar question, 8th one. Sports material, creditors for sports material, subscription account and balance sheet extract. That is 8th one. 12 okay na? 8th one madbeka? 12. Oh. 12. You asked 8. Okay, 12 okay na? ಆಯ್ತು 12th one ಮಾಡೋಣ ಬನ್ನಿ. I'll share today, okay, some one master question on NPO share ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. You guys see that once in this flow. 12th one, okay. Here also people are asking 12 ಒಂದೇ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಬನ್ನಿ. Have you got the material or you haven't? Okay. Help me with the page number. I am not complete level. 240. Okay, this is our study material question also. Okay, let's solve this question. Madodam. From the following trial balance of Education Society as on 31st of December 2014, prepare an income and expenditure account and balance sheet. They've asked income and expenditure and balance sheet. They should have given receipts and payment. If they have not given receipts and payment, we might have to prepare also in some cases. Though they have not asked, it will appear as a form of working note. So the entire trial balance kind of a statement is given. So relax, come to the end of the question. See what are the adjustments. Subscription receivable, subscription received in advance. There are two adjustments. So come to subscription. In this something which looks like trial balance. Do you find subscription somewhere? Here subscription received is there. Put one star. We'll open one ledger for subscription. We'll open one ledger for subscription. This is received. There is something received in advance. There is something outstanding. Once we adjust these two, we will find the subscription income for the current year. After that subscription adjustments, we have interest on general investment accrued. In this entire work, I would say trial balance, do you have interest on general investments anywhere? ಅದು ಜನರಲ್ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆನ್ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತಿದೆ ಓಕೆ ಸನ್ಡ್ರಿ ಅಸೆಟ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರೋದು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ರಿಸರ್ವ್ ಫಂಡ್ ಅಪ್ಪ ಸನ್ಡ್ರಿ ರಿಸೀಟ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲ ಓಕೆ ಆಯ್ತು ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟುಡ್ ದಿಸ್ 5500 I put one star. Is that okay? ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಅಡ್ಜಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ staff salaries are outstanding. Salary there is an adjustment. We'll open one ledger. Do you find salaries anywhere? Staff salaries, put one star. This has adjustment. Aitam. After staff salary, tax and insurance there is prepaid. So taxes and insurance, put one star. This also needs to be adjusted. After taxes and insurance, what do we have? Depreciation. Library books, furniture and fittings, buildings. Library books, furniture and fittings. Come here. Furniture and fittings. We'll open one ledger. Library books. We'll open one ledger or keep it in the inner column in the balance sheet to charge depreciation. And building alva. So I made star next to all the items which has adjustment. And general investments, there is some item. They're saying market price. So who cares about market price? You should record it at historical cost. You should record it at cost. We will not record it at market price. So ignore that adjustment and we are good to start with the answer. What will we do? We'll open one table for income and expenditure account like this. We'll draw one table for balance sheet and if required, we will do working notes for these items. Some of the items which has adjustment, we'll do working note. Can I start? One on the item. In the order, we'll go on solving it. When you start, you'll start with furniture and fittings. How much is furniture and fittings? 12,500. Additions also has to be written along with the same thing. 3,200. I can open ledger, but there is only opening balance, additions, and then depreciation on that. So I'll open my balance sheet straight away. In my balance sheet asset side, I will write furniture and fittings, additions to furniture, and depreciation on the same there only. Is that okay? Come on. Let me take you all to my balance sheet. And in the balance sheet, I will write furniture and fittings. Furniture and fittings. How much is my furniture and fittings? 12,500. To this, I will add additions. How much is additions? 3,200. Still, I will not write in outer column. I'll keep 15,700 in inner column. Why? Depreciation has to be adjusted. After this, what do I have next? I have library books. How much is library books? 17,500. And addition to library books is there. This also should be added to the same thing. 17,500 and 4,300. I will write in the balance sheet asset side only. 17,500 additions 4,300 together 21,800. I will not be posting into balance sheet immediately. Why? because there is adjustment pending on this. What adjustment is pending? We'd have to do depreciation on this. Got it? After library books addition, next item, building addition illa 275 but depreciation is there. So I would write buildings in the inner column 2,75,000. Fast aita? Are you getting it? After building of 2,75,000, come to general investment. General investment is 1,50,000. 1,50,000 of general investment I'll again write in the balance sheet on the asset side inner column. There is no adjustment. I can write in the outer column right now. Okay, adjustment illa outer column. Okay na? Next, we have investment reserve fund. They have earned some profit on investment. They should not be utilizing it for anything. Maybe that interest has to be reinvested. So they have created one fund. It is like reserves. I'll write in my balance sheet on the liability side as the same name. Investment reserve fund 15,000 as it is. Baryoda? Observe here. Sir, firstly solpa jaga, that is for capital fund opening, surplus or deficit adjustment. What if some profits are to be capitalized? Entrance fees can sometimes be capitalized. Donation sometimes is capitalized. So for that I'll give little space. Investment reserve fund 15,000 rupees. Done. After investment reserve fund 15, sundry debtors and creditors both they've given together. Debtors is asset 5,000 debit side, creditors is liability credit of 14,500. Shall I write debtors 5,000 debit item as asset? Come to our balance sheet. In our balance sheet on the asset side, I will write sundry debtors 5,000. And the same item I'll write on the credit side also. What will I write on the credit side? Sundry creditors 14,500 like they mentioned in the question. Same to same. Okay. After debtors and creditors, I have entrance fees. How much is entrance fees? 15,200. Have they given any information whether it should be capitalized? They have not told anything. If they don't tell anything, entrance fees should be taken as income. In our income and expenditure. If the question states that it should be capitalized, then we will capitalize. I'll explain this to you. Please listen to me. I have one club. In that people come to play sports, badminton, no, billiards, so all of this. Basically, it's an indoor stadium or club. Members are allowed to come. Sometimes members will bring non-members. Members will bring, when non-members are come, they are not members, so they are not supposed to be allowed. But they are friends of our members or relatives of our members. So we will allow them to come. But they are not members, no. So we charge them some fee to enter the premises. That entrance fee is revenue income. Unless it is capital in nature mentioned in the question, it should not be capitalized. You get it? It is income and it is revenue in nature. So what do I do with this item? I would take it in my income and expenditure account as income by entrance fees. How much is that? 15,200. Do you understand? Basically, it is income in nature. If mentioned specifically to be capitalized, then we will capitalize. Entrance fee, donation also usually. If it is revenue donation, income, revenue. If it is capital donation, then it will be taken to balance sheet and added to capital fund. Okay now? Very good. After this 15,200, examination fee. Maybe we've conducted some examination in our club. What exam we've conducted, I don't know. For that we've collected 2,400 fee. For that we've collected 2,400 rupees fee. Sir, how do you tell we have collected it? It is on the credit side, yeah. It is income earned. It is income earned. So where do we write? In our income side, exam fee 2,400. Amele, subscription received. Listen to me carefully. Subscription received 20 would have become income, but will not become income. You know why? It is subject to adjustments. There are two adjustments. So I'll open one ledger and write it there. The reason why I'm writing in the ledger there is some element of subscription which is received in advance. There is some element of subscription which is accrued and not received. So to adjust it, I would write it outside. What amount of subscription should be written in income and expenditure? What is earned during the year? It does not matter whether it is received in advance or not yet received. If it is earned during the year, we'll record it. If it is not earned during the year, we'll not record in income and expenditure. We want to determine current year subscription income. Understood? So I'll open subscription ledger. It is credit alva. Am I right? It is received. You tell me. In receipts and payment, I would have written as receipt. In subscription account, I should write as by receipts and payment. What do you write there? It is the income received during the year 20,000. Understood? Please tell something. What do we have after that? Then I have certificate fee. I have given certificate to all the examinees. Maybe I conducted one sports exam. For that I charged them 2,400 fee. Whoever qualified, I gave them certificate. To give certificate, I collected 500 from them fee. So this certificate fee is also income. And they are saying this is not for profit organization. I'll write here by certificate fee 500. Okay. ಏನ್ರಿ ಡೌಟ್? ನಾನೇನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಈಗ? ಡೌಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಡೌಟ್. ಹೇಳಿದನ್ನೇ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಡೌಟ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. I'll tell you, listen to me. Entrance fee is always receipt, revenue, income unless mentioned in the question to be treated as capital. Have they mentioned anywhere anything stating that it has to be capitalized? Donation, they mentioned it should be capitalized. Neen yochne madu logically. If there is some entrance that is done for entering into the premises, if you collected fee from it, why will you write it in the balance sheet as a liability? How will you add it to capital fund? Think. Logic. You give me one reason why I should take it. If you make me, I told you the reason. You tell me the reason why it is not. I'll accept it. ತಪ್ಪು ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ತಪ್ಪೆ, ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ತಪ್ಪೆ, ಬೆಟ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರು ತಪ್ಪೆ. You got it? You understand? Yeah, truth prevails. Certificate fee 500. Okay. After that, we have hire of society's hall. We have one hall in our premises. This hall is given. This hall is given on rent for any other event. Let's say you have some book launch event. You can use our society hall. Give us 6,500 rupees as our fees for the hall. That rental received will become income. In my income and expenditure account, I'll write by hire of society's hall 6,500 on the income side. Got it? After this, I have interest on investment. How much is interest on investments? 5,500. There is a star, meaning it has to be adjusted. I will write on the income side interest on investments 5,500 in the inner column. Where would I write it? Inner column. I will adjust it later. Is that okay? Say something, guys. After this interest on investments 5,500, I have sundry receipts. How much is sundry receipts? For some miscellaneous purposes, I have collected 600 rupees and it is receipt. And this sundry receipt of 600 will become my income. I'll write this sundry receipt in our income and expenditure as income. Sundry receipt 600. Okay, now? I don't know why feeling very suffocated. Then we have staff salaries. Staff salaries of 10,200 is our expense. Where do I write staff salary of 10,200? In the income and expenditure, I'll write it as expense, but in the inner column. Why in the inner column? Why not in the amount column? Very simple reason. They've given it very clearly that there is an adjustment and I made a star against it. After this, I have with me printing, stationery and advertising expense of 1,000. This printing, stationery and advertising expense of 1,000. I would write it in my income and expenditure as expense. There is no adjustment. Post it to outer column without any difficulty. Got it? What's after this printing, stationery and advertising of 1,000? Then I have with me taxes and insurance 800. Where would I write this taxes and insurance of 800? Tax amount and insurance amount together of 800 rupees will appear in my income and expenditure as expense. I'll write taxes and insurance 800. Is there an adjustment? Yes. So I have written it in inner column. Everyone got it? After taxes and insurance, you have examination expenses 600. You collected fee and you conducted exam. To conduct the exam, you incurred expense. Expense will appear on the income and expenditure account expense side. If in case you know it very clearly, this examination expenses of 600, this examination of 2,400 should be net off. Actually, you should write that 2,400 in the inner column, from that deduct 600 and only write 1,800 in the outer column. But we would not know that whether a corresponding item is there or not. It's very difficult to find. So it's absolutely okay. Write that income 2,400, write this expense 600. Net difference will automatically become our surplus or deficit. You can choose to do that. Okay. After this examination expense of 600. If in case you get to know in the beginning and you write the net amount, that's also accepted. Subscription of periodicals 1,200. Periodical means newspaper, magazine, all of this. So you subscribe to that, because of that you paid 1200. Periodicals is expense. If you buy books, it can become asset. Magazine is always an expense, it's not an asset. So I write 1200 in my income and expenditure account as an expense. Subscription to periodicals 1200. Did everyone get it? After subscription to periodicals 1200, prize trust fund. Every time someone wins a contest, we should give prize, no? To give that prize, you need money. So some elderly people, when they're retiring, they gave a lot of money and they told use this money to give prizes. If they give 1 lakh rupees, you use it, you want 10,000 rupees for giving, what do you say, prizes. You use that 10,000, 10 times prizes. So what you do is, you invest that 1 lakh in investments. You get it? It will give you 10% interest, 10,000. That will be used for giving fund, say prizes. Still 1 lakh rupees will be like that only. Next year again you will get interest. Interest will be used to give prizes. So forever you can give prizes in their name. So that is the concept of prize trust fund. When you receive money, cash will increase, fund will increase. Cash will be replaced with investment. Asset side you have investment, liability side you have fund. Whenever you give prizes, cash will decrease, fund will decrease. Got it? If we receive interest, cash will increase, fund will increase. Interest will not be taken to P&L, and price distribution also will not be charged to P&L. That is income and expenditure. It will be adjusted with fund. Got it? Price trust fund of 16,000 is like reserve. It will be written in the balance sheet liability side. In the balance sheet, on the liability side, I'll write price trust fund inner column 16. Why? If prices is distributed, no, we'll deduct it from the 16,000. Understood? We have price trust investment of 15,800. Investments, that fund whatever is received, that fund is invested in shares or something. So that is price trust investments. I'll write price trust investments 15,800. Like they mentioned in the question. In the form in which they mentioned, I've written it in a balance sheet asset side. Got it? After 15,800. Then I have price trust income. How much is my price trust income? 650. 650 rupees income is there. This income will appear in my income and expenditure as income. Come to income and expenditure. On the income side, I would write here price trust income. I would write it as price trust, sorry, it will be added to fund. I told you, no, it will be not taken to income and expenditure. If you receive interest, it will be added to fund. If you distribute prices, it will be deducted from fund. I repeat, if you receive interest, you add it to fund. If you distribute prices, it will be deducted from fund. Add price trust income 650. Okay. After this, you have prices awarded. You give prices worth 450. This 450 is not expense. This 650 is not income. Income will increase the fund. Distribution of prices will decrease the fund. How much will be the closing balance in the fund? 16 plus 650 minus 450. 16,200. Understood this? After this 16,200 worth of price trust fund, we have price fund bank 275. How much is price fund bank? 275. 275 rupees is there in price trust. It is balanced in the bank account. Why? See, 16,000 is fund, no. How much is the investment? 15,800. Some money is still left. Out of the income received and prices distributed, some cash is still left. That cash is not kept in the bank normal account. There is one separate bank account for price trust. So you write it in that as price trust bank asset 275, like they mentioned in the question. Is that okay? What's after that? Donations received, they've told to be capitalized. Because it is mentioned that it is capitalized, what do? I'll add it to capital fund. If not, I could have written in income and expenditure as income. I'll take this 18,000 donation as capital fund. Shall I add it to capital fund? See, even if you don't take it to that way, no, you know what will happen? It will increase your income here. It will become surplus, and surplus will ultimately get added to capital fund only. Are you getting it? So if you treat it as revenue, through income and expenditure, it will add to capital fund. If you capitalize it, straight away it will be taken to balance sheet and added to capital fund. Did you understand the logic? Either ways, it will ultimately go to capital fund only. Capitalize and straight away capital fund. If they say nothing, then we take it as revenue, income and expenditure. Next, we have general expenses. General expenses is 375. In income and expenditure, I will write expense. What is that? General expense. How much? 375. After this, I have with me capital fund. How much capital fund? 3,89,150. 389,150 of capital fund will be written in balance sheet. 389,150 capital fund. Understood? What's after 389,150 capital fund? Cash at bank and cash in hand. How much is it? 5,500 and 300. This is assets in our balance sheet. 5,500 and 300. I would write here cash at bank 5,500. Cash in hand 300. Got it? After these two items, we have this adjustment. Subscription receivable. Meaning what? It is asset closing balance 4,500. In my balance sheet, on the asset side, I would write subscription receivable 4,500. This is closing balance of the asset. What balance of the asset is this? Closing balance of the asset will be written in the asset account. Which side? Credit side. Asset opening balance is on the debit. Closing balance of the asset is on the credit. How much is it? 4,500. Did you understand? What's after closing balance? 4,500 here. Subscription received in advance. If you have received the subscription in advance, then it will become liability. This is balance sheet liability side. Credit side alla, debit side barate. Why? It's closing balance of liability. Subscription received in advance 500 liability side. This is closing balance of liability. In my subscription account, I'll write to balance carried down 500. If it was opening balance credit side, because it is closing balance, I'm writing it on the debit side. Did you understand this? Say something, yeah. Very nice. What's after this 500 and 4,500? Interest on general investments accrued. How much? 450. Sorry. On the general investments, we have accrued interest of 450. This is income as well as asset. Why? It is not yet received. Is it received? No. So in the balance sheet, I will write it as asset. Interest on general investments accrued 450. And this 450 in our income and expenditure, I have interest on investments 5,500. I'll add accrued interest 450, making it 5,950. Did you get it? Then staff salaries outstanding 1,800. Staff salaries outstanding is liability. In my balance sheet, on the liability side, I would write here outstanding salaries 1,800. You guys should have to show some energy. I am also with you, no? Correct or not? Going through the same amount of break, same amount of subject. In fact, I am solving. You guys are sitting back and enjoying it. And before your 2 days of class, I had 2 days of inter-marathon revision. But right after that, I'm taking this. So if you, and I'm doing this because you asked this question. I am not forcing you to do this question. So you guys have to pay some attention. You can't be like so given up in life as if you have run 100 kilometers and then you are now crawling the last 10 meters. No, 1,800. Then after that, salary outstanding, I should have written somewhere else also. I wrote it in balance sheet. I would have to add it to my salary expense. See, staff salary paid is 10,200. Outstanding not paid is 1,800. Together salary expense is 12. Do you agree with me? Entry is salary account debit to outstanding salary. Here I am adding it to salary. Here I am writing it as outstanding salary. After that outstanding salary, tax, insurance and premium, taxes and insurance paid in advance, 500. 500 is paid in advance. So it will become asset in the balance sheet. And here we have written taxes and insurance expense, no 800. In that how much is paid in advance? So 500 belongs to next year, alva. So it doesn't belong to current year. Current year expense is only 300. Do you get it? After this, depreciation has to be provided on library books 15%, furniture 5%, building 5%. Let me write. Library books 15% depreciation. Esto? 3,000. Depreciation on furniture and fittings 5%. 785. You will get 14,950. Then on buildings 5%. 2,75,000 5%, 13,750, closing balance 261,250. This 13,750, 3,270 and 785. Whatever is there, no, these three. This has to be written in income and expenditure account as expense. Shall I write it in income and expenditure account as expense? Let me write here to depreciation. Library books, furniture and fittings, building. How much? Library books is 3,270 and furniture and fittings is 785. Building 13,750. 785 and 13,750. Everything put together, how much do you get? 17,805. Now, if you close your income and expenditure, rest everything is over, no? If you close your income and expenditure, you would get income over expense or expense over income. Adjust it to capital fund, your balance sheet should tally. But one item is not posted yet. Subscription. They haven't mentioned anything about opening, so opening balances is 0. Opening balances are 0. Pre-received 0, accrued 0. Balancing figure is income. We have received 20,000 during the year. 4,500 is earned but not received. So 24,500 alva. In that 500 received is for next year. So 24,000 is our current year income. Understood that? In subscription I have written 2 income and expenditure. See, you didn't have to remember only what is to be added to what. You went on writing it when it came. You find balance and figure, you will get it. In any ledger, in NPO, there will be 4 items. How many items? Opening, closing, receipts and payment, income and expenditure. If 3 is there, 4th one is balance and figure. Okay. Here opening balances are 0. Closing you know. Receipts and payment is given. Income and expenditure, balance and figure. 24,000 is income. In subscription account, we have written 2 income and expenditure. In income and expenditure account, this is our income and expenditure account. I'll write here by subscription 24,000. Once I write by subscription 24,000, all that's remaining is determining balance and figure in income and expenditure. Help me do it. 15,200 plus 2,400 plus 500 plus 6,500 plus 5,950 plus 600 plus 24,000. 55. 150. From that deduct all of this to find surplus. 12, 100, 300, 600, 1,200, 375 and 17,805. 21,870. 5 ಬರಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ 5 ಇದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ 5 ಇದೆ 0 ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ 21,870 is surplus. Add that to your capital fund here. You would get capital as how much? 389,150, 18,000 and 21,870. 429,020. Take the total. 429,020 plus 15,000 plus 16,200, 14,500, 500 and 1,800. 4 lakh. Okay. Take the total on the asset side also. 4 lakh. 77,000. Did you get this? Fantastic, guys. By this we are done with the topic of NPO anta helboda. There is one question in your material in which receipts and payment also you should prepare, income and expenditure also you should prepare, opening and closing balance sheets also you should do. Closing balance sheet obviously, opening balance sheet because opening capital fund is not given. So that's one question. If you can do that question, it will give you one good hold and good practice of the entire NPO chapter. Is that okay? Fine. Can we start with partnership? Once we finish yes? Anything else left in NPO? Can we start with partnership? So far we're done with everything. Only 2 things are left. One is partnership, other one is company accounts. Can we? Okay, come on. Let's see the overview of the topic of partnership quickly. And there are 2 beautiful questions on partnership in your September 24 RTP. We'll do both of them. One question is on the topic of computation of goodwill, and the other question is on admission cum retirement. Capital adjustment is there. All fine. Okay. There's one admission cum retirement question. One question which has adjustment of ratios, capital adjustment as well as goodwill. So we can do those 2. That will give you one holistic approach. All fine. Come on, let's start with partnership. Yeah. See, what do you mean by partnership? It is an association of two or more persons coming together for the purpose of business to share profits or losses arising thereon from the activities carried on by all or one of them acting for all. If you will continue to talk, then either you will go out or I will stop. If you have to be there and I have to continue, then you have to stop, only then I will continue. He left. If you anyone wants to leave, you can leave. But don't make me handle the crowd also here. Huh? Not the point where I have so much of time to do that. Please. Very good. So, what is the maximum number of partners that can be there in a partnership firm? As per section 464 of Companies Act, the limit is 100. However, as per company rules, the limit is 50. Wait, we can do it slightly better. We have a presentation, but this will be quicker, but that will be interesting. ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಇಲ್ಲ 12th one you told I did. ನೀವು ಕೇಳಿದನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಲ್ವಾ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? ಓಕೆ 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 ಅಂದಿದ್ದು ಯು ಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಹಾ, so we are talking about partnership of a company. There are several units in this. One is introduction, then we have admission, then retirement, then death. Now we also have dissolution of partnership. What is partnership? Like I mentioned, no, it is an association of two or more persons coming together with a common objective to earn no, to do business. Earning profits is not the objective. To do business, and in that business, if the profits will come, all of them will share, or one of them can share. They can have the ratio. Okay, it's an association of two or more persons coming together for the purpose of business and to share the profits and losses arising thereon. And activities can be carried on by all, or any one of them is acting for all. Not all the activities need to be carried by everyone. When we say more persons, how much is this word more? Two. Okay, more andre, like I mentioned, as per section 464 of Companies Act 2013, it is actually 100. ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, see, long ago there used to be provisions under section Companies Act 1956 which used to regulate this. So there the section is to be different. There the section is to be section 11. ಅಂದ್ರೆ if you have more than that number of people, it will become illegal association. Illegal ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಆವಾಗ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಜೈಲ್ಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. If you put them to jail, they'll hold the bar and stand. Section 11 of Companies Act 1956 used to tell the limit. Now, if you do something wrong, ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಜೈಲ್ಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಲಾಠಿ ತೆಗೆದು ರಪ್ಪ 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 ಹೊಡೆದು ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. You understand? So as per the act, what do the police do now if you do something wrong? Lathi charge. So where do cops hit? First they play sweep shot. You get it? Because the fielder is deep inside, they play sweep shot. Sweep shot will go for a 4. When they hit a sweep shot, you cover your legs, no? Then the fielder has come inside, no? Deeper open there. Hook shot, bending it, up on the 6. Then you hold the back again. Call is free. 4. So section 464 of Companies Act 2013 will tell 4 6 4 century guarantee. So the limit is 100. Now you might say, sir, this is given under Companies Act. We are following Partnership Act. How can Companies Act tell how many partners should be there in Partnership Act? Companies Act is telling not about partnership, but any form of organization. If there is any form of organization which has more than 100 people, if it doesn't get itself registered as company, it is called as illegal association. Any form of business organization, if it has more than 100 people, if it doesn't get itself registered as company, it is considered as illegal association. You should not do business. If you have to do business with more than 100 people, it has to become company anta registration ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು. You understand how the jurisdiction is there with Companies Act. Then rules of companies says that the limit is 50. Which one to follow, 100 or 50? We should follow both. We should follow both. Act ಮತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ change ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. Rules can be changed just like that immediately. But if the act has to be changed, then lower house should pass one resolution, upper house they should pass one resolution, then assent by the president, only then they can. It's too much of time. Rules can be changed every year if you want. So in the act they've kept 100. In the rules they mentioned 50. If in case you have more than 50 partners and don't register yourself as company, you have breached rules of the Companies Act. You get it? Sometimes if they want to give some permission, they can take that 50 limit to 75 very easily. So that's the reason rules will be issued. You understand now? So actually as of now you cannot have more than 50 people. But remember, as per the provisions of section 464, the limit is not 50. The limit is 100. Okay na? Very good. Then they come together for the purpose of business. Business is the important thing. If the word business is not there, no, wedding would have been partnership. Yeah, observe, association of usually two, but sometimes more, coming together to share profits or losses. Activities can be done by both of them, or one of them can carry on behalf of the other. Correct or not? I will cook, you will eat. I will earn, we will spend. Correct or not? I will sweep, you will mop. Yeah, ನಾನು ಇಡ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ನೀನು ಚಟ್ನಿ ಮಾಡು. That's it. One of them will do and the other person will share. We can share, no. The important word is business. You get what I'm trying to tell? And what is the problem if it was covered? The problem is Partnership Act is talking about too many things. It will talk about admission of a partner, retirement of a partner, yeah, admission of minor into the partnership firm for the benefits of the firm and there. Yeah, and there are types of partners. Oh God, beda. It's nice this way. Then after this we're talking about losses. Losses are also part of the partnership firm. If the profits are to be shared, losses also can be shared. But in the partnership deed, you can so mention that there is a certain partner in the case of profits only. You can mention that certain partner will take part in profits but not take part in losses. I am there if you are happy. I am not there if you are sad. I can't listen to you complaining and curbing. Possible. Such a provision is there. Provisions allow to have partners in the case of profits only also. Then talking about activities carried on by all or one of them acting for all, there can be an active partner and dormant partner, or inactive, or what you call as sleeping partner. See, I am not actively taking part in the business. You take active part in the business. But when you're sharing profit, call madu bartini. We'll share together. So you can do that. You get that? So it's not necessarily that all the partners do the same work. Some partners will work. Some partners will do another work. I am good at legs. You are good at hands. So I'll walk. You hit. Possible. That's allowed. You get it? You didn't recall the movie. So provisions allow partner to be either active or inactive. His upper body is strong, this guy's lower body is strong. Naan naditini in shoot mado anta ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. You not seen that? Oh my God, climax. So this is still under progress. This presentation is still under progress. There are a lot of things that are supposed to add into this, but could not add yet. But this is working. Very good. So what adu barbard actually, that should not be visible now. It should be visible later. Are the words partners, partnership and partnership firm same? No, they are different. Individually they are called as partners. You get this? Individually they are called as partners. The relationship between them is called as partnership, and the name under which they do business is called as partnership firm. Individually they are called individually they are called as partners. The relationship between them is called as partnership, and the name under which they do business is called as partnership firm. You got it? Yes. After this we are going to discuss the constitution of partnership. What do you mean by constitution of partnership? The constitution of company is articles of association and memorandum of association. Constitution of partnership is partnership deed. We'll have partnership deed. No, that is constitution of partnership. It is partnership deed. And is this partnership deed mandatory? Green touch. Is partnership deed mandatory? No, not mandatory. You can have partnership deed, you cannot have partnership deed also. If you have partnership deed, again it's not mandatory to have partnership deed in written form. Partnership deed can be written or partnership deed can be oral. But can a partnership firm be registered? Yes. Is it mandatory to get a partnership firm registered? No. Partnership firm can be registered, but it need not be registered also. It's not mandatory. However, if you want to get a partnership firm registered, you should have partnership deed. ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀರಾ? In order to get it registered, you should have partnership deed. Only and only when you have partnership deed, partnership firm can be registered. And that partnership deed has to be in writing. Like let's say, okay, we have orally spoken the deed, come on, register our deed andre that register ಎಲ್ಲಿ seal ಹೊಡಿತಾರೆ? ನಾಲ್ಗೆ ಮೇಲೆ seal ಹೊಡಿಕಾಗುತ್ತಾ? No, they will say write it in one paper and then get it. That paper ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಬ್ರು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಟೀ ಶಾಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಟಿಶ್ಯೂ ಪೇಪರ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರೆದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಂದ್ರೆ they say no, it has to be duly stamped. You have to write your partnership deed in an agreement, in a stamp paper, and then it can be registered. If not, it cannot be registered. Sir, better no sir, don't have partnership deed, will need not get registered. No, I'll tell you the problem. If in case your partnership firm is not registered, that partnership firm is not a person. Partnership firm is not a person. So what will happen if you are not a person? If someone cheats you, you can't file a case. Why? You are not existing only as a person. No, how can you file a case? For someone to cheat your business should be registered. However, if you cheat somebody, they can file a case against you. Kalla will not go and register that is a Kalla and then do robbery. No. So others can sue you. You can't sue others. Others can sue you. You can't sue others for an amount exceeding 100. What is it? Listen, it's like this. What if partnership firm is not registered? Outsiders can sue the firm. They can come and do sue on. You cannot do sue on them for an amount exceeding 100. Andre, if it is less than 100, you can file a case. More than 100, you cannot file a case. Sir, 100 rupees ಏನಕ್ಕೆ sir ಹೇಳೋದು? Long ago, when Partnership Act came in 1932. Let's say you and your friend, not big businessmen, two small businessmen, you're doing business together. So there is no need for you to register. If you don't register, if people come and cheat you, then you can't even go file a case. Why? Law is not letting you register. So law is telling that you are not at all a person. Papa, no. Just because they are small, law should not be against them. Law told if you are doing business of less than 100 rupees, then you are a small person. You don't have to register your partnership deed. Even though you are not registered, I will ensure that you are not cheated. If you have more than 100, enough money, no, register. That amount of 100 should have been upgraded over a period of time. Today to 10 lakh rupees or 1 crore rupees. They didn't do. Why? Now they want you to get registered. Now they want you to get registered. Then it was difficult to register. Now business is now what to say, registrations and all. So many offices are there everywhere. Registration is not so difficult nowadays. Everyone is literate. You understand. You are educated. Register your business before you do business. Don't do unregistered business. Are you getting it? To make people get registered and not do business without registration, they have not increased that limit. Did you understand the logic? Say something, yeah. What and all will be the contents of partnership deed? Name of the partnership firm, place where it is there, address of that firm, what is the nature of business, who are the partners, their address, what is their role, what is their responsibility, how much capital should they bring, what business can they do, how can they share the profits, will they get interest on capital, will anyone get any salary, what to do if they want to admit one partner, what to do if they want to retire one partner, what method to apply for computation of goodwill, how to treat goodwill, what to do if any partner dies, should we burn him or should we bury him? No, that's their personal point. Do we have to give the money immediately? Do we have to transfer to loan? How much should we pay? Please cut my distribute. So yeah, you need to discuss all of that. How to deal in the case of insolvency of one of the partner. Everything you need to have one written deed. So partnership deed will mention all of these things. If it is mentioned, it is good. If partnership deed is not there, or partnership deed is there, but it does not have any specific mention of that point. Partnership deed ಇದೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ರೇಷಿಯೋ ಬರ್ದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. What to do? You need to follow section 13 of Partnership Act 1932. You need to follow Section 13 of Partnership Act 1932. Section 13 of Partnership Act 1932 talks about model partnership deed. Model andre this is a model paper. If you have something that is there, if you don't have a deed, you should follow this model deed. What does that model deed say? It says 5 points. Point number 1, no remuneration. No partner will get salary, no partner will get commission. Sir, but I am active partner, he is dormant partner. I want salary. ಬರೀರಿ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಡೀಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಬ್ರು ಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ. If you want salary, you write it in the partnership deed, you get it registered, then you take salary. No sir, I have not written. Then you won't get salary. Sir, what should I do if I want salary? Write it and register it, then you can take it. If there is no partnership deed, no remuneration. Second point, section 13 subsection B. If there is no partnership deed, profits are to be shared equally between partners. How do we share profits? Equal. All the partners equal. How much? Let's say I have given 10 lakhs capital. You have given 1 lakh capital. Still, both of us should share profits equally. Artha aita? Next one. No interest on capital. Irrespective of how much capital you have given, you will never get any interest on capital. Firm will not give interest on capital. Firm will not take interest on drawings. Firm will not take interest on drawings. Then next thing is, if in case you give money over and above capital to the firm, on that firm will give you interest at 6%. If you give money over and above the capital to the firm, then firm will give you how much interest? 6% simple interest per annum. 6% simple interest per annum. It should be money contributed over and above capital. Any money contributed over and above capital will become interest. Advance. Okay. Then firm will indemnify partner for all the expenses and liabilities. If as a partner you incur any expense on behalf of the firm, it can't tell like that. It has to reimburse that expense. As a partner, if you pay some expense on behalf of the firm, firm has to and firm will reimburse that expense on your behalf. Next, last one is partner to indemnify firm for willful misconduct. If you misuse any utility, any asset of the firm, or if you steal any asset of the firm, if you rob any income of the firm, it will be deducted from your income. Let's say some debtor has to pay money. Even the partner was not there. You took that money, put it in your pocket, and then you went. That will be cut from your capital. So basically, if you pay something on behalf of the firm, firm will reimburse. If you take something what belongs to the firm, that will be cut from your capital. Understood? Last point, what is not there here, which is actually given as a rule, is that all the partners have equal rights and responsibilities. All the partners have equal rights and responsibilities. Partnership Act is there in law also, no? Same thing you read. Section 13, A, B, C, D. Ange odida? Section 13 anta odidra? No. Section odila. Okay. Did you understand this part? Fantastic. Then, is P&L account and P&L appropriation account same? They are not same. What is the difference? Yeah. What is the difference? See, if you pay money to somebody else, it will become expense. That expense will be recorded in P&L account. That expense will be recorded in P&L account. If you give interest to partner, it is not expense. It is appropriation of income. If you give share of profit to partner, it is appropriation of income. From your own partner, if you collect interest on drawings, that is not P&L account income. That is P&L appropriation item. So any payments or receipts to outsiders is P&L account items. Then you arrive at profit. If there is payment of money to partner or receipt of money from partner, even including partner's salary, all of that will be appropriation item and not P&L item. Yake? Partner himself represents the firm. Mutuality. Partner is the manager. Partner is the owner of the partnership firm. So you are giving salary to yourself. How can it become expense? It is called appropriation of income. It is not called charge against income. Artha agtidya? You say, sir, this part of me is partnership firm partner. This part of me is partner individual. From this hand, I am giving salary to this hand. In between, Nirmala auntie will come and say, "Nan TDS code." You get it? So that's not how it is. And in this hand, it is again income. Again on that you pay tax. So no, P&L and P&L appropriation are different. You got what I am trying to tell? Any payments to partners or any receipts from partners will be written where? P&L appropriation account. Okay. Very good. Have a look. P&L appropriation. P&L objective, determine profit. P&L appropriation objective, yeah, to determine the amount to be taken to balance sheet. Appropriation of profit, allocation of profit, what is earned. Very good. It consists of items like interest to, depreciation to, rent to, salary, all the expense and incomes. Here, payments to partners or receipts from partners, interest on capital, interest on drawings, salary to partners, all of that. Then order, first we do P&L, then we do P&L appropriation. Artha agtidya? Whether there is profit or not, we will always prepare P&L account. But we will do appropriation only if there is profits. Profit illa andre interest on capital ellinda kodtira? ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ನೋಟ್ ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಮಷೀನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ತರಲಿ ದುಡ್ಡು? ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. So P&L appropriation account you won't prepare. When will you prepare P&L appropriation account? Only when there is profit. Example of items that will come in P&L appropriation, please see, read it. Remuneration to partners, interest on capital, interest on drawings, share of profit. ಏನ್ರಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಏನ್ರಿ ಶಿವು, ನೀವು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಹೇಳಿ. ಇದು ಜನರ ಭಾಗಗಿಂತ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಾಂಡ. ಜನರಲ್ ಭಾಗ ಲಾಭಾಗ್, ಜನರಲ್ ಲಾಲ್ಬಾಗ್. Okay, did you get it? Now let's see P&L appropriation account. In P&L account there is net profit. That net profit will be brought down from a partnership. Nice. Yeah, if you want me to do it faster, then I'll open Excel. Only fast the concept is regular class. But this will do more slow. Okay, regular class. But ಈಗ fast track no marathon. ಇವತ್ತೇ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಇವತ್ತೇ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಇವತ್ತೇ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಏನು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಮಾರಥಾನ್. ಯಾ, P&L appropriation account. From P&L account we bring in net profit here. Now on our partner's capital, if we give them interest on capital or remuneration, I will write it here. And if in case I collect interest on drawings from them, that will increase my profit. I will write this side. And I can give them ultimately share of profit. If there is still profit remaining, that will be shared to them. That will come on the debit side. If in case there is loss, I will share that loss to them. That will come on debit side. Understood? Items decreasing profit will come on the debit side. Items increasing the profit will come on the credit side. Observe this. Are you familiar with this? Items increasing profit will come on the credit side. Items decreasing the profit will come on the debit side. Everyone got it? Now let's see one on the item. Shall we? Ondo. What is one? What? Remuneration to what is one? Yeah. Oh my God. Start model recording. Partnership. Seriously, a stream is there. Partnership matter. 15 minutes ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸತಿ ಓಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾ? ಹಿಂಗೆ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ಲಾ? Yeah. Let's now discuss partnership. We'll start with P&L appropriation account. P&L appropriation account is where you write appropriation of profits. Any payments made to partners or any collections that you make from the partners has to be recorded here. Okay. I have one introduction part of partnership. If in case anyone has missed it, I'll share the 25-30 minutes recording. You just ask, I'll share it. Now listen to this. So items increasing profit will be written on the credit side. Items decreasing the profits will be written on the debit side. Did you understand this? Now after this, what I would want you to notice, capital accounts of the partners. See, capital accounts of the partners will be prepared under two systems. First system of preparing capital account of a partner is fluctuating capital system. The other one is fixed capital system. Fluctuating capital system only, what you do is you write everything in one place. Opening capital alle, additional capital, interest on capital, drawings, interest on drawings, share of profit, remuneration to partner, everything there. Capital will be changing, but you want to maintain that capital properly. So then you open fixed capital system. Under fixed capital system, you open two ledgers. One ledger is for capital account, another is for current account. In capital account, you write the opening balance of capital as per partnership deed. You will write closing balance of capital as per partnership deed. Additional capital or drawings as per deed, if it is there, you will write. Otherwise, you won't write. Interest on capital, interest on drawings, salary, remuneration, revaluation, goodwill adjustment, everything will appear in current account. The question is, why do you do this? I'll come back to you on this point and then help you understand. Under fluctuating capital system, only one ledger, capital account. Under fixed, you prepare capital account as well as current account. Got it? Now, observe. Under fluctuating capital account, I told you, no, you prepare only one account. Opening balance, so additional capital, all the items increasing the capital are written on the credit side. Remuneration, interest to advance, so interest on advance, share of profit. Debit side, drawings, interest on drawings and share of loss. This is fluctuating. Under fixed, what you do is same to same, but you will split it into two. You in your fixed capital account, you will write opening balance, additional capital, drawings, closing balance. This additional capital and drawings should be as per partnership deed. As per partnership deed, they're asking for additional capital. As per partnership deed, the capital is excess, they're asking you to withdraw. Only then it will come here. Otherwise, rest everything will come in current account. Current account only drawings, interest on drawings, share of loss, decreasing the capital on the debit, share of profit, interest on capital, interest on advances, remuneration, all of them on the credit. Items increasing the profit. You understood how this work? Yes or no? Now, I want to compute interest on, first to remuneration, then interest, everything. Remuneration to partners. If they give it as specific amount, 10,000 rupees per month or 1,50,000 at the end of the year, you write that amount, no problem. Nextly, what they can do is, instead of giving it as a total amount, they can give it as a percentage of profit. Partners can be given profit as a percentage. Partners can be given remuneration as a percentage of profit. If they give amount, you write the amount. If they give it as percentage of profit, then what to do? If it is before charging basis, you do profit into that X by 100, whatever percentage. If they say 10%, profit into 10 by 100. If in case they say after charging basis, should do profit into that X divided by 100 plus X. That has to be taken again in the denominator. Do you know the logic or should I explain the logic? You understand that? So if they say before charging basis, what do you do? X by 100. If they say after charging basis, what do you do? X by 100 plus X. See, if they put one image saying that before and after, what is more easily believable? Before is believable. Correct? No, plain, without any makeup, X by 100. If they say after image, adye no tappide. Correct or not? That that is all fake. Correct or not? They've done a lot of Photoshop for it. So, X by 100 plus X, denominator ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ add ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, numerator ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ complicate ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. That is after. Before means simple. X percentage and X divided by 100. Easy. Do you understand this? Yes or no? Very good. So next, let's talk about interest on capital. Whenever we have to compute interest on capital, on what balance of interest do you compute? Opening balance or closing balance? Opening balance ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? Beginning of the year, I'll deposit 10 lakh rupees into capital. 2nd of April, I withdraw 9 lakh rupees. Then I'll get interest on 10 lakh. But my capital is only 1 lakh throughout the year. Then we'll say closing. Simple. Throughout there, it will be less. 30th of March, I'll deposit higher amount of capital. You should actually compute it on daily average balances. You get it? Not on opening, not on closing. If there is, what to say, fluctuating capital system, it is very, very complicated. Capital will keep fluctuating. Every time you give interest, capital will increase. I interest ಮೇಲೆ interest ಹಾಕಬೇಕು. ಡ್ರಾಯಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದೊಂದು ತಿಂಗಳು ಒಂದೊಂದು ತಿಂಗಳು ಸ್ಯಾಲರಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗೂ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಫ್ಲಕ್ಚುಯೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಚಂಚಲ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್. Capital is fluctuating throughout. It is very, very difficult to compute the interest. So usually entities in practical scenario, not usually, always they'll follow fixed capital system. They'll always maintain two ledgers, one for capital, one for current. Whatever is the capital as per partnership deed will be there in capital account. Any changes you make, you will route it through current account only. Only theoretically in the classroom you have fixed capital account, fluctuating capital account. In real life, people will always follow fixed capital system only. Are you getting it? But did you understand the concept here? So interest should be computed only on fixed capital, which is there on as per deed, not on the current account. Current account balance mele interest kododilla. Did you understand this? Say something. Yes, sir. Then interest on drawings. Interest on drawings, for the period the amount is withdrawn, we need to compute interest. Let's say drawings is made on 31st of August. You will compute interest for September, October, November, December, January, February, March. 7 months we need to compute interest. Amount of drawings multiplied by time period multiplied by rate of interest. If the drawing is one time drawing, so you can do interest is equal to P into T into R. If multiple amounts are drawn, what to do? You should check if the amounts are same or amounts are different. If the amounts are different, then you do product method. Product method gotta amount multiplied by period, you will get product. Total product and into 1 by 12 into interest rate. You do that now? So you can do that for product method if the amounts are different. If the amounts are same, then you can use one shortcut method. If the amounts are different and dates are different, you have to do product method. If the amounts are same and the, so to say, the consecutive periods, if you have done drawings, like the drawings are done in one pattern, beginning of every month, middle of every month, end of every month, the time gap between one drawing and the other drawing is constant. Again, there, Fab 4, something is happening. They didn't even realize that I'm mentioning to them again. I want you to listen. Both of you. Yeah. If you're talking, the one next to you will not understand what I'm trying to tell. I am not telling that you don't know this. You might be knowing this, but still you can't talk in the class. Please listen. Ask me if you have any doubt. What is the discussion about? Partnership only. Pa, you tell me what is it. I'll explain. You tell me what is it. If I can help, I'll help. Discussion ಹಾಗೆ ಜನರಲ್ ಆಮೇಲೆ not now. Okay, please. Not now. I'm not telling you what you're doing is wrong. I'm not telling you what you're doing is wrong. I'm sure that it is wrong. You can't discuss. Not the time. It's like ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ಸ್ಮನ್ ಬೌಲರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಡ್ತಾ ಇದಾರೆ ಬೌಲಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂಪೇರು ಅಲ್ಲಂಪೇರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಆ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಂಗಾಗಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಆಡಿ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತೀವಿ ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಯು ಗೈಸ್ ಶುಡ್ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಗೇಮ್ you get it. Yeah, see, if the amounts are same and consecutive period between two drawings is constant, then you can follow shortcut. If not, you have to follow product method. So here shortcut also, this is not fallen from the sky. Okay, this is same thing, got to say cut it into short into simple way. The reason is, let us say at the beginning of every month, if you're doing drawings, no, first drawing should be done for 12 months, second drawing should be done for 11, third drawing 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, you should do alva. Instead, illinda ardha meet in the middle. For that in between period, two total drawings mele interest, you will get the same answer. You get what I'm trying to tell? First drawings you should do 12 months interest, second drawing 11 months, third drawing 10, last drawing 1 month. Instead of that, for the total drawings you do 6 months interest, you will get the same answer. If you want, I can show individually. In the class we do individually 12 times and then do one shortcut and then say how do we arrive at from this to this shortcut. So it's like average. What is it called? So if you do drawings at the beginning of every month, first drawing is for 12 months, maximum period is 12. Last drawing is for 1 month, minimum period is 1. 12 plus 1 divided by 2, 6.5 months. When you do 6.5 months, don't do it on 1 month drawing, do it on the total drawings. On the total 1000 per month, 12 months get 12,000 into 6.5 by 12 into interest rate. If you apply, you will get the same answer. Are you getting it? You people remember only 6.5. Nimge example doubt 6.5 1000 ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಕಬೇಕಾ 12000 ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಕಬೇಕಾ 12000 ಮೇಲೆ 6.5 divided by 12 ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾ ಮಾಡಬಾರದಾ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. Someone will say, hey, no, 1000 ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು 6.5 ಬರಿಬೇಕು 12 will get cancelled. No. So this will become a point of difference. So you should remember the logic why we are applying 6.5. Total drawings will take and will take the average period. Are you getting it? Say something. Very good. If the drawing is made at the beginning of the year, for how many months will you compute interest? 6.5 months. How many months? If drawings is made in the middle of every month, then 6 months. Hey, tell ya. If the drawing is made in the end of every month, if the drawing is made at the beginning of every quarter, in the middle of every quarter, at the end of every quarter, quarter means one full year is 4 quarters. April, May, June, 1 quarter. July, August, September, 2nd quarter. October, November, December, 3rd quarter. January, February, March, 4th quarter. Okay, very good. So after this average period computation, now you know interest on drawings computation. What if they tell that there is some drawing? They don't tell when is it withdrawn. It could have been withdrawn at the beginning of the first day of the year. It could have been withdrawn at the last day of the year. We don't know. So you do it for average period of 6 months. You do it for average period of 6 months if the date is not mentioned. Got it? So in that P&L appropriation account, we finished discussion on 1, 2, 3. Then we have last item 4. What is 4? Share of profit. What is 4? Very good. How do we distribute the profit between partners? We should share it in profit sharing ratio. Alva. This profit should be distributed only after adjusting interest on capital, interest on drawing, remuneration. After all of this, what is there? No. From that only we are going to do share of profit. We should not do it before. Can I first share profit and then do interest on capital? Profit share interest on capital kuda kelri ide. First interest on capital, interest on drawing, remuneration, all of that. Finally share of profit. Okay na? And profit has to be given in the profit sharing ratio, whatever is agreed. If that is not there, then equal. Okay. Now I'll ask one interesting, secret, tricky question to you people. On this, no, the question was there in the last attempt of the examination. On this, when the question had come, in the ICA study material, there is only one small example on this. There are not too many questions. When question came based on this, people found it difficult because they are not practiced. The concept is easy, but they could not do in the exam because they found that tricky. They have never done this kind of an adjustment. But theoretically, when you complete the entire chapter this way, this concept will come. This is the concept of minimum guarantee. What is this? Concept of what is minimum guarantee? Sometimes when you admit a partner into the firm, you will guarantee them minimum amount of money. You will guarantee them minimum amount of money. What do you mean by minimum amount of money? If I make profit, I'll give you profit. If I don't make profit, or if I don't make enough profit, I will still give you some guaranteed amount. That is minimum guarantee. We have this question in study material. The one question is there, but I will do several other cases now. Okay. In this, there are two types of partners. Guaranteed partner, guaranteeing partner. Who is guaranteed partner? The partner who is going to receive that minimum guaranteed money is guaranteed partner. Guaranteeing partner is the one who is paying that or giving that guarantee. One who is giving that guarantee is guaranteeing partner. Did you understand this? Now let's see how does it work. So profit distribution in case of insufficiency. Okay, I think before I go there, I would have to make you do questions on this part. How do you share the profits between guaranteed partner and guaranteeing partners? Hege share ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? Hege. So this is the questions that we usually do. Hige, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ. This is the question. These many cases we have not covered in SS material, so I usually make people do after giving an example. Virat, AB and Nax, all three of them are partners. Their profits are to be shared equal. Three partners, what is their profit sharing ratio? 2:2:2. Sir, equal. Okay, 1:1:1. Yalla onde country. However, Nax is guaranteed partner with minimum guarantee of 1 lakh. What is the minimum guaranteed money to Nax? Okay, whether profit is made or not, whether sufficient profits are made or not, minimum Nax should receive how much? 1 lakh. In the first question, if in case the profits made by the firm is 3 lakh, how much will all of them get? 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 1 lakh. Is Nax happy? Okay, fine. In the second case, when they make 4 lakh 50, how much will you give to each partner? 150, 150, 150. As Nax got minimum 1 lakh, no problem. Very good. Come to case 3. This is interesting. 1 lakh 80. Virat and AB both are guaranteeing partner. How will you give? 40, 40. How do you distribute? How do you get the answer? First you give. First to Naxing 1 lakh kodbaaru. This will work. Listen, this will work only if the ratio is equal. Niಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೇನೆ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ. Don't give minimum guaranteed amount first. First share profits. What is the profit? 1 lakh 80. Share it to all the three partners equally. 60, 60, 60. Nax has got 60. Nax should get 1 lakh. Shortage is 40. Nax has to be given further 40. This 40 has to be contributed by Virat and AB in 1:1 ratio. That 40 you split between Virat and AB 1:1, 20-20. Virat is getting 60 minus 20. AB is getting 60 minus 20. That minus 20 minus 20 together 40. Add it to Nax 60. Nax 60 will become 1 lakh. Virat and AB will become 40-40. Sir, yellow onde alva? Yella onde alla. There is difference in this. Here the question is 1:1:1. So it is matching. Otherwise it will not match. I will show you another case. See this. Profits is 1,80,000. Virat and AB are both guaranteeing partners, but their guarantee is in 1:2 ratio. Now you can't do 1 lakh Nax could put to 80,000 and share between them. What ratio will you share 80,000 between Virat and AB? You get it? So this is the kind of trick question that can come. So you need to be careful. How do you do it now? First, I'll show the answer. Now read the question. 1,80,000 is to be shared. Alva. Profits is how much? 1,80,000. Virat and AB both are guaranteeing partners. But what is their guarantee ratio? 1:2. Okay. First, you always share the profits between all the partners in PSR. 60, 60, 60. Correct or not? Yeah. Nax should get minimum guarantee of 1 lakh. How much is the additional money he should get? 40. This 40 is to be borne by Virat and AB in 1:2 ratio. 40 into 1/3, 40 into 2/3. Deduct it from Virat's share and AB's share. That's how you will get the answer. This table might look lengthy, but this table will work in any case, even if the ratios are different. Some cases they'll say only there are 4 partners, one partner is getting minimum guarantee. Out of 3, only 2 partners are giving guarantee, one partner does not give guarantee. Artha agtidya? Such questions can come. So you should always do a table. Working note is very, very important. Do a working note, distribute the profit to all the partners first. Then write the minimum guaranteed amount to that guaranteed partner. Identify how much is the shortage. To the extent there is shortage, that shortage will be borne by the guaranteeing partners in the guarantee ratio, not in profit sharing ratio. What ratio? Artha aita? Yes. Very good. So this is one part that I wanted you to know. You know the concept. Shall we do one more concept? Okay. Now observe this. Profits in the case of insufficiency. Profits in the case of insufficiency. This is the question. See this here. A and B are partners sharing profits equally. What is the profit sharing ratio? Equal. Capital 2 lakh and 1 lakh. Interest on capital 10%. Alva. Net profit for the year is 15,000. You tell me, out of 15,000, how much will A get? How much will B get? Hele. A gets 10,000. How many of you say 7,500? How many of you say 10,000? 7,500, 7,500. Late aita? Answer ra. Oh, how many of you say 10,000 and 5,000? How many of you say 7,500, 7,500? Yeah. ಉಳಿದವರು ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು ನಾಳೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ, ಏನು ಸಿಗೋದಿಲ್ವಾ? ಹೇ, ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ರಿ ಆಸ್ ಪರ್ P&L ಅಕೌಂಟ್ 15,000. ಅದನ್ನ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ಸಿಗೆ? ಈಕ್ವಲ್. ಬಟ್ ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡೋದು? ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ರೇಷಿಯೋ ಇಸ್ ಈಕ್ವಲ್. But remember, I told you, no, before you share the profit, you should give interest on capital. Interest on capital ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. How much is A's capital? 2 lakh. 2 lakh into 10%, 20,000. B's capital 1 lakh. 1 lakh into 10%, 10,000. Together 30,000. Profit available only 15,000. How can you pay 30,000 interest on capital with 15,000 net profit? You can't pay. Sir, simple sir. Share 30,000. You will get loss. You can't give, yeah. Artha agtidya? It's like firm is making profit, after giving interest on capital they made loss. How? So in the case of insufficiency of profits to pay interest on capital, balance of the profits should not be shared in profit sharing ratio. It should be shared in capital ratio. This is provisions given under Partnership Act 1932. What is it? In the case where the capitals mele interest percentage, when you put interest on capital, how much? 30,000. Net profit is how much? 15,000. Is it sufficient? No, it is insufficient. In the case where net profit is insufficient to pay interest on capital. I repeat, in the case where net profit is insufficient to pay interest on capital, profit will not be shared in profit sharing ratio. Profit will be shared in capital ratio. Profit will not be shared in profit sharing ratio. Profit will be shared in yake. Very simple. See this. If the profits are not sufficient, then interest to pay interest on capital, then such insufficient profit should be shared in capital ratio and not in profit sharing ratio. Logic. Interest on capital payable is greater than net profit payable. So we don't have to share of profit to be given to partners. We will only distribute proportionate interest on purti interest kodakilla, swalpa kodakide. So that swalpa will pay them in proportion. Interest on capital is in the proportion of capital, no? Correct or not? My interest is 15, your interest is 10. Because my capital is 3 lakh, your capital is 2 lakh. 3:2. Interest ratio is 3:2. Capital ratio is 3:2. So we are not distributing them profit. We are distributing them interest in proportion. But we should not say interest. Actually, interest and the full kodbeku. Interest is 15. Sorry, interest is 20 and 10, 30, but available only 15. If you give 15,000 as 10,000 and 5,000 and you call it interest, then you are giving interest at lower rate. 5% interest kotangaito. Deed says 10%. How can you give 5% interest rate? You can't. And you cannot call it profit. So you will say it will be profit shared in capital ratio as proportionate claim of interest on capital. Did you understand the logic? Say something. Very good. If you have sufficient profit to pay interest on capital, pay. If you don't have sufficient profit to pay interest on capital, give profits in capital ratio. Did you understand? Nimge artha aagta idya? After this, you would have to do a lot of basic level questions on partnership, and we will straight away switch to the topic. This is introduction to partnership. This is introduction to partnership. Then I would have to quickly take you to the topic of goodwill, and after that admission, retirement, death and dissolution. Okay, can we do goodwill? Madana, bunny friends, goodwill discussion Madana. Yeah, there are plenty of questions. That's the point here. Illi quick mugela. See, nimma material irodu idu question, idu 3 question matra. Question number 11 is the question on that minimum guarantee. But that one case is not there here, that I discussed to you people separately. Aitalva. Goodwill ille ಇದೆ admission ಅಲ್ಲಿ. Yeah, tell me what is goodwill? Goodwill andre ಏನು? Intangible asset. You are telling me what to say characteristic feature. I am telling you what is goodwill. I am asking what is goodwill. What is goodwill andre helodilva? I'll discuss goodwill and then come to admission of a partner. Here it is. Goodwill. Tell me what is goodwill? It is what do you say, super profit earning capacity of the company, name of the company, fame of the company, amele brand value of the company. Tell few more answers. Any other answers other than that? Reputation of the company. Very good. Firm. That's it. Your answers are done. Fine. I'll get back to you people on that little later. But now come on. Quickly help me with this answer. So, okay. Question is there. Answer is also here. Observe this. There is an example. A and B are partners and their profit sharing ratio is how much? 1:1. And capital of A and B is 30,000 each. C comes for 1/3 share and C brings 50,000 towards capital. How much is the goodwill of the firm? It is hidden and I want you to find it. Gottagoyta answer note batra? Should I show the answer or should I discuss first and then? Think. A is to B 1:1. Capital of A and B 30,000. C comes for 1/3 share. C's capital 50,000. How much is goodwill?
40.
Hidden goodwill. 40. How do you arrive at 40? 50,000. Very good. 1 lakh 50. For that 1 lakh 50, they've contributed 50 plus 30 plus 30. 50 plus 30, 80. 80 plus 30, 1 lakh 10. But the amount that is contributed as if it is 1 lakh 50. 40,000 difference is goodwill. Did not understand? Partner C comes for 1/3 share. Partner C comes for 1/3 share. Entire partnership firm, if it is divided into 3 parts, you will take 1 part out of the 3 parts. And for 1 part out of the 3 parts, how much money did C bring? 50,000. 3 ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಆ ಒಂದು ಪಾರ್ಟಿಗೆ 50,000 ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟಾಗಬೇಕು? 1.5 lakh. There are 3 pieces. Entire business is divided into 3 equal pieces. One piece is 50,000. Total business should be how much? 1 lakh 50. Alva. His piece they're telling 50. Other 2 pieces is 30 30 ante. 50 plus 30 plus 30 is how much? 1 lakh 10. But they're saying the value is 1 lakh 50. 40,000 what you're not able to see is goodwill. Did you understand? For 1/3 of the capital is 50 means total capital will be 1 lakh 50. But actually capital is 50 plus 30 plus 30, which is 1 lakh 10. That difference amount will become goodwill. So this is the question on hidden goodwill. Sometimes they will not give the goodwill upfront on the face, but you would have to find. This is the question. Easy? Say something. Fantastic. Methods of computing goodwill. Madam, edolbeko. Yeah, important part. Methods of I will give you a small break. In how much time? Partnership complete ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾ? Okay, as per the rule, it's after partnership. If you want sometime before that, I thought I'll give. If you don't want, bedva. Okay, because you people are feeling sleepy, so I asked. Okay, we'll finish this goodwill part. We'll solve couple of questions. Then I'll give you a short break of 10-15 minutes. Don't worry, we can finish the entire thing, whatever is supposed to be done today. Yeah, and we've given enough focus to every topic. We didn't skip any topic and then go forward. NPO, in fact, because you asked, we did one more question also. Partnership also will do questions from RTP. RTP le ashtu question maana. So there would not be any topic on which we didn't do a question. RTP has one question from every topic. We've done one question from every topic. I'm not saying every adjustment we've done one. Agalla. Yeah, hang madare ಒಂದು ವಾರ ಒಂದು 7 days ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ every day on 5 hours or 6 hours. If for 7 days if we do, we will be able to do very good revision. Almost one question on every topic types. But that comes at a cost. Meaning you would have to spend so much time, which we don't have right now. No regrets. We'll focus on this. Methods of computing goodwill. How many methods do we have? Average profit. Under average, we have simple and weighted. We have super profit, capitalization, and annuity method. So many methods. Let's start with average profit method. One of the most famous methods, one of the most used methods. Do you know how to compute goodwill under average profit method? Come on, tell me, how do you find goodwill under average profit method? Number of years of purchase multiplied by. I have a question. Why are you multiplying purchase to number of years with profit? Profit and sale on logic ide. Purchase multiply ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು number of years purchase. Why? So a purchase ಅಂತ ಏನಕ್ಕಿದೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ? New partner is purchasing, so we call it number of years purchase. This is where you should ask the question, what is goodwill? ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ, ಇವಾಗ ಹೇಳದ. Goodwill is the probability that the existing customer will stick to same business. Once again, goodwill is the probability that the existing customer will stick to same business. What is the probability that a CA Foundation student from Yashas Academy will join to CA Intermediate at Yashas Academy? That is Yashas Academy's goodwill. You get the logic? So today I sold dosa in my angadi. What is the probability that the customer to whom I sold dosa will come back to my shop tomorrow and has dosa? That is my goodwill. No, if they come, not just tomorrow, next year if they want to have dosa. They went abroad for 1 year. After that they came back. They go, okay, Bengaluru ಬಂದಷ್ಟ ಅಂಗಡಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ದೋಸೆ ತಿನ್ಬೇಕು. They'll come. No, that is my goodwill. Lot of them, they don't stay here. They go to different places, stay somewhere else. They come to Bangalore for 1 week, they'll say, Al dose tinbeku, il vade tinbeku, il chitrana tinbeku. They go, no, that's goodwill. Are you getting the logic here? Now, sir, how is that connected with number of years purchase? Very simple, yeah. Let's say I'm running one dosa shop from 10 years. Very, very famous. People from different, people who settled abroad also, when they come to India and stay for 1 week, even if they don't meet all the relatives, they will definitely meet my dosa and then go. So that's so famous. My dosa is 10 years in the okay, full famous dosa. Now, I will sell my dosa shop to you. You buy that dosa shop from me. Okay. You don't know how to make dosa. ನೀವು ಕೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ದೋಸೆಗೆ ಗೋಧಿ ಹಿಟ್ಟು ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕಾ ರಾಗಿ ಹಿಟ್ಟು ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕಾ? That is the knowledge that you have. That is the knowledge that you have. Okay, na? So if you make dosa tomorrow, will it be like dosa that I made today? You might buy my business, but not my skills. You might buy my business, but not my skills. Taste will drop, no. But sales will still happen tomorrow. Sales will still happen tomorrow. Sales will still happen 1 month. Sales will still happen 1 year. Why? That people will get irritated, they will stop coming. No, for the people to stop coming, let's say it will take 3 years. For the next 3 years you will make sales. No, that sales is not happening because of you, that's happening because of me. People are still thinking that I am doing it and they're coming and purchasing the dosa from me. They're thinking that they're purchasing from me. Or even if you make standard proportion, I've given everything to you. This much of this ingredient, this much of this ingredient, you should mix at this proportion, store it like this, put it. I've given you proper. So you can do dosa, not as exactly like mine, but you can still do good. You can still do good. So when you do that kind of dosa, again you will make profit for next 3 years. No, you will make good profits only. That 3 years profit you have not earned it, that I have earned it. Over a period of 3 years it will get saturated. Slowly people will understand that they are buying dosa from you and not from me. I am not there. Slowly they'll understand. Then they stop. So next 3 years business is already earned. Though I am doing business today, next 3 years pakka they'll come here only, no matter how bad I do. That is my goodwill. So when I sell my business to you, I will collect money for the assets minus liabilities. I will also collect money of the profit that I make this year multiplied by 3 anta helidre. This profit is expected to be repeated for 3 more years. I have already earned it, but sales madilla. Next 3 years sales madodu. So you'll pay me next 3 years profit. Because next 3 years you will do business in my name and make profit, not on your name. After that, year 4, if you're still doing profit, that is based on your name. Are you getting it? That is the reason we take adjusted average profit multiplied by number of years purchase. Number of years for which the customers will come and purchase goods from you. Number of years for which people in the future also will come and buy goods. Till the time they come and buy goods from you, you will be selling goods to them. If you are selling goods to them, you will make profit. For the next 3 years, profit is fixed. For the next 3 years, profit is, you will make so much profit because of my effort. That's goodwill. Logic is artha aagta idya? Why do we do goodwill is equal to number of years, that adjusted average profit multiplied by number of years purchase. Next question is, sir, why is this adjusted average profit? What is the concept of adjusted average profit? See, I am selling my business. I'm telling that next 3 years people will pakka come and buy dosa from you because of the goodwill that I earned over so many years. Am I right? So profit multiplied by number of years, you do know that profit should be repetitive and recurring profit. I have some SB interest, FD interest, fixed deposit interest is there. That is not goodwill. If you open one bank in Yes Bank, or if you open one bank account in SBI, I open one account in SBI, both of us will get interest. Nanden special enilla. So that interest is not goodwill. That should be eliminated. Are you getting it? Let us say this year I have some interest income in my P&L. Eliminate that interest income. Balance profit into 3 years you should do. Understood? Next thing, in my P&L, there is some profit earned for sale of furniture. I sold some old stool, old chair I sold, and from that I made profit. People come buy dosa in my shop at premium price, not chair and table. So on sale of the table, sale of the chair, if I make profit or I have made loss, that is not recurring, that is not in the nature of goodwill. So eliminate that profit or loss from non-operating activities, and balance profit should be taken for goodwill computation. If in case there is fire breaking out in my business because of which I made loss, that loss is not repetitive in nature. This year I made 10,000 profit after adjusting 2,000 loss for fire. If that fire was not there, 12,000 would have been my profit. Next year, how much profit will I make? 10? No, 12. So you should take 12,000 multiplied by that number of years purchase, not 10. So we are not taking current year profit. We are taking future repetitive profit. How much profit will we be earning in the next years? It's called as FMP. Here we'll use adjusted average profit. But what was the actual term? FMP, future maintainable profit. In the future, how much profits can you maintain? On that profit, you multiply by number of years to find the goodwill. That is which method? Adjusted average profit method. Did you understand this? So what items do you eliminate? Non-operating and non-recurring items. If something is not recurring, I got some lottery income of 10,000. Eliminate that from profit. You used to do the adjustment. Are you getting the logic? Why to see? If you try to remember the adjustments, no, 100 variety adjustments can be given in the question. You can't remember 100 adjustments. You should remember the logic why an item is deducted or why an item is added to profit. Now do you understand what items will be eliminated? Non-recurring. Andre matte matte barde iruvantaddu. Non-recurring items or non-operative items will be eliminated. Only recurring and repetitive operating items will be included in profit. That profit, when you multiply by number of years purchase, you get goodwill. Okay now? Say something, yeah. This is which method? Average profit method. Simple average. If you say weighted average, you will assign weights to those profits. Let's say profits 10,000 this year. Sorry, year 1 10,000, year 2 12,000, year 3 15,000. Profits are following one trend, no. You should not do 10 plus 12 plus 15 by 2 by 3. Should do first year ge 1, second year ge 2, third year ge 3. You should assign weights and then take the weighted average. So when the profits are following specific trend, you follow weighted average method. What method do you follow? Weighted average method. Everyone got it? Say something. By this we are done with first a simple average, weighted average. Question bed alla gottagattala. After I finish super profit, capitalization and annuity, I will make you do RTP question. There is one question on average profit. No. One on super profit, one on capitalization in RTP. You understood this much? Should I do this or beda? Gottagatta? Okay, come on. Let's see the next one. So the next one is super profit method. How do we find goodwill under super profit method? Yeah, Kareem, you guys have been so quiet. Silence is the best answer. One second. ಮಧುವಣ್ಣ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ರೀ. ಹಲೋ, ಹೇಳಿ ಅಣ್ಣ. ಇವಾಗ ತರ್ತಾನಂತ. ಓಕೆ ಆಯ್ತಣ್ಣ, ಡನ್. ಹಾ, let's discuss super profit method. Help me, yeah. Super profit method. How do we find goodwill under super profit method? You know the formula. Super profit multiplied by number of years purchase. Shh, silence. How do you find goodwill under super profit method? Super profit multiplied by number of years purchase. Am I right? What do you mean by super profit? So the logic behind super profit being taken and not average profit being taken is, I was doing business. I told, no, when you acquire my business, whatever profit I get multiplied by number of years purchase is goodwill. Not every rupee of sale is goodwill. Sometimes when you open one shop, randomly people will come and then try. If you open dosa shop, no, even if you don't know how to make dosa, in Bangalore ನೀವು ದೋಸೆ ಅಂಗಡಿ ತೆಗೆದ್ರೆ ಯಾರೋ ಒಂದು ದೋಸೆ ತಿಂದೇ ತಿಂತಾರೆ. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ದೋಸೆ ಮಾರಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನೆಲ್ಲಿ ದೋಸೆ ಮಾರೋದು. People eat dosa. They'll come and eat. Masala dosa ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು, ಬಿದ್ದು ಸಾಯ್ತಾರೆ ಜನ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ, you went to Bangalore, you should try masala dosa. So, like favorite masala dosa points in Bangalore, 10-12 places. So people go and eat, no matter how bad it is. Even if you do very bad dosa, naale matte some new people who don't know will come and try. You will still have sales. So normally whatever everyone makes as profit is not goodwill. Profit, what you make more than others, is the super profit. That is goodwill. For example, let's say both of us do high jump. I am also jumping, you are also jumping. Let's say I can jump up to 4 feet height. height tree. I can jump up to 4 feet height. He can also jump up to 4 feet height. She can also jump up to 4 feet. All of us can jump up to 4 feet. There is nothing great about it. Someone of you jump up to 6 feet. That is super. Super is not 6, sir. Super is a 2 feet extra that you jumped. Are you getting what I'm trying to tell? Let's say we started business. I made profit of 10,000. He made profit of 10,000. She made profit of 10. She made profit of 10. Everyone makes 10,000 profit. That's not the super element. With same 1 lakh capital, you made a profit of 12. So what is the super element? That what you did extra is super profit. That is the basis for goodwill computation. So we won't take profit into number of years purchase. Under super profit method, we take super profit into number of years purchase. What do we do? Super profit into number of years purchase. How do we find super profit? How much do you earn more than others? How much do you earn more than? Normally, we all earn 10%. Normally, how much do we all earn? What is the capital? 1 lakh. 1 lakh capital mele 10% is 2. 10,000. I earn 10. Everybody earns 10,000. Actually, how much did you earn? 12,000. Normal capital 1 lakh. Sorry, actual capital 1 lakh. On that profit percentage 10%. Normal rate of return. Normally, jana ella ಎಷ್ಟು earn ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ 10%. 1 lakh into 10%. 10,000. But actually, how much profit did you earn? 12,000. 1 lakh minus, sorry, 10,000 and 12,000 difference. 2,000 you earned extra. That is super profit. How many years can you earn super profit? Multiply it with number of years purchase. You will get goodwill. Did you understand this? Pakka. That is super profit. What is capitalization? It is ulta of super profit. It is ulta of super profit. Here you are comparing profits. There will compare capitals. Hege ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಕೇಳಿ. Let's say you earned profit of 12,000. You earned profit of 12,000. I also earned profit of 12,000. Did you do better than me? No. Why? I earned 12. You also earned 12. You didn't do anything better. But my capital is 1 lakh. Your capital is 80,000. You earned as much as I earned with 20,000 lesser capital than me. That 20,000 is goodwill. You get it? Who am I? I am representing people. I am representing people. You get this? How much profit did you earn? 12,000. Normal rate of return in the market 12%. What is the normal rate of return in the market? 12%. Andre to earn 12,000 at 12%, how much capital should you invest? 12,000 divided by 12% will come to 1 lakh. 1 lakh is normal capital. What is 1 lakh? Normally, if anyone does business, how much capital do they start with? 1 lakh is normal capital. Actually, your capital is 80,000. Difference of 20,000 is your goodwill. Did you understand this? This is capitalization method. Under annuity method, few future years of profit will be given. Future annuity factor will be given. You multiply and then you will get goodwill. That is easy. Now, shall we do one question on goodwill computation from our September 2024 RTP? Ready na? Bunny friends, madana. People who are watching it on YouTube, ಏನಾದರೂ ಹೇಳಿಪ. One second. ಏನು ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ. ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಟೈಮ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, 3:15 ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ತುಂಬಾ ಟೈಮ್ ಆದಂಗೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ? You feel like it's 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock already? No. 2:30 ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಇನ್ನು? Okay. Hey, why? She can feel how she wants to feel. She's feeling like it's 2:30. Yeah, you can feel it's 2:30. ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ? ಏನಪ್ಪ? ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ? This is question number 12 from our recent RTP. Are you ready? Can I have your attention? Will you please stop talking? Come on, guys. Let's now solve question number 12 from our September 2024 RTP for CA Foundation Accounting. This is on partnership accounting, and this question specifically talks about calculation of goodwill under two methods. One is super profit method and the other one is capitalization method. So start reading. A and B are partners in a firm. The capitals are A 6 lakh, B 4 lakh. During the year ended 31st of March 2024, firm earned a profit of 3 lakh. This is actual profit. What is their actual capital? 10 lakh. With 10 lakh of capital, they earn profit of 3 lakh. With 10 lakh of capital, they have earned profit of 3 lakh. Assuming that the normal rate of return is 20%. What is the normal rate of return? Usually people earn 20%. With 10 lakh, you have earned 30%. You actually earn more. You have earned more. On 10 lakh, usually people earn 20%. 20% is how much? 2 lakh. You have earned 3 lakh. Or 3 lakh divided by 20% is how much? If you earn 3 lakh at 20%, how much should have been your capital? 3 lakh divided by 20%. 15 lakh should have been your capital, but your capital is 10 lakh. So, our capital ge our profit to jasti ne aaytu. You've done better. So, they want you to compute goodwill using two methods. One capitalization, two super profit. If they say capitalization, we will equate the capitals. How? Very simple. If you are earning 20% rate of return and your profit is 3 lakh, how much should have been your capital? Rate of return is 20%, profit is 3 lakh. How much should be your capital? 3 lakh divided by 20, 15 lakh. 15 lakh should have been your capital. Your capital is actually 10 lakh. 5 lakh is goodwill. Common sense, we did not use any formula. Profit is 3 lakh. Normal rate of return is 20%. If you are earning a 20% like anybody else normally, to earn 3 lakh, you need capital of 15 lakh. But you have capital of only 10 lakh. 5 lakh, what you have not invested but you still earned return out of it is your goodwill. This is capitalization method. I'll show the answer to you presentation. You don't have to write formula mandatorily in the exam. I would write this way. Profit is 3 lakh. Normal rate of return is 20%. Sorry, 10%. Sorry, 20%. So to earn, if you are earning a 20%, to earn 3 lakh, you should have had capital of 15 lakh. But actually you have capital of 10 lakh. 5 lakh is your goodwill. This is capitalization method. No formula required. Answer complete. Next, they've asked super profit method. Let's first understand super profit and then write the answer. Super profit method. Now think, how much profit will usually people earn? 20%. So how much is the capital? 10 lakh. With 10 lakh capital, if you were like anybody else, how much profit would have you earned? 10 lakh into 20%, you would have earned 2 lakhs. But how much did you earn? 3. So like others you earned 2, but you earned 1 lakh extra. That is super profit. 1 lakh that you earned extra is super profit. You are saying that you can earn it for 2 more years. So that 1 lakh into 2 lakh rupees is your goodwill. Under which method? Super profit method. Understood? Come on, let me quickly write under the next one. I would write actual capital is 10 lakh. Like others, even if you are earning 20%, then you would basically earn profit of 2 lakh. But actually you earn profit of 3 lakh. 1 lakh what you earned extra is super profit. Number of years purchase is 2. 1 lakh into 2 goodwill becomes 2 lakh. Understood? This is both the methods of goodwill that they've asked in this question. There is another question. This is on admission of a partner. Come retirement is there in the same question. So what I would do is first I'll make you understand the overview of admission and retirement together. And then I'll come back here and then explain the rest to you. Is that okay? Come on guys. Let's quickly see how to deal with admission of a partner. Whenever there is an admission of a partner, remember that you are selling a part of the business and the other person is buying the business. When you are selling, you are not just selling the business, you are selling future profits to that person. So that partner will start buying your share. So you are sacrificing a part of your future profits. If they don't come, your share in the future will be more because they come. your share in the profits in the future will become less. So existing partners will sacrifice to accommodate new partner. In the case of retirement, one partner is going out, that going out's partner's vacuum is filled by the existing partners. So in the case of admission, existing partners sacrifice. In the case of retirement, continuing partners gain. I repeat, in the case of admission, existing partners sacrifice. In the case of retirement, continuing partners gain. What should you do in the case of admission of a partner? The perspective needed is business is being sold. So incoming partner is buying, existing partner is selling part of the business. When the business is sold, no, you need to understand how much of the business is sold. That is that fraction, profit sharing ratios. Then you need to find the value of the business before you sell. So all the assets and liabilities will be at historical cost. You need to do revaluation of the business. After you do revaluation of the business, that profitability, whatever is arising, is adjusted through capitals of the old partners. Then you need to value goodwill separately. When you do all the assets and liabilities, you don't adjust goodwill along with these assets and liabilities. You treat goodwill always as a separate asset. The reason is as per accounting standard 26 of, sorry, as per accounting standard 26, no, self-generated goodwill will not be accounted. Self-generated goodwill should not be accounted, but it will be still adjusted. Meaning, two of them have worked really hard over 10 years to generate one business. If one new partner comes, no, that goodwill, whatever the other two partners have generated, cannot be written in the balance sheet asset side. It is again stays 26. But still, no, there is goodwill. They can sell it to this partner. So what they should do? They should treat it but not show it in books of accounts. So always goodwill is not recorded through revaluation. It is adjusted separately. It's always adjusted outside revaluation account for this reason. If not, it is just one more asset. No, you can adjust goodwill also in revaluation. The reason why we don't take goodwill in revaluation is what? Because as per accounting standard 26, when you come to CA Inter, we'll read it once again in detail. So as per accounting standard 26, goodwill, if it is self-generated, it should not be shown in books of accounts. It is not an asset, should be disclosed in the balance sheet. So we will not adjust it in revaluation, we'll adjust it separately. Do goodwill adjustment, and then if there is any capital adjustments as per partnership deed, and then finally we'll do balance sheet after admission. Same to same you'll do in the case of retirement also. Okay now? Pakka. Now, can I take you all to revaluation of assets and liabilities? Revaluation of assets and ratios gota. Old ratio minus sacrifice ratio is new ratio. Old ratio plus gain ratio is equal to new ratio. Pakka? Of, from, he gets 1/3 from old partners, of old partners. Pakka? Sure. Okay, good. Try and read that part. Then be careful when they use the word of and from. If they say of, then what do? Multiply and then deduct. If they say from, straight away deduct. Bigger word, FROM. If they say whatever the fraction is given after the word from, straight away deduct that fraction from the person from whom you're taking. Let's say I am the new coming partner. I'm taking 1/3 from your share. From your share, deduct -1/3. Ashte. -1/3 straight. If in case of your share and ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, whatever that partner is there, multiply and then deduct. Simple. I've covered it. What is it? If they use the word of, what do? First multiply, then deduct. If they use the word from, straight away minus. Ishtu nenpidre saku. Okay? Very good. Then come to revaluation of assets and liabilities. This revaluation is other than goodwill. It is other than goodwill, we do it separately. If the asset value is increasing, then it is profit. If the asset value is decreasing, that is loss. In other way, asset value is increasing, asset debit, revaluation credit. Revaluation is like profit and loss account. Credit means profit. If the asset decrease, asset credit, revaluation debit. If the liability increase, it is loss. Liability credit, revaluation debit. If the liability is decreasing, liability debit, revaluation credit. Understood this much? Pakka. This sums up everything. So in your revaluation account, whatever you're preparing, profits will be written on the credit side, losses will be written on the debit side. Increase in the asset or decrease in the liability on the credit side. Profits no. Asset jasti adre laba, liability kadme adre laba. Increase in the asset or decrease in the liability on the credit. Decrease in the asset or increase in liability on the debit. Once you write that, you'll identify profit or loss as balancing figure. Are you getting it? Pakka? Say something, yeah. Sir, what if there is an unrecorded asset? Unrecorded asset andre asset is recorded at 0. Asset is recorded at 0. New value is 10,000. That is like increase in the value of the asset, credit side. Unrecorded liability means it is recorded at 0. Now you are assigning value of 10,000 to it. Increase in the value of liability, debit side, because it is expense or loss. Okay, very nice. But very important thing that comes up is this is only theoretical. Practically, no one does revaluation. Sir, why? Very simple. Whenever you do revaluation, you're forgetting one very important concept of the organization called as historical cost concept. Isn't it breach of historical cost concept? How can you change the value of asset like that? You cannot change. So some questions are there in your material where they've clearly mentioned in the question, the organization wants to show the assets at its original values. The organization wants to show the assets at its original values. Let's say machinery is 10,000. Revalued figure is 8,000. But in the balance sheet, it should appear at 10. So what do? We do memorandum revaluation. What do we do? Memorandum revaluation is extended part of revaluation account. What is it? Extended part of whatever we do in revaluation, it will be reversed in memorandum revaluation. Whatever you do in revaluation will be reversed in memorandum revaluation account. Shall I teach you how is it done? So credit side ಏನು ಬರ್ತಿದೀವಿ? Increase in asset, decrease in liability. Debit side ಏನು ಬರ್ತಿದೀವಿ? Decrease in asset, increase in liability. Profit is here, loss is here. In memorandum revaluation, full ulta. Illi decrease in asset, whatever you have debited, it will be credited here. Reverse ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. If you brought the value of the asset down here, you increase it back here. And if in case you have increased the value of the liability here, that will be written here and then you decrease the value of the liability. Whatever you written here on the debit will be reversed here on the credit. Whatever you written here on the credit will be reversed here on the debit. Sir, then why are we doing? To identify the profit or loss that we would have made on revaluation. And that profit will be given to the continuing partners without changing the asset. Sir, how to give without changing the asset? It will be given by new partner. Okay, it will be given by Hege. Very simple. Here, profit is shared between old partners in old profit sharing ratio. Here, same thing will become loss. It will be shared between all the new partners in new profit sharing ratio. Difference between old profit sharing ratio and new profit sharing ratio is sacrifice ratio. No? That's what we are adjusting. That is what we are adjusting. Did not understand? Let me give an example. Let's say there is an asset of 1 lakh. Land estiде 1 lakh. Revalued figure is 1 lakh 30. Revalued figure is how much? 1 lakh 30. If you record the value of the land from 1 lakh to 1 lakh 30, you will write in your revaluation account credit side. Am I right? Here you will write 30,000 and 30,000 will be shared between the partners as 15-15. Correct? You don't want to do that. You want to if you do this, here you wrote 1 lakh 30, balance sheet asset should also be shown at 1 lakh 30. You don't want to do that. In the balance sheet, you want to write the land at 1 lakh only, not at 1 lakh 30. How can you record the land at 1 lakh in the balance sheet and not 1 lakh 30? Here you will not write 30,000. Whatever 30 you wrote here will get reversed here. First I'll tell you logic, then come to memorandum revaluation. So there are two partners. 1 lakh is the value at which they bought the land. On the date of admission, market value is 1 lakh 30. So if they sell it today, they make 1 lakh 30,000 rupees, meaning 30,000 profit. A should get 15,000, B should get 15,000. But they're not selling, they're admitting C into the partnership form. The moment C comes, C will also become partner. C also has right on the land. After they admit C, if they sell the land, 1 lakh rupees of land, if they sell it for 1 lakh 30, they make 30,000 profit. A, B, C, all of them will get 10, 10, 10. C 10,000 barbardalva. Correct or not? That should actually belong to A and B, no? But C will get the profit later. Now only collect 10,000 from C and then share it between both of you. What will you do now? Now you will collect 10,000 from C and both of you will take 5-5. So you have got 5, I have got 5. Correct? After we admit C, if in case we sell, we will get 10,000. No, I will get 10, you will get 10, he will get 10. I got 5 avagle, now I got 10, 15. I made correctly. You also did correctly. He paid us 10,000 then only. Now we will get the 10,000 what he paid us. So he has not made any profit. That is done through memorandum revaluation. Logic karta hai tha? So what do? First you share that 30,000 profit to old partners, 15-15. Then you debit it to new all the partners in new ratio 10-10-10. Correct? Here A 15-15. Here A 10, B 10, C 10. So A is getting 5, B is getting 5, C is giving 10. Logic karta hai tha? Are you not getting it? Should we give break? Should I repeat once again? Pakka understood? So that is the logic behind memorandum revaluation account. So whatever revaluation you do normally. You share the profits or losses of revaluation between all the partners in old profit sharing ratio. Reverse everything. Whatever is debit will become credit, whatever is credit will become debit. Then that profit will become loss, or that loss would become profit. That will be shared to new partners in new profit sharing ratio. This is the concept of memorandum revaluation account. Okay. Once you do that, rest is simple. You bring in partners capital accounts and then you go out with balance sheet. So what I'll do now is, rather than teaching that partners capital account and everything with the help of entries and multiple cases, I'll teach you how to do. You don't have to remember too many cases of goodwill. Raised, written off, adjusted through capital account, brought in cash, brought in kind, brought in cash, partly withdrawn. You do multiple cases now, not required. Everything can be adjusted in one single logic, one single way. Every case is only one toss. We don't have to do multiple cases. I'll teach that with the help of a problem. Agboda? Come on. Let's do one question on RTP, from RTP. This is on admission cum retirement. Once this question is done, we'll take a break. Okay. Amele, when I come back, I'll teach you death and dissolution ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ overview ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಆಮೇಲೆ company accounts ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದಾ? Yeah, even I'm feeling it. Like continuous class ಆಯ್ತು. Break also it was 30 minutes only, no lunch break. So I want little not talking break. Break where I don't talk. Yes sir. ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಾ? ಹಾ, ನೀನು ಯಾವಾಗಲೇ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ? ಹೌದು, ನಂದ ತಪ್ಪು. ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ತಮಾಷೆ ಹೇಳಿ. ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ? OTP-ನಾ? ಹಾ, ಓ ಹಾಗೆ. ಓಕೆ ಆಯ್ತು. ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಇದೊಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೋಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಓಕೆ ಬಾಸ್, ಬಾಯ್. NPO ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಂಪನಿ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ಸ್ ಮುಂಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಕೊನೆಯವರು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಓಕೆ, ಇನ್ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಹೋಗೋರು ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ಅದರ್ ಸರ್ ಹಿಯರ್, ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಗೋ? Anybody else? Same college? SJU? Didn't? So sorry for you. No, their loss. They lost a gem. They lost a person whom they could have proudly put as their alumni after 10 years. Huh? After 10 years, when he becomes one big CEO or CFO of a company, they could have put his photo and then say our proud alumni, but they missed that opportunity. Sad for them. Okay, bye guys, take care. ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಿ. All the best. Exam ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರೀರಿ.
12 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸಮ್ನ ಮಲ್ಟಿಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ 6.5 ಡಿವೈಡೆಡ್ ಬೈ 12 ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಇಯರ್ಸ್.
ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ?
ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಅಂತ.
Which chapter are you talking about? Partnership, goodwill, average profit method.
ಅದೇ
ಹಾ,
average profit ಅಲ್ಲ, ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆನ್ ಡ್ರಾಯಿಂಗ್ಸ್, ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
interest on drawings computation. Okay.
ಅದೇ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಮಂತ್ ತಗೊಂತಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವು 12 months ಪ್ಲಸ್ 1 ಡಿವೈಡೆಡ್ ಬೈ 2 ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ. ಸೊ ಅದು 6.5
ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಔಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಅದೇ, ಸೊ ಅದು ಹಂಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು.
ಅದ್ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? ಬರೆದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು.
ಸೊ ಬರೋದ್ರೂ ಅದೇ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಬರ್ತಿದೆ, ಬರ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದೇ answer.
You should understand what is that 12, what is this 12. 6.5% per annum ಇದೆ. So this is months. So you take divided by 12. There it is 12 times you have withdrawn the amount. So you are multiplying it by 12. ಆ 12 ಬೇರೆ, ಈ 12 ಬೇರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಆನ್ಸರ್. ಹಾ, ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಇಂಟು 12 ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿವೈಡೆಡ್ ಬೈ 12 ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತು? ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು. ಓಕೆ, ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ವಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ. ರಿವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಬಾಯ್ ಬಾಯ್ ಬಾಯ್. ಏನಿದೆ ಏನೇನಿದೆ ಈ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ? ಏನು ಇದೆ? ಇವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಫಿಶ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದಾರೆ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ವೆಜಿಟೇರಿಯನ್. ಇನ್ ಚಾಟ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಫಿಶ್. ಫಿಶಿಟೇರಿಯನ್ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕತೆ. ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಯುವರ್ ಅಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಒನ್? ತಿಂತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಪಾಪ ಸರ್ ಅಂತಲೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕೇಳಿ, ಫೋಕಸ್. Come on guys, let's now solve question number 13 from RTP September 2024 for CA Foundation Accounting. This question is on admission of a partner. Shall we? But it also has a small adjustment for retirement if I'm not wrong. Have a look. P and Q are partners sharing profits and losses in the ratio of 3:1 as at 31st of March 2024. Following is the balance sheet of P and Q. They have given the balance sheet. Don't see this much. Come to the later part. They agreed to take R into partnership. Okay, there is admission. When is admission happening? 1st of April 2024 all by itself. So come to the last. What do they want us to do? They want us to do revaluation account as well as partners capital account. Fine, good to do. Let's start doing it. So they have given the balance sheet. They have given the adjustments. Let's read adjustments one at a time. Goodwill of the firm is valued at 2 lakhs. R is unable to bring cash for his share of goodwill. Whenever he is unable to bring his share of goodwill in cash, we are going to deduct it from his capital. It will be adjusted through capital account. So much of goodwill what P and Q wants, they want it. If R brings it in cash, we'll take it in cash. If R doesn't bring it in cash, we'll take it from his capital. Understood that? So it was decided that due credit for goodwill should be given to P and Q for their sacrifice in the favor of R through R's current account. Yeah, that's what we would do anyways. We would take it in from R's current account, and R's current account, if we had prepared balance sheet, would have appeared in the balance sheet asset. But here, they have not asked us to do balance sheet. R pays 1,40,000 as his capital for 1/5 share in the future profits. So let me start writing this now. So R pays 1,40,000. In our partner's capital account, on the credit side, I will write by bank account. How much money will R bring towards his capital? 1,40,000. For how much share? 1/5 share. So 1/5 share is the important thing that I should remember to compute our ratios. 1/5 of the share in the future firm profits will belong to R. So how much will belong to P and Q? 4/5. Total firm, if it is divided into 5 parts, 1 out of 5 parts will be taken by R. So 4 out of 5 parts will belong to P and Q. That 4 parts out of 5 what belongs to P and Q should be shared in the ratio 3:1. I don't know how you usually do ratio. I'll teach you how I find it to be the easiest method to do the ratio. We should not do formula. We should do a table. Table will make it much simpler. Observe here. Old share between P and Q is 3/4, 1/4. Do we all know it? If you do 3/4 plus 1/4, it becomes 4/4. That is 1/1. Total is correct. Perfect. Then the new share is like this. R will get 1/5. It is like you are dividing the firm into 5 parts. In that one part is with R. How many parts are remaining? 4. 4/5 will be with P and Q. And 4/5, what is there with P and Q? P and Q will share it in 3/4, 1/4 ratio. That is their ratio, no? 4/5 will be shared between them in 3/4, 1/4 ratio. So do 4 by 4, 4 by 5 into 3 by 4. What will you get? 4 will get cancelled. There is one 4 in the denominator, one 4 in the numerator. You will have 3 by 5. What about Q? Very simple. 4 by 5 into 1 by 4. 4 and 4 will get cancelled. You will get 1 by 5. So new profit sharing ratio is 3:1:1. What is the new profit sharing ratio? 3:1:1. You understood? You never need sacrifice ratio. You never need gain ratio in any of the problems. Without computing sacrifice and gain ratio, you can close all the problems. All that you need to know is opening ratio and closing ratio. That is old ratio, new ratio if you know sufficient. Don't try to identify the difference between ratios to find sacrifice and gain. Identify the old ratio amount and new ratio amount. Difference of the amounts will automatically become our adjustment. Got it? I'll show how are we going to adjust goodwill in this problem without identifying sacrifice and gain ratio. Now we have this much of data. Then how much is the money that R is going to bring for 1/5 the share? R is bringing capital of 1,40,000. Sir, how do we know? We just read. R is going to bring capital of 1,40,000. Did you understand that? Everyone? Very good. Then stock and furniture are to be reduced by 10%. Oh, before that, shall we finish goodwill adjustment? Sorry, I forgot. Goodwill adjustment. How much is goodwill of the firm valued at? So you don't have to apply any formula. They only told that goodwill is 2 lakh. See, share is 2 lakh, no total goodwill. Am I right? It belongs to whom? Old partners. P and Q. In what ratio? Old profit sharing ratio. 3/4, 1/4. Do 2 lakh into 3/4 and 2 lakh into 1/4. 1,50,000 and 50. This should be given to P. This should be given to Q. When you give it to them, their capital will increase. So credit. Did you understand this? Pakka. In the future, this will be shared between all of them in new profit sharing ratio. Do you agree with that? Yes or no? Same goodwill amount. You share it to all the new partners in new profit sharing ratio 3:1:1. Irrespective what the question is, always take the goodwill amount, share it to old partners in old profit sharing ratio and give it as credit. Then share it to new partners in new profit sharing ratio and then debit it. Whatever difference you get, no, that is the goodwill adjustment entry in any complicated question. Understood? Now 2 lakh into 3/5. 3:1:1, no, new profit sharing ratio. So 3/5, 1/5, 1/5. 3 lakh into 1/5. 1,20,000 is debit. I told no, now goodwill has to be debited to all the new partners in new profit sharing ratio. 2 lakh into 1/5, 40,000 debit. Here 40,000 debit. So total here is 40,000 debit. Here 50,000 credit, 40,000 debit. 10,000 credit. Difference you take, give higher sign. 50, 40 is 10, no. Which is greater? Credit. So give 10,000 credit. Here 1,50,000 and 2 lakh. Which is more? Credit is more. So 30,000 credit. So P and Q will get 30 and 10 and D will pay 40,000. You should take from D 40,000 and P and Q will get 30,000 and 10,000. Did you understand this? How will R get 40,000? Very simple. Total firm's goodwill is 2 lakh. No. What is the goodwill that he'll get in the future? 2 lakh into 1/5. 2 lakh into 1/5 is 40,000. 40,000 worth of goodwill is purchasing from the firm. So he has to bring 40,000 rupees in cash. If you would have bought cash, would have debited cash. He did not bring cash, so will debit his capital. Will reduce his capital. This has to belong to P and Q. In what ratio? In their sacrifice ratio. Their sacrifice ratio is 3:1. Sir, how do we get it? Very simple. Old ratio 3/5. Sorry, 3/4. New ratio 3/5. You identify. You will get the answer. Same for Q. Whatever the ratio you get, it will be 3:1 only. Or the other logic is, in the absence of specific mention, old partners will sacrifice in their old profit sharing ratio. Do you know that rule? In the absence of specific mention, old partners will sacrifice in their old profit sharing ratio, which is 3/1, 3:1. So that 40,000 what R brings in towards goodwill will be shared between P and Q in 3:1 ratio. or ignore all of this. I'll tell you once again, the golden way of doing this goodwill adjustments is very simple. First, credit goodwill to old partners in old profit sharing ratio. First, credit goodwill to old partners in old profit sharing ratio. Then, debit goodwill to all the continuing partners in new profit sharing ratio. Difference what arises? For that, you pass journal entry that solves your goodwill problem. Entry is P account debit, sorry, R account debit to P and Q. P and Q credit by 30 and 10 come to partners capital account. Here I would write P credit 30, Q credit 10. Who's giving it? R. We should write current account. Why? They only mention. R account will be debited by how much? Debited by how much? 40. But that won't appear here. It will appear in current account. This is capital account. This is capital account. That is current account. 40,000 will come in balance sheet asset side. R's current account 40. Did you get it? They have not asked balance sheet, so we are not doing balance sheet in this question. Goodwill adjustment done. Now read the next one. Stock and furniture to be reduced by 10%. Stock. How much is the value of stock here? 2 lakh. Reduce it by 10%. How much will be the reduction? 20,000. Reduction in the value of the asset. Stock account credit. Revaluation account debit. Revaluation account debit to stock. In revaluation account, I'll write debit side to stock. No. Yeah. You should not write depreciation. You should write to stock. Should write to stock 20,000. Got it? Then furniture also 10%. Furniture is 10,000. On that, how much are we reducing? 10%. 10,000 into 10%. 1,000. So if in case you do reduce it, furniture account will be credited, revaluation account will be debited. Entry is revaluation account debit to furniture. How much? 1,000. Did you understand this? They have not asked in this question, but you still want me to prepare balance sheet? Shall I? I will. Sorry. Okay, you will get one holistic approach ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಬೇಡ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಕೇಳಿದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ. Okay. So I would start with stock. Yeah. I'll write the items, whatever is given there. Cash, there is 2 cash here. I'll give little space. I'll write here stock. How much was the stock? 2 lakh. How much did I do in revaluation? Minus revaluation 20,000. Minus 20,000. When you do minus 20, what do I get? 1,80,000. Similarly, after that we have bills receivable, land and building, and I have office furniture. Office furniture is 10,000. I am going to do minus 1,000. It will become 9,000. Okay. Those 2 items, whatever is there, I have posted. After that, next adjustment. Provision of 5% has to be made for doubtful debts and to be created on debtors. Provision has to be credited. It's a liability. Debit will be revaluation. Entry is revaluation account debit to provision for doubtful debts. How much is 5% of debtors? Debtors is how much? Debtors is 1,60,000. Do 1,60,000 into 5%. How much is it? So I would write provision for doubtful debts as 8,000. Did you understand this? And debtors I would write in my balance sheet at a reduced figure now before stock. So how much is debtors? 1,60,000. I'll write here less provision for doubtful debts ಅಂತ ಬರೀಬೇಕು. Revaluation ಅಲ್ಲ. because it's a liability that's getting created. We are not revaluing debtors. We are creating one provision. How much? 1,60,000 multiplied by 5%. 8%. 8,000. Minus 8,000 will come to 1,52,000. Understood this? What do we have after the provision for doubtful debts? Land and building to be appreciated by 20%. How much is the value of land and building so far? Land and building so far in this question is 2,50,000. I am going to appreciate it by how much? 20%. So land and building is before office furniture. I will write here land and building. It is there right now at 2,50,000. To this I am going to do add revaluation. You should write everything as revaluation except provision. How much is revaluation? 20%. 20%, no. Yeah, 2,50,000 into 20%. 50,000. 50,000. That comes to 3 lakh. This 50,000 increase in the value of the land is debited to land, credited to revaluation account. Yeah, I'll write it as by land and building because it is income, no. By land and building 50,000. Did everyone understand? Rajni sir, please. Capital accounts of the partners are readjusted on the basis of their profit sharing arrangement, and any excess or deficiency is to be transferred to their current accounts. So we should adjust it through their current accounts. Capital should be in what ratio? Profit sharing ratio. This is the most easy thing to do. See, for 1,40,000 it is 1/5. Sorry, for 1/5 ratio it is 1,40,000. Total capital should be 1,40,000 into 5. How much? 1,40,000 into 5. 7 lakh is the total capital of the partnership firm. So R has 1,40,000. How much will be Q's share? 7 lakh into 1 by 5. P will be 7 lakh into 3 by 5. Why? New profit sharing ratio is 3:1:1. How much is 7 lakh into 3 by 5? Okay. 7 lakh into 1 by 5? 1,40,000. 420, 140, 140 is their capitals. You got it? So you write them in the balance carried down in your partner's capital account. Here balance carried down will be 420, 140, 140. This 420, 140, 140 will appear in balance sheet also. You would write here capital. Actually, we should write partner's capital. Partner's capital. P, Q, R. How much P? 4,20,000. How much Q? 1,40,000. How much R? 1,40,000. Did you understand their capitals? They can have what to say, current account also. R has current account already. How much is R's current account? Already we know it is 40,000. 30 plus 10, 40. Yeah, goodwill adjustment. We will write it later. Once we finish the rest of the question, we'll do. Hey, question is over. So close our revaluation account, identify profit or loss, share it to partners, close our partners capital account, identify current account balances if there is any, post that also to balance sheet and write the rest of the items in the balance sheet and attach to tally. 50 minus 29, 21,000. This will be shared between old partners in old profit sharing ratio 3:1. How much is it? 15,750 and 5,250. In revaluation account, I have written 2 P and Q. In P and Q account, I'll write by revaluation. How much? 15,750 and 5,250. And items which are not posted from balance sheet. We did not have plan of doing balance sheet initially, so I did not write these items. Now I'll write P's capital 2,85,000, Q's capital 1,55,000. I would write here by balance brought down 2,85,000, 1,55,000. Okay. Then creditors 3,75,000. Is there any adjustment? No. As it is, this will appear in the balance sheet. I'll write creditors without any adjustment. CRED creditors. How much is it? 3,75,000. Okay, now after 3,75,000, general reserve of 60,000. This should be shared between old partners in old profit sharing ratio. Come to revaluation. Here you write by general reserve. How much? 60. 60 into 3 by 5. 3 by 4, 1 by 4. 45,000 and 15,000. Okay. 45 and 50. Then come to asset side. We have cash in hand 1 lakh 15, cash at bank 1 lakh 10. I would write it as it is in balance sheet. Cash in hand. ಯಾಕ್ರಿ ಒಂದು ಲೆಟರ್ ಟೈಪಿಂಗ್ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಕಿಕ್ಕಿ ನಗ್ತೀರಾ. ಟೈಪಿಂಗ್ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಪಾ. J and H are one next to the other. You also do sometime. You come sit here and then take class for so long. Let's see. Laugh. Sir, please. 115 and 1 lakh 10. ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಯಾವುದು? Oh, yeah. We should add it to this. I'll add 1,10,000 plus new partners capital of 1,40,000 ala. So I'll write this as 2,50,000. I have not given impact of that P&L yet. I have not even written current account. Then last item, bills receivable. How much is bills receivable? 30,000. 30,000 of bills receivable also I'll write it as asset here. So 30,000 bills receivable is there before land and building. Yeah. How much? 30,000. Then identify the balance in figures in partners capital account and then just write it. Simple. Over. End of the game. Identify P account. How much is the total? 285 plus 45. 290, 320. 320, 350. I think debit side only it's more. He has to actually bring further capital. 4,20, 4,20. How much is the balance in figure here? 44,250. He has shortage in capital. P has to bring. It will become asset. It will become asset. I will write here current account. There is shortage in his capital. There is shortage in his capital. P has to bring. P, how much is that? 44,250. Okay. Then have a look at Q. Q 155 plus 15, 160, 170, 180, 185, 250. Q has surplus. Q has surplus 45,250. So Q can take that money home. So you would write Q's current account this side. Q. How much is it for Q? 45,000. There is one last item for R. For R, it will match. But this 40,000 goodwill I have written R's current account. No. R has to bring so much money. He has not bought. So we would write R account here. How much? 40,000. This is for goodwill. For goodwill adjustment. And we have written it all. Our balance sheet has to tally. I did this balance sheet with only one intention, though they have not asked in the question. Once we do balance sheet and it tallies, you will get a sense of satisfaction that what you've done is correct. If you don't do balance sheet, you won't get that feel of satisfaction that the question is correct. Take the total on the asset side. 11 lakh. Okay. 11,20,250. Over here also 11,20,250. Ta-da! Did you get this? Tell me, very nice. And this is how you solve a question which is on admission with goodwill and capital adjustment and normal revaluation adjustments in partnership. Okay. Then we would have to do a little bit of overall discussion about death and dissolution. and after that we will do company accounts. But before that, can we take a break? Okay. How long? You tell me. 20-25 minutes? It is 4:16. Meet you all again at 4:45. I'll try to finish it by 6 o'clock. We'll try to finish it by 6. ಅಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. 6:30. Company accounts. Overview ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. Partner. This is marathon revision for a reason. I can only tell how will it work overall. Okay. Take a break. See you all at 4:45. ಅಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಹೇಳಿ ನೀವೇ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಓವರ್ ಆಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಆಬ್ವಿಯಸ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ 5-6 ಡೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ ತಾನೆ ಇವ್ರು ಇಟ್ ಇನ್ 1.5 hour ಹಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗೋದು
3 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇರೆ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ
ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಕಬ್ಬನ್ ಪಾರ್ಕ್ ಹೋದಂಗಿತ್ತು ಅವ್ರು ಕಡ್ಲೆಕಾಯಿ ತಂದು ಕೊಟ್ರು ಇವ್ರೊಂದು ಟೀ ತಂದು ಕೊಟ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಚಾಕ್ಲೇಟ್ ಹೆಲೋ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಯು ಆಲ್ ಹಿಯರ್ Did you enjoy your break? Where did you go in the break? ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲೇ You went to Dosa camp and come back in this much short time. I had one call. Then by the time I finished the call, I thought I don't have enough time to go out and come, so I continued sitting here. We will finish the class, and then if you are still there and you are not so excited to go home, we'll go. Okay. Fine. First we'll finish whatever is left. So far it's good. We have come till partnership. 2 more units of partnership and company accounts only left is good. And so far the marathons that we've done, in a way this is good because towards the end it will become actually hurry. Nowhere we actually hurried. Yellow you did feel like bega bega muksuru sarri don't understand. It went good and we've done all the points that we should do also. Okay, 1 second. I'll start seeing the chat. ನೀವು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದೊಂದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರೋ ಏನೇನೋ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ You saw what's happening. So many people sent it to me again and saying, okay, boss, what is this? It has crossed some 250K. Henge sir anta. Okay guys, let's go forward. Let's discuss death of a partner now. One moment. Let's continue our discussion in partnership. So far we've discussed discussion on admission and retirement. Settle down. Admission and retirement both of them will be more or less similar. In the case of admission, a new partner comes in, he will bring in additional capital and you would give him some share. So existing partners will sacrifice. In the case of retirement, one of the partner will retire, you would have to give him a share of capital and then everything, and then the whatever share that you used to get in the firm will be now shared by the continuing partners. So that will become gain to the partners. Now we will discuss something very similar but slightly different called as death of a partner. To begin with, how is retirement and death different? Retirement is a planned event. Death is not a planned event. Obvious. When a partner is retiring, you can tell the partner, no, don't retire in the month of August. It will become little difficult. Retire on 30th of September. Everything can be computed for 6 months. I can give you interest on capital for 6 months. We can give you salary for 6 months. Or we can tell him, it is okay, Kashtano Sukano, we have come till August, be the partner till 31st of March. We will close the books of accounts and we will settle the capitals. Because if you have to settle in the middle of the year, we need to give profit till the date his partner, no. So we need to do one intermittent P&L account. One P&L account till the date he is a partner. So you can force the partner to stay in the partnership firm till 31st of March. And on 31st of March, suddenly if he feels like, I don't feel like leaving the firm. If he says, you say, if you are leaving, you leave today. If not, you continue to be partner for one more year. You can always do that. In the case of retirement, when someone is dying, you can't go to them and say, don't die today. ನಮಗೆ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರೇಷಿಯೋಸ್ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟೇಷನ್ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟೇಷನ್ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಡೈ ಅಟ್ ದ ಎಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಮಂತ್, ವೇಟ್ ಟಿಲ್ ದ ಎಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಇಯರ್. ಯು ಕಾಂಟ್ ಟೆಲ್ ದಟ್ ಟು ಸಮನ್ ಹೂಸ್ ಡೈಯಿಂಗ್. ಬಾತ್ರೂಮ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಾ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಸಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. Okay, that also is not stoppable. It is unstoppable. Correct or not? So it's very difficult. It's not easy to stop someone dying. And it is other way around. Let's say someone is very serious. What is that? From then it's flying. Okay, let's say there is one partner who is hospitalized and unwell. It is the month of March. On 31st of March, you're like, please don't survive one more day. If you are alive in April 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and you die on April 5th, then I would have to do reconstitution on 5th of April. We need to do revaluation. We need to do profit till that date. I need to give you share of profit, interest on capital, interest on drawings, everything for next year. Beda, die on 31st of March or live till 30. You can't tell that. It is so inhumane. So usually death of a partner will abruptly happen on a date otherwise than the year end. So when this happens, for the deceased partner, you would have to compute share of capital on that date, interest on capital till the date of death, interest on drawings till the date of death, loan mele interest till the date of death, everything till the date. Share of profit also. How much is the profit firm would have made till that date of death has to be first estimated. On that we compute his interest and then give. And the beauty is, if in case a partner is retiring, so you'd have to give him goodwill now. Goodwill has to be computed. You both can discuss how do we compute goodwill. Yes, one person will say we'll follow super profit method, other will say average profit method. They can debate. If it is already agreed in the partnership deed, how many years purchase to take? At least that they can discuss. If partner is dead, how can you discuss it with him? One partner is dead, you're asking how many years of purchase do we take for goodwill? 0? Okay, 0. Now, how will he tell one number? You can't do any negotiation. With a retired partner, you can also negotiate, stating that 50% of the amount payable will pay immediately. Balance 50% will be paid after 1 year. In the case of death, all these terms cannot be agreed upon because death is not natural. Death just happens. You get this? Death is, what natural death is? Okay, it's so natural, so beautiful that someone Allah, it's like it's not planned. You get what I'm trying to tell? Okay, death is so natural that it cannot be planned. Okay, happy? Fine. Now listen. Whatever we compute till the date of death is payable to legal heir or nominee of the deceased partner. Very, very important point that you should note with regard to this is 2. 1. Whenever you give share of profit to the deceased partner, it should be given from P&L adjustment account, not from P&L. Why? Profit and loss is prepared at the end of the year. In the middle of the year, whatever you do is only estimation of the profit till the date of death. This estimation can be made on 2 bases. 1, the profit can be estimated based on the turnover, or the profit can be estimated based on the time. Meaning, if they take last year's profit, let's say the partner died in the month of August, meaning he survived April, May, June, July, August. 5 months he was alive. We should give him 5 months profit. How do you arrive at 5 months profit? Last year, whatever profit we made into 5 by 12 is the estimated profit for current year. One way. Another way is last year profit made and last year sales will arrive at one profit percentage. That profit percentage will apply on current year sales made for these 5 months. So profit which is identified on approximate basis can be either taken on the turnover or can be taken on the basis of time. This is an option available with us. Did you understand this? The question will mention whether to take it based on turnover or take it based on time. Unless otherwise specifically mentioned, by default, we usually assume time. We usually assume time because if you want to do it based on turnover, you need more information. Anna, by death note, it is possible, death is planned. Okay, I am L. Kira. ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಬುಕ್ ಇದೆ. ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಸರೇನು ಹೇಳು? Yeah, what's your name? I will write. Yeah, ಹೆಸರಷ್ಟೇ ಸಾಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ. So I should write the, remember the person's face also. ಒಂದು ಫೋಟೋ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೆಸರು ಕಳಿಸಿ. Okay, now leave that. Come back here, please, please. We'll finish this macha 6 o'clock. ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಮುಗಿಸಕ್ಕೆ try ಮಾಡೋಣ. So it will be routed through P&L adjustment account, or another name is called as P&L suspense account. Did you understand this? Fantastic, yeah. Once that is over, last and important point is section 37. Don't take this lightly. If they are asking you a trick question, it will come on section 37 of Partnership Act 1932. What does section 37 of Partnership Act 1932 say? In the case of death of a partner, partnership firm should tell how are they going to settle this money. Am I going to give you immediately, or am I going to give you after 6 months? Some adjustment has to happen, some negotiation has to happen, some decision has to be taken. If in case one of the partner dies and the partnership firm doesn't tell how are they going to settle that money anytime, if they don't tell, then that deceased partner's legal hire is there, no? They will be entitled to 6% interest on that outstanding amount, or proportionate share in the profit, whichever is beneficial to him, meaning whichever is higher. Let's say A, B, C, and you know who dies? C. Let's say capital is 1 lakh, 1 lakh. Amount payable to C also, for time being, let's assume it is 1 lakh. And at the end of the, on the death of C, the firm has to tell how are they going to settle the money payable to C. They would have to tell, we are going to give you 50,000 now and 50,000 within 1 year, or entire amount we are converting it into loan, we are going to give interest at 5%. They should tell something. If there is no negotiation and nothing mentioned, at the end of the year, C's legal hire will get that 1 lakh capital or total amount payable to C's executors multiplied by 6% interest. Or let's say the total profit of the firm is 40,000. 40,000 into 1 by 3, proportionate share if C was alive. If C was alive, whatever proportionate share would have been there, no, that share or 6% of interest, whichever is beneficial to them will be given to them. Read this. This section applies when partner dies or retires and the amount payable to him or her is not settled, or terms of settlement is not agreed upon. In that case, section 37 applies. If section 37 applies, deceased partner's executor or retiring partner is entitled to what? Proportionate share in the profit to the extent of amount outstanding, or interest at 6% per annum, whichever is beneficial to that deceased or retired partner. Got it? If you know this much, then death of a partner should not be a difficult part. But the question, one or couple of questions in the material are slightly tricky because depreciation is being put along with rectification. There's one car question. There's a car which is been not recorded or wrongly recorded as travel expense. Such kind of questions, you please practice 1 or 2 and be ready how to deal with rectification of errors when it is given along with death of a partner. In that playlist that I've shared to you people, master questions, I've shared one death question also. Watch that, that will be sufficient. Okay, I can't solve it, so I've shared one playlist with one question on each topic for you to solve as master question. So please do that. I've shared it in the Telegram group. If you don't get it, please do text me. I'll share it once again. Okay. Good. So they've not told the name. They're playing around here. Now shall we discuss dissolution of partnership firm? Shall we? Dissolution is winding up of the business of the partnership firm. Dissolution is winding up of the business of the partnership firm. Dissolution type of questions that can come in the material in our examination are 2. One is on accounting based, second one is on process based. What is accounting based question on dissolution? Accounting based question on dissolution is what you would have done from your second PUC. You open realization account, close it, open partners capital account and then settle it. That is accounting. This is what is done after the entire dissolution process is executed. And process is piecemeal. What is piecemeal? What is this accounting realization? What is the difference? Very simple, yeah. Whenever you call dissolution, the business is getting closed. When the business is getting closed, you sell all the assets, you pay all the liabilities, and you repay the capital. What do? You sell all the assets, you settle all the liabilities, and you repay the capital. This is the process of dissolution. I hope you all agree with me. Very good. Now, whenever you sell the assets, do you really think you can sell all the assets at one time? Will someone be waiting to buy all the assets from you? No, it will take time. Sometimes from the time you start the dissolution process to the time you close it, it might take months. It might take months, and no, not all the assets will be sold at once. One asset will get sold, another asset will get sold after 15 days, sometimes after 1 month, sometimes after 2 months. And when we do that realization account, P&L account, partners capital account and bank and cash account, we write all the sale top, all the what to say settlement of liability top, and then pay the cash to partners. But it's taking time. No, there are 10 assets. You sold 2 assets. What will you do with that money? Will you keep it with you? No, you start paying liabilities. You start paying. You cannot say I will sell all the 10 assets and then I'll start settlement. No, proportionately you should start paying all the liabilities. Once that entire dissolution process is over, you have adequate information to do accounting. But in that process, you will not prepare ledger account, but you keep track of everything. How much money is there, what liability is there, what asset is there, what asset is gone. During the process, when you maintain records, not accounts, during the process you maintain records. That records that you maintain is piecemeal distribution. At the end of entire piecemeal, after the sale of all the assets, settlement of all the liabilities, when you have full information, you will write journal entries, that is dissolution accounting, realization, partners capital, bank and cash. You would have read in your second PUC realization, partners capital, bank and cash. Here you will learn piecemeal distribution. Got it? Now let's talk about both of them. To begin with, shall I first tell about realization and then talk about piecemeal? Yeah, starting with realization. Realization andre you are selling the asset. Revaluation means you are revaluing the assets which are there. In realization, you would have to sell all the assets. So you should transfer all the assets and liabilities to realization. Assets, when they are transferred to realization, assets will have debit balance. I will show a presentation to you when we're discussing this. Not a presentation, but I have a PDF. One moment. One moment. Stop talking. Nodi, premavanu modu. ESOP, PB, amalgamation, interlinks, banking and basic consultation. Illila. That was one old one, some student had drawn, so I used to use that. Nakpedi. Yeah, observe. Dissolution and winding up both means same. It is like the death of the partnership firm, not the death of the partner. Death of the partnership firm. Sir, are you scared? Yeah, tumba baya nimkandre. What is the reasons? The objective for which the firm was started or incorporated is gone, or completion of the venture for which they had started, death of all the partners or all the partners except one, or insolvency of a partner. You know this? All the partners died except one. Then dissolution of partnership firm, or insolvency of all the partners except one. All the partners or all the partners except one. In these cases, we'll do dissolution of the partnership firm. And quickly, let's go here. And there is a lot of other theory, like when the partner is guilty, permanently incapacitated, unsound mind, disregard, loss on business, or the transfer of interest is to third party. This is the cases in which the partnership firm will go for dissolution. So this is regular class discussion material. Let's go to quick revision. So what do you do on dissolution? Like I mentioned, you realize assets, you sell assets, including goodwill. You repay liabilities, and then you repay the money to partners in profit sharing ratio. Order is sell the assets, pay the liabilities, then repay it to partners. Do you agree with me? Now come on. Then how do you do this? Accounting. First, you should transfer all the assets to realization account. Am I right? All the assets and liabilities to realization. So assets will have debit balance. When you transfer them, assets have to be credited, realization account has to be debited. Entry is realization account debit to asset, whatever the asset is there, irrespective whether that asset is sold or not, irrespective of the selling price of the asset, it will all be transferred to realization account at book value. All the assets, whether sold or not, irrespective of its selling price, it will be transferred to realization account at what value? Very good, book value. Cash and bank will not be transferred. Why? Cash and bank cannot be sold. Yeah, you use that money to give it to partners. So you keep it separately, you open one ledger for cash and bank. Then, if in case you have any reserves and surplus, accumulated profits, accumulated losses, those also will not be transferred. Next, we'll transfer all the liabilities. Liabilities will have credit balance. When you're transferring liabilities to realization, liabilities have to be debited, realization account has to be credited. Sundry creditors, loan, bills payable, whatever is the name of the liability, debited and credit your realization account. And once all the assets have come, no, assets don't have name. Assets are all called with only one name. What is the name? Realization. Liabilities also don't have name. They all have only one name. Realization. If the assets are sold, entry is not cash account debit to asset account. Entry is cash account debit to realization account. Irrespective of the sale price. Irrespective whether it is sold above cost price or below cost price. Entry will be cash to realization. Ashte. Don't try to write this is sold at profit, cash account debit to realization to P&L. Illa. Realization account only will automatically determine the profit or loss on sale. You transferred it to realization at cost, transfer realization at selling price. Automatically it will determine the profit or loss. So what is the entry when the assets are sold? Cash or bank account debit to realization. What is the entry when liabilities are settled? Realization account debit to cash or bank. Realization account debit to irrespective of the profit or loss on settlement, pass this entry at settlement price. It can so happen that some assets, when the partnership firm is selling, partner will tell, hey, you selling this, I will only take it. He can take. Instead of giving him cash towards his capital, he is taking asset. His capital will reduce. So we should debit his capital account and credit realization account. If any of the partner takes the asset, what is the entry? Partner's capital account debit to realization account. Okay, na? Very good. After this, the next entry will be for any liabilities of the firm. If it is paid by the partners, what is the entry? Firm should have paid, no? But partner is paying. So partner's capital will increase. So you will credit partner's capital account and then debit realization account. If in case any partner pays the liability. Next one, when some of the assets are taken over by creditors, then there is no entry. There was a movie by name No Entry. Salman Khan, Lara Datta, Bipasha Basu, Anil Kapoor. So I put that picture there. So if any asset is taken over by a specific liability holder, creditors came, they took over your stock and went. Creditors will also reduce, stock also will reduce. Creditors account is not there, it's realization. Stock account is not there, that's realization. If you have to write entry, it will become realization account debit to realization account. See, sorry, Lala. So you don't write the entry. Do you understand why is it that you don't write entry when the stock is taken over by creditors? Tell something. Very good. I told you if there is any unrecorded liabilities paid, it doesn't matter whether recorded liability or unrecorded liability. When the liability is paid, realization to cash. When the asset realizes, cash to realization. This also I discussed now, eighth one. Did I? If there is any dissolution expenses paid by the partner, entry is realization to cash. If the firm pays, if the partner pays, realization to partner's capital. After this, finally will determine the profit or loss on realization. If there is profit, we are going to credit partner's capital and debit realization. If there is loss, we are going to debit partner's capital and credit realization. Once we do this, we are done with the entire realization process. In partner's capital account, whatever is the liability, that would be the extent to which we would have the cash available. So much cash will be given to partners and partners' capital will be settled. What do? We will transfer that profit, reserve, accumulated profit, accumulated losses, whatever is there to partner. Finally, pay the money to partners. Did you understand this? This is when there is enough profits, or this is when there is enough cash. What if the firm does not have enough cash to pay the liabilities? They sold all the assets. Am I right? From that assets, what they sell, whatever the money they get is not sufficient even to pay the liabilities. Then in that case, the partner should contribute the money to the firm to start paying the liabilities. Are you getting it? If in that case the partner brings the money, realization loss, there is no problem. Your real problem starts in the case of insolvency of partner. What do you mean by insolvency of partner? Partner does not have enough money to bring. You do Garner versus Murray or something, you remember? That's what I'm trying to discuss now. Shall I come here? Should I discuss? Are you disinterested? Can I? Very good. Now, there is two questions. Who is solvent partner? Who is insolvent partner? Solvent partner andre partner who has credit balance in his capital account, or partner who has debit balance but he has enough cash to bring to make his capital good. Who is a solvent partner? Partner who has credit balance andre there is no negative balance in his capital is positive, he is a solvent partner. His capital is negative and he has money to bring in to make it good, he is solvent. Who is insolvent partner? Partner who has debit balance in his capital, his capital in the partnership firm has become negative and he does not have money to bring, then he is called as insolvent. You get this? Sometimes they'll play a trick in the question. Partner will have positive balance, but his private assets are not sufficient. Is he insolvent? No. Partnership firm, does he owe money to partnership firm? You should check. If he owes money to partnership firm, meaning his loss has become more than his capital. His capital is 10,000, realization loss is 12,000. His capital is 10,000, realization loss is 12. His capital become minus 2. It is no longer written on the liability side. It will be now written on the asset side because firm has to receive money from him, not that firm is going to pay him money. Understood? In that case, if he has money, still he is solvent. If his private assets are not sufficient to bring that 2000 rupees, then he will be considered as insolvent partner. Did you understand? Whenever there is deficiency in the firm, meaning the firm, when it sells all its assets, it does not have enough money to pay liabilities, then partner should bring money. Partners should bring money and outside liabilities will be settled. If the partners are solvent, they will bring money. There is no problem. The problem starts when one of the partners says, I don't have money. Then the one who says, I don't have money is good. The other two people are there. They are fighting. There are three partners. One guy is saying, I am insolvent and he doesn't bring. This guy is not the problem. These two people have a problem with each other now. This guy had to bring money. Whatever this guy will not bring. Now, who will bring out of these two people? That's the question. That was the fight that happened long, long ago in a English court. That is the case of Garner versus Murray. There were three partners. There are three partners in that case. I am going to now show you what happened in that case and then I'll tell you what exactly is the ruling of that case. Agboda? So this is the case of Garner versus Murray. This happened long, long ago in England. That judgment what was given by Justice Joe is followed to us till today's date. Remember, always usually people know only two names, Garner and Murray. I want you to know the judge who gave this judgment. What is his name? Justice Joe. And in this partnership firm, Garner and Murray were not the only two partners. There was one more partner. Partner number 3, Wilkins. And this firm was Garner, Murray and Wilkins. There were three partners. How many partners were there? Garner, Murray and Wilkins. Three partners. They were all doing business of trading in clothes. They used to buy clothes, sell clothes. Buy clothes, sell clothes. What happened here? They used to share profits also equally. This is in 1900. You get this 1900 ಆಗಿದ್ದು. Now we are in 2024. Oh my God. How many years ago? 124 years ago. Next year, 125 years. We can do one anniversary celebration for this. Yeah. So what happened there is they sold all their assets. They started by dissolving their firm. They sold all their assets and paid off all. This is not the language in the case. If you search today, you will get Garner versus Murray. I've read that big case study and I've summarized it into a story that you will understand. Simple story. Okay. They sold all their assets and they paid off all the liabilities. And they started paying partners advance. But balance money was insufficient to repay capitals. The money that they have is not sufficient to pay the capital. Firm has deficiency. There was deficiency of 635. 635 rupees was the shortage. And there was debit balance of 263 in Wilkins' account. Wilkins had to bring 263 rupees to the firm. Garner and Murray were supposed to receive money from the firm. Now Wilkins had to bring 263. Wilkins declared himself insolvent and he told, I will not bring money. Now Wilkins told that he will not bring money. Garner and Murray should share the balance money. How should they share the balance money? The 263 what Wilkins doesn't bring, Who is going to bear that loss? They had a fight and they went to court of law. The judgment given by Justice Joey is whenever out of Garner, Murray and Wilkins become insolvent. Wilkins' insufficiency or deficiency is there, no, beyond the money what he can bring. If he can bring 263 only 60 rupees, you take 60. If he cannot bring 60 also, entire 263. If he can bring 60, 203, that deficiency is there, no, that should be borne by Garner and Murray or all the partners who has credit balance in their capital account only. In Garner and Murray, let's say Murray has debit balance in capital. Will Murray bear? No, only Garner has to bear. So partner will bear is the partner who has credit balance in capital account. Let's say both of them have credit balances. Who will bear it? Both of them. In what ratio? Not profit sharing ratio. Capital just before dissolving. Just before starting this dissolution process, whatever is the capital, that ratio. If they follow fixed capital, then same ratio. If they follow fluctuating capital, we need to do all the adjustments just before the date of dissolution. On that day, whatever capitals is there of Garner versus Murray, in that ratio it should be shared. Did you understand this? Read this. Wilkins declared himself insolvent and he could not bring any money to take goods for deficiency. Sorry, any money good for deficiency. Conflict arises between Garner versus Murray with respect to sharing the losses. Justice Jones, what is the decision that he gave? Sum not recoverable from the insolvent partner is considered as capital loss. Such loss should be borne by remaining partners in capital sharing ratio who are solvent and they have credit balance. Who are solvent and they have credit balance. If a partner has debit balance, will he bear the deficiency? No. Only partners with credit balance in their capital account will bear, and those partners with credit balance in capital account will bear it in what ratio? Capital just before dissolution ratio. If it is fixed capital, then simple, that capital only. If it is fluctuating capital, then you would have to compute that capital just before dissolution and take that. Did you understand this? This is what we'll use throughout. Did you understand? Finally, the crux is very, very simple. Yeah. This is the story. You understood the story? No. The answer is very simple. Whenever there is dissolution, there is no insolvency, no problem. There is insolvency, but the partners can bring money, no problem. There is insolvency, partners cannot bring money. One of the partner is insolvent, private assets is not sufficient. Then what to do? Apply Garner versus Murray. In Garner versus Murray, what do? You would have shared realization loss to all the partners. All the partners will bring their realization loss in cash. All the partners will bring their realization loss in cash. Obviously, the insolvent partner cannot bring. To the extent he can bring, he will bring. If he can, sometimes they say 25 paise in a rupee can be recovered, 50% can be recovered. How much ever can be recovered, you recover so much. Whatever cannot be recovered, that will be borne by the partners with credit balance in their capital account in capital just before dissolution ratio. Did I make sense? Pakka? Very good. So that's what you should know with regard to Garner versus Murray. Then can I go to piecemeal? Pakka? Piecemeal distribution, meaning entire assets are not sold once and entire liabilities are not paid at once. Little assets are sold, little liabilities are paid off. So piece maadi meal tintini. That entire meal of assets is not sold once, it is sold little. Entire liabilities is not paid off once, it's paid off in parts. That part payment is called as piece meal. This piece meal distribution, whatever is there, can be prepared under 2 point of views. One is highest relative surplus capital method. Second one is called as maximum loss method. What is the first one? Highest relative capital method. Second one, maximum loss method. Actually speaking, both are same. Just the logic is different. Both are, guys would have to stop talking. Both are, that only I will discuss. Okay, both the methods are actually same. You can pick any question from the material and solve the same question under both methods. You will get the same answer. But we will do the method what they ask in the question. Sir, why is there two different methods? Like, what is the difference between these two methods? Let me explain that part to you. Okay. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನೋ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಡೆತ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇವರು. I'll teach you the logic and difference between these two. Yeah. Garner versus Murray, I told you, no. Step 1, recover the realization loss in cash from solvent partners. Identify the deficiency, share it between the partners with credit balance in their capital account in outstanding ratio just before dissolution. How to find the capital ratio? Fixed capital system, fixed capital ratio. Fluctuating capital system, after all the adjustments, before making adjustment for dissolution, you'll take the capitals and identify ratio. Okay? Say yeah. Okay. One moment. I'm bringing you to piecemeal. 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 Observe this piecemeal. How does piecemeal work? Listen, yeah. There is capital payable to partners. 10 plus 10. 20. How much is the capital payable to partners? 10 plus 10. 20. Alva. Let's see. Assets realized is given here. What is the value of the assets realized? 40 plus 30 plus 30. How much did you realize totally? 1 lakh. Alva. 1 lakh kodbada. No. You should pay liabilities. You should pay. Let's pay liabilities. Let's pay all the 3 liabilities. Pay ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ. 30, 15 and 45. 75 plus 15. 90. You pay 90,000 from 1 lakh. How much is money remaining? First you will sell these assets. Then you will pay these liabilities from this. From 1 lakh when you pay 90, how much will be remaining? 10,000 is remaining. Am I right? So if 10,000 is remaining and payable is 20,000, you know what will I do? If I use a pessimistic mindset that I want to compute loss, payable 20,000, payable available 10,000, loss is 10,000, payable 20,000, available 10,000, loss is 10,000. That loss of 10,000, I will share it to both the partners in profit sharing ratio. Loss of 10,000, I will share it to both the partners in profit sharing ratio. If I deduct loss means that much money they won't get. From the money that they should get, if you deduct the loss that they won't get, balancing figure is money that they will get. This is maximum loss method. What do you do? From the amount payable to partners, you will deduct the money that they will not get. You will deduct the loss to find what is the money that they will get. Under highest relative surplus capital method, what do you do? Here what you do is, you have 10,000. You will share 10,000 to them and balance is not payable. Realization loss. Let us say you are partner A, you are partner B. You are supposed to get 10,000. You are supposed to get 10,000. I have 1 lakh rupees realized from sale of assets. I have 90,000 worth of liabilities that I need to pay. I am liquidator. 1 lakh rupees cash available, 90,000 liabilities. I will pay 1 lakh only, 90,000 to them. 10,000 remaining. Got it? How much am I supposed to pay? 20. How much do I have? 10. 10,000 loss. That 10,000 loss, I will share it between you in whatever profit sharing ratio is there. 10,000 you won't get. First I will tell you how much will you not get. If I tell you what you will not get, if you deduct that, balance is what you will get. This is maximum loss method. And highest relative surplus capital method, what will I do? I will give you what you get. Balance is loss. From the capital, if you first deduct loss to find the amount payable, maximum loss. From the capital, first you deduct what is paid to find realization loss as balance figure. It is maximum loss. Sorry, highest relative surplus capital method. Did you understand the difference? From the capital, if you first deduct loss and then find the amount paid, maximum loss. From the capital, you deduct the amount paid to find the loss as balance figure. It is HRSCM, highest relative surplus capital method. You got it? Should I take one example and then solve it under both methods and then show it to you as to how does it work? Okay, one question on both methods. Okay, we are going to solve this question. Is this okay with you all? Yeah, but this is a simpler one. This does not have ratio complication. If you are fairly okay, I will take with more difficulty. If you say no, no, do an easy one, I'll do easy one. Your choice, because we don't have time to do two. Complicate, complicate. Okay, let's take a slightly complicated one. Let's take a complicated one. Yeah, this one we're doing under maximum loss. One second. Same question, huh? This is little different. 3 once again, absolute surplus, disrealization between partners. 15th one, let's check if this 15th one is there under both methods. I'll make you do this 15th one. I'm trying to find a question if I have, so that I can make you do it under both methods. Yeah. Okay, I have solution to question number 21 under both methods ready. If you are okay, we can solve this question under both methods. Shall I solve question number 20? Sorry, 20 actually, not 21. 20. Khulja Sim Sim. Open your material, open question number 20. Sir, who will purchase the goodwill from dissolved firm? What is the advantage of buying it? See, including goodwill, it will be transferred to realization, but there might be no purchase. There will be no purchase, but I'm telling you it will be transferred to realization. Is that okay? You wanted a difficult question, Alva. I'm just checking if we have. Okay, ಬಿಡಿ ಇದರಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ. Page number. Can you help me with the page number if you know? 3. Is this okay? This question they've actually asked us to do under which method? Maximum loss procedure. They've asked us to do under which method? Maximum loss method. But I am going to solve this question under both methods. I have too many files open. Yeah, this is piece. We'll do maximum loss and we'll also do absolute surplus and then do it under realization approach. We're going to take good 15 minutes. I hope you are fine with that. I don't understand why you people are talking, because you had the choice to skip this and then finish off company accounts in some time, but you choose to do this problem. When we choose to do this, you should not be talking. A, B and C are partners sharing profits and losses in the ratio 5:3:2. Their capitals were 9,600, 6,000 and 8,400. Whenever you start selling the assets and start paying liabilities, first you should pay all the outside liabilities. Only then you start paying the capital. And when you say paying the outside liabilities first, no, then method does not apply. This highest relative surplus capital method and maximum loss method is applicable when you are paying to partners, not when you're paying outsiders. So first don't apply any of the methods. Blindly start paying liabilities first. And when you pay liabilities, see, we have two liabilities. Let's say here we have only one liability, spouse of the partner's liability interest on loan, and then partner's loan. There is only two liabilities. Let's say you have some sundry creditors, bank overdraft, and partner's loan. What is the order of payment of liability? First you should pay outside liabilities, then you should pay partner's loan, Battery is over. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿನೂ ಇಲ್ವಾ? Someone has left their pouch here. ಬೇಡದೇ ಇರೋ ಮಣ್ಣು ಮಸಿ ಕಸ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ. ಚಾರ್ಜರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. You have batteries. It won't last for long. These are very, even if I put battery from my mouse or something and then do, it won't even come for 15 minutes. These are very high power batteries, 2800 mAh each battery. This can charge your phone 2 times, these two batteries together. One point of time ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. It can't last for really long. ಹಾಫ್ ಡೇಗೆ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, 5 ಅವರ್ಸಿಗೆ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸರ್ ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ? ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅರ್ಧ ದಿನ ಆದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ನೋಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಾ ಯಾ check ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? Let's see. I'll change the batteries and put it to charge. I don't know how long will this last. ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಈ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಚೆಕ್ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? I don't know how long will this last. Let's continue. Shall we? Check. Okay, ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ? Guys, please. Huh. First, you will pay outside liabilities. In what ratio do you start paying outside liabilities? You will pay them in the ratio of outstanding amount. No outside liability has priority over each other. Let's say there is creditors, there is bank overdraft, there is some outside loan. All the three have same priority. You will start paying all of these three liabilities in the ratio of that outstanding amount. After you pay these three liabilities, then you will first pay partner's loan, then you pay partner's capital. Outside liabilities in the ratio of outstanding, then you will pay partner's loan, finally you will come to partner's capital. When you come to partner's capital, you have highest relative surplus capital method and maximum loss method. But when you're paying outside liabilities, there is no such ratio. I repeat, if creditors is 15,000, if creditors is 15,000 and loan is 30,000, outside loan or bank overdraft is 30, how do you pay them? You pay them in that 1:2 ratio. Got it? Fine. So let's start. So we have two things. Spouses of partner is there, no? Their loan is there 2,000. This is the outside liability which needs to be paid first. And then we will start paying the partner's capitals. Do you get that? The assets realized in full and in the order in which they are listed above. So first investments are sold for 1,000, then furniture is sold for 2,000, then machinery is sold for 1,200. Finally, you will sell the stock for 4,000. Did you understand the order of repayment? Fine. Let's first start paying the outsiders. The balance of money is you should first pay partner's spouse's loan, which is 2,000. After that, you would have to pay partner's loan, which is 3,000. Total amount payable is 3,000. How much is the amount available? There is no cash available in the question. At first, you would sell investments. When you sell investments, how much money will you get? Very good. At first, when you sell investment, how much money will you get? 1,000. So you would write investments realized 1,000. When you sell investments, you realize 1,000. This 1,000 will be first utilized to pay whom? Spouses partners loan of 1,000. We still have 1,000 payable to spouses partners loan and we have 1,000 loan of partners. Together total payable is how much? 2,000. After investments are realized. Next we are going to sell our furniture. When we sell furniture, how much money do we get? So this is paid now. Okay, now I am paying this. I will get furniture in the 2,000. From this, I will first pay partner spouse's loan of 1,000. And another 1,000 will be used to pay partner's loan. So by this, outside liabilities are settled. Can I say that? This is also paid. This furniture is also gone. So we have two assets remaining with us, machinery and stock. We have machinery and stock remaining. We are supposed to pay 9,600, 6,000 and 8,400 towards partners' capitals. Which method do you want me to do first? Shall I first do maximum loss method, what is asked in this question? Fine. Let's start with maximum loss method. Now I'll do. What usually you do is, after you write these two partners loan and then this one, you write partner A, B, C along with that only. Don't do that because that is done in the study material. Because they can reduce the font size when they're printing. You can't do that when you're writing. So you prepare two different tables. One for outside liability, other for capital. One for outside liability, other for capital. Prepare two different tables irrespective of the method of accounting. Okay. Now I am doing maximum loss method. Observe the amount of capital payable. 9,600, 6,000 and 8,400. 9,600, 6,000 and 8,400. This is the capitals payable. Tell me the total amount. 24,000. This is the amount payable. From the last furniture, what I realized, do I have any balance of cash left? Do I have any balance of cash left? No. ಇದು ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ಬರುತ್ತೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಎರಡು ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಎರಡಿದೆ, ಚಾರ್ಜಿಗೆ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಹಾಕಿದೆ, ಇದನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕಿ ರೊಟೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಫುಲ್ ಡೇ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಅರ್ಧ ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರು ನಾನು ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಡಲ್ವಾ? It doesn't come for more than 6-7 hours. 10 hour class ಇದಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಯಾರು ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಚಾರ್ಜಿಗೆ ಬಟನ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಓಕೆ ಡನ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. So we sold investments, we sold furniture, that money is completely utilized. Now I am talking about machinery. When I sell machinery, how much money do I get? 1200. So at first I will sell machinery for 1200. Remember, maximum loss method is pessimistic approach. What approach? Pessimistic. If I get 1200, no, my pessimistic approach is saying ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೇನು ಬರೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇಷ್ಟೇ, ಇಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು. ಫರ್ದರ್ ದೇರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ನೋ ರಿಯಲೈಸೇಷನ್. ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಅಸಂಪ್ಷನ್? ಫರ್ದರ್ ದೇರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ no realization. I will not get any money anymore. This much money only I should settle, and this much money only I should be happy. How much money am I supposed to pay towards capital? 24,000. Alva, I am getting only 1200. So if I decide and understand how to distribute this 1200, so that I can find distributed ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಉಳಿದಿರೋ amount loss, that is relative surplus capital method. Maximum loss method ಅಲ್ಲಿ I'll first find loss. Loss is the money that I won't pay. From the money payable, if I deduct the money that I won't pay, I'll get the money to be paid. Under relative surplus method, what do? I will think how to distribute this 1200. In what ratio or to whom should I give 1200? That is relative surplus method. You guys would have to listen. Please listen. See the board. The answer is on the board. I'm not even asking you to copy. Please. He's turning back and then talking. I will explain. You tell her that you don't know and ask her to ask me. You ask me, what is it, ma? Should we do? Ask that question. Okay. Should we do which table? That is second method. We are doing maximum loss method. So I told, see here, see the heading here. I am explaining from the scratch. All I am expecting is your ears to be here, which is not. Yeah. So I am supposed to pay 24. In that I will pay 1200. 24 is not one person's capital, it is 3 persons capital. 1200, whom to pay, how much to pay. If I first compute that, and then I'll get realization loss as balancing figure. That is relative capital method. First I'll distribute 1200 to partners, then I'll get the realization loss as balancing figure. That is which method? Relative surplus capital method. Maximum loss method, what I'll do? I'll first find loss. Loss is the money that they will not get. If you deduct the money that they'll not get, you will get the money what they'll get. No. You are supposed to, now he is A, you should get 9,600. I can talk to him in two ways. I can tell him out of 9,600, you will get this much money. If I tell him how much money he gets, balance is his realization loss. That is which method? Relative surplus capital method. If I tell him this much money you will not get, maximum loss, what will I tell? This much money you will not get first. He will compute how much money will he get. Under relative surplus capital method, what will I tell? I'll tell him how much will you get. Balance is loss. That is balancing figure. If you don't get this logic, to you it's just some dump of table where the numbers are multiplied and divided. You feel like you know the numbers, but you don't know what's happening. You should get this logic. I'm telling this for the 5th or 6th time. Pakka? Okay. How much is the money payable? How much is the money available? Balance go in the no. How much is the realization loss? I'll identify realization loss. Artha agtidya? Assuming there is no further realization. Assuming that I will not realize any money after this. How much is my realization loss? 24,000 minus 1,200, I would get 22,800. Alva? Out of 24,000, if I don't pay 22,800, I'll pay 1,200. Loss alva? Loss, how will the partners share? In their profit sharing ratio, share the losses to them. In 5:3:2. 5/10, 3/10, 2/10. 11,400, 6,840, 4,560. If you deduct this sum, Whatever you get, that is the money that they'll get. Compute 9,600 minus 11,400, 1,800. 6,000 minus 6,840, minus 840. Minus 840. 6,000 minus 6,840 ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ? 8,400 minus 4,560. By this logic, partner C should get 3,840 rupees. But cash available is only 1,200. How do you give? A should bring 1,800, B should bring 840. 1,200 is available. How much is available? Add 1,800, what A will bring? A's loss is more than his capital. A's capital is 9,600. His loss is 11,400. Do 11,400 minus 9,600. His capital will become minus 1,800. No. So he should bring 1,800. And B's capital is 6,000. His loss is 6,840. His capital will become minus 840. So A and B will bring 2,640. Add it to 1,200. You will get 3,840. What C should take home. Artha aita? If you ask A and B oditare, they will tell 1,200 ide tane. Adana kodi C ge. Why are you asking me to bring extra money? Why should I bring extra money? If there is actually loss, I will bring. Is this the end? Imaginary loss. Why should B and C, A and B should bring money? A and B will say, I will not bring. Are you getting it? So this minus 800 and 840 is there. No, that has to be adjusted. A will not bring minus 1,000. A will not bring 1,800. B will not bring 840. So I would have to make A's capital 0. Meaning it is okay if we don't give money to A, but we cannot ask money from A now. 1,200 has to be distributed to whom is the question. Am I right? If you don't give that money to A and B, it's okay. But don't ask A and B to get money, because that is not the end of the business. So I will write plus 1,800 plus 840 to make it 0, 0. But 2,000, how much is that? 2,640. I'll write here as minus, making this as 1,200. So basically 1,200 should be paid to C. This 1,200 is there, no? This 1,200 what is realized from machinery will be paid to C, not to A, not to B. Did you understand this? This is maximum loss method. This much computation what you did is all imaginary. This is not actual. This is not actual. That is the reason I have given it in a different color. Pakka? Did you get this? So what we did here is we imagined the loss. We deducted the loss, because loss money they won't get. Balance money they get, that becomes their receipt settlement. However, in a relative surplus, what would have I done? I would have found a ratio. This 1,200 what is given to C would have been called as absolute surplus. I will solve the same under relative surplus method. You will get the same answer. I'll show it to you. Is that okay? Done. We're done with this. Next. Now amount payable to partners is how much? 24,000 minus 1,200. 22,800. A should be paid 9,600. B should be paid 6,000. C should be paid 7,200. Correct? Then what asset will I sell? I will sell my stock. I will receive 4,000. I would write here stock realized 4,000. Now whom should I pay? Stock value of 4,000. If I determine how much to give to each of them, deduct it to find realization loss as balancing figure. It is relative surplus capital method. But what will I do? I will determine loss. Deduct the loss to find how much to give. That becomes maximum loss method. Understood? Now our imagination will start. How much is the realization loss? 22,800 is what I should pay. I have only 4,000. Balance amount is loss. How much is that? 18,800. 18,800 should be shared between partners in 5:3:2 ratio. Do 5/10, 3/10, 2/10. 9,400, 5,640, 3,760. So A should get 9,600 towards his capital. No, in that his share of realization loss is 9,400. He won't get, see, A is A. He should get 9,600. I'm telling him you will not get 9,400. How much will he get? Ashte. She is B. She is supposed to get 6,000. I will tell her you will not receive 5,640. Then how much will she receive? 360. She is C. She is supposed to receive 7,200. I will tell her that she won't receive 3,760. So how much will she receive? 3,440. Now 3,440 plus 360 plus 200 ಮಾಡಿ. Hey, 3,000 ನಾನೇನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನೀವೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? 3,440 plus 360 plus 200. This 4,000 is distributed to them as 200, 360 and 3,440. If you deduct this black color numbers, no, you will get realization loss here. 22,800 ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾ? ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 4,000 ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. 18,800 is realization loss. 9,600 ಅಲ್ಲಿ I gave only 200. Balance 9,400 is realization loss. 6,000 ಅಲ್ಲಿ 360 if I deduct. 5,640, 3,760. Actually we know that first that only we found. Understood? This is which method? I will solve the same thing under highest relative surplus capital method now. Highest relative surplus capital method, what we do is we will see who has given how much for how much share in profit. If someone has given more than the other person, who has given more will get it. More is not based on number. More is value per share. Value per share. You understand? Value per share. Utter common sense, okay? There is nothing related to any other formula here. Completely common sense. Observe. Capital is 9,600, 6,000 and 8,400. ನಿಮಗೆ ಫೀಲಿಂಗ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, A has given too much money. First we should give money to A. Answer is no. A has given 9,600 to get how much share? 5 shares. Let's understand it's a company. For time being, assume it to be company. A has got 5 shares, B has got 3 shares, C has got 2 shares. 5 shares ಗೆ 9,600 ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಶೇರಿಗೆ how much has A given? 9,600 by 5, 1,920. How much did B give for one share? 2,000. How much did C give for one share? Who has paid most amount of money? We cannot find like that. Most is very, very complex. First we'll eliminate who has paid least. Who has paid least? A, alva. A has given 1,920 for each share, alva. Let us say everyone is as smart as A because A paid the least amount of money. Let us assume everyone is paying equal to A's value. So that we'll find how much have they paid extra. This is the last priority of payment, okay? Now let's see how much is each of their contribution should have been. If 1,090 is the value for each share, A should have paid 9,600. Hege 1,920 for each share. For 5 shares, he should pay 9,600. B has 3 shares. For each share, he should pay 1,920 multiplied by 3. 5,760 rupees he should pay. C should pay for each share he should pay 2 rupees. Sorry, 1,920. He has 2 shares. 3,840. This is the last priority. This is the last priority. Taking A's capital, which is the least, as base. If I compute, this is what will be paid at the last. This is what will be paid at the last. If this is what will be paid at the last, how much should be A paid? 9,600. How much will be paid to A at the last? 9,600. Is there anything that should be paid immediately to A? Nothing. How much should be totally paid to B? How much is the capital of B as per the base which will be paid at the last? Okay, you are B. You should receive 6,000 rupees. I'm telling that I'll give you 5,760 at the end. How much should I give immediately? How much should I give immediately? 240 is surplus that I should give to you immediately. You are C. You are supposed to receive 8,400. I am saying that I'll give you 3,840 to you at the end. How much should I give it to you immediately right now? Did you all understand this? Pakka. See, 9,600 minus 9,600, 6,000 minus 5,760, 8,400 minus 5,000, sorry, 3,840. Got it. Now, illi A is not there. But between B and C, I don't know whom to give first. You will say, sir, B kotpudi sir, sorry, C kodi sir, C. No, we cannot say C. Why? This is surplus in amount. You should find it for each share. What will I do? I'll divide this by number of shares, 3 and 2. B has paid 240 rupees extra for 3 shares. How much has he paid extra for each share? Very good. How much did C pay extra for each share? 2280. Okay, now which is the least? 80. Take 80 as base and then determine the ratio. Illi 80 into 3. Sorry, 80 into 3, no? Yeah. 80 into 3. Yeah, 5 minutes. And what about here? 80 into 2. What do we get here? 240 and 160. Do you agree with me? But this guy was supposed to be paid 240. 240 will be paid later. This guy was supposed to pay 4560, but 160 will be paid along with B. So how much is the absolute surplus to C? Over and above A and B, C has paid extra amount of 4560 minus 160, 4400. This is the first priority. After I pay 4400 rupees to C, then I'll start paying money to A, B and C together, 160 and 240. After I pay 160 and 240 to B, only then I will pay third priority money to A, B and C. So this is the third priority, this is the second priority, this is the first priority. This is highest relative surplus capital method. First I'll understand the priority of payment. Now I'll start with payments. This is working note. This is not the payment. This is payment schedule. We are deciding whom to pay when. What did we do here? Whom to pay when. Now let's quickly start here. Observe 9600 for A, for 6000 for B, 8400 for C. This is their capitals. Total money payable 24,000. This is similar to maximum loss table. But difference is what? There, first we deducted loss to find how much should be paid. Here, first I'll deduct the payment to find how much is loss. To you, what did I tell? How much will you not get? I told no. Now I'll tell how much will you get. Balance will be what you won't get. Are you getting the logic? Fantastic. Let me write. Whom should I pay first? Machinery realized 1200. Whom should I pay first? See, how much should I pay? 4400. How much do I have? Full 1200. Pay only to C. And identify the balances. Same thing. Identify the balances. Then you will sell the next asset stock for 4000. How much were you supposed to pay to C? Absolute surplus? 4400. How much did you pay here? Balance. In this 4000, first to pay 3200 absolute surplus to C. How much is remaining? 800. That 800 now come to second priority. Second priority. 240 and 160. 240 to B, 160 to C. 240 rupees will be paid to B. 160 rupees will be paid to C. So I will write here relative surplus 240, sorry, 400, 240 and 160. When I do this, how much is still left? 400 is still left. That 400 is third priority payment. This is basically 5:3:2 ratio. I don't have 9600, 5760 and 3840. 5:3:2. Share that in 5:3:2. 5 by 10, 3 by 10, 2 by 10. 200, 120. A was supposed to be paid 9600. A was paid only 200. Previously, what did I tell? Out of 9600, I told him you will not get 9400. He assumed that he'll get 200. Here I am telling you will get only 200. Realization loss is 9400. Understood this? Check here. How much was the realization loss to A? 9400. B, how much is realization loss? Come here. B, 6000 was payable. We paid 240, 120. Deduct 360. 5000. That's it. To C, 7000 minus 3200 minus 160 and minus 80. What do we get? 3760. Observe here, we have 3760 as loss here. Got that part? Did you understand this? So any question that you pick can be solved under both IS relative surplus capital method and maximum loss method, and you'll still get the same answer. What is the difference between HRCM and relative surplus? Under relative surplus to the partner, you will first tell how much will they get. Balancing figure is loss. Under maximum loss, you will tell them how much will they not get. Then you will find how much will they get as balancing figure. That is this method. If you imagine your partner's capital account, credit side there is capital payable, alva. First, if you write cash and write realization loss as balancing figure, that is relative surplus. First, if you write loss and then find cash as balancing figure, that becomes maximum loss method. Did you understand this? This brings us to the end of partnership. I wouldn't mind doing another question. It's just a matter of time that we don't have. But all the questions will be done under the same pattern. All of you not to forget is always do liability settlement table separately and capital settlement table separately. Don't try to write all of them in one single line. It will be too much to write and too lengthy also. Even after you pay the liability, that column is still there when you are still settling capital. So don't do that. Do one small table for liability, then do one more small table for capital. Two small tables rather than doing one big table. Jaga adjust agala, you don't know what to write. So this saves time as well as makes it clean as well as easy. Got it? So one last part is pending. We'd have to start with the company accounts part. We are already at 6. Starting tomorrow for the January 25 batch, I am taking company accounts. What I will do is I'll finish that batch another week or 8-9 days. So towards the end of that batch, I'll give you summary revision of only company accounts part as a separate revision, about 1.5 2 hours revision video on company accounts. Is that okay? Rather than hurrying it up now and then doing it, once I finish their batch, Sunday or Saturday in their batch, I'll record one summary video and then share it to you people as an attachment. However, you people are comfortable with company accounts if I'm not wrong. Is that fine? Last term? Bonus issue is a difficult part. Bonus issue is the most easy one. I'll however give you one revision video. I will, yeah. Huh? Boni. I'll also solve this RTP wala remaining 3 questions, whatever is there, and add it to the same playlist so that you people can watch. Is that okay with you all? Okay, people who are watching it live on YouTube, give me a small confirmation. Is that fine with you all? Once again, I'm waiting to see their message. What if I say no? You can say no. I will also say no. Where will we get the video links? Whichever video link I have mentioned, you please drop a message on the Telegram group. I'll share that link. Is that okay, Jagdish? With regard to this company accounts part, last 1.5 hours, we'll share it on the YouTube channel of SS Academy only. It will take a week's time. You watch this. In a week's time, next Saturday, you will get that video recording on company accounts part. And if you're asking about something else, you should please tell which part are you asking, and I would definitely mention to you as to when exactly are we going to do that part. And like we need few testimonials about how the marathon revision was. Whoever is willing to talk, please do stand up. It's your opportunity. We don't get enough of exposure. So to take your opportunity, and then I don't want you to talk for 5 minutes, 6 minutes. No, I want you to tell about 10 seconds, 20 seconds how these 2 days was. I'm not asking about anything else. 2 days of marathon revision, how does it work? The only insane objective is very simple. We need to fill this classroom for the next marathon revision to happen. So for people to come down to face-to-face class, you need to tell how the experience of face-to-face marathon revision is. If in case you can share that, it will be helpful for us to drive people to the class for the next time. You got the intention? Yeah. So it will be really nice if you can share your, bit of experience in the marathon revision of 2 days. Okay. In yeah. Volunteers, who's willing to? That's it. No. Shall I wrap up the session? Okay. We'll check. Yeah. Okay. Can we wrap it up, people who are watching it live on YouTube? Did you guys learn something new today? Ah, very good. You did not learn anything new, you knew it all. That's a very nice one. Did you guys learn something new today? I want you to say no, sir. Did you guys have little fun today? Remember, life is not a battle to be struggling, it's a game to be enjoyed. Till the time you're learning something, you're having fun, it's all good. The day you guys stop learning something, you're stop having fun. Trust me, you might start struggling because you might be in a battle. So the thumb rule to stay happy is pretty simple. It is to stay in the game. So for one last time on this day, I have just one simple question for all of you. Are we in the game? Are we in the game? Come on the top of your voice. Are we in the game? Hoping to see you all in this very classroom for CA Intermediate very soon. Till then, have a great time. All the very best for your CA Foundation examination. You will surely be included in my prayers. Have a great time, guys. Bye. For people watching it on YouTube also, bye, guys. You guys let us know in the comments how the session was. Thank you. ಎಲ್ಲ ನೀನೇನಾ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ರೌಂಡ್ ಹೋಗೋಣ ಹೋಗೋಣ. Hey, stay back. No, at least you of them. Whoever is willing to share your experience. ಹಂಗೆಲ್ಲ